Would the meeting please come to order? This is the regular meeting of the Irvine City Council on April 14th, 2026. The time in the council chamber is 4:07 p.m. And at this time, I would like to have the clerk please call the roll.
Councilmember Carroll is absent. Councilmember Go.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Here.
Councilmember Treseder.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Here.
And Mayor Agron.
Here. Would the clerk please take a moment to advise those who might be wishing to participate remotely, as well as those here in the council chamber, of precisely how they can participate.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of our audience who wish to speak may submit their name into one of the speaker kiosks next to the city clerk or in the main lobby. We also offer the ability to provide live comments via Zoom and submit written comments through our e-comment system. For those who wish to participate virtually, visit zoom.us using any web browser or the Zoom app on smartphones or tablets and enter meeting ID 160-043-4844. The passcode is 272906. You may also dial in by calling 669-254-5252 or 669-216-1590 and entering the same meeting ID and passcode. Those who wish to provide comments via Zoom are asked to enter the speaker queue by raising their hand electronically. The city clerk will call your name and allow you to unmute your microphone at the appropriate time. Those dialing in by telephone will be identified by the last 3 digits of their telephone number. We ask that you please state your name for the record. The time limits per speaker are noted in the posted agenda and are established based on the number of requests submitted. All requests submitted after the first speaker is called shall receive 90 seconds. Those who wish to provide written comments may do so by clicking e-comment on the City Council meeting agenda webpage at cityofirvine.org/ICTV. All comments will be provided to the City Council as part of the meeting record and will be uploaded to the city's website. For technical assistance with Zoom before or during the meeting, please call 949-724-6078. For any other questions or assistance, please contact the City Clerk's office at 949-724-6205 or via email at clerk@cityofirvine.org. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We will be recessing momentarily to convene in closed session. Closed session is item 1 on our agenda this afternoon and evening. With that, I'll turn to the city clerk to identify items 1.1 and 1.2 on our closed session agenda. And then please, if our legal counsel would read and tell us exactly what we're going to be speaking to, we'd appreciate it.
Certainly, Mayor. We have 2 items on for closed session consideration this afternoon. The first is a conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation. This is under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. That's in regards to the national prescription opiate litigation. It's United States District Court case number 117 CV 2804. The second item is a conference with real property negotiators under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property there is 510 Technology Drive. The agency negotiators are Sean Crumby, the city manager, Pete Carmichael, the assistant city manager, and me, the city attorney. The negotiating parties are the city of Irvine and Jeff Shaw, who is the vice president of leasing at the Irvine company. And under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Melching. I think we've dispensed with your introduction of these items, Mr. Carl. With that, at this point, I'd like to have us recess with the understanding we'll be reconvening at 5 o'clock. All right? Absent objection, we're into closed session. Thank you. Would the meeting please come to order? The council, having been in closed session, is now reconvened. The time is 5:02. I'll turn to our city attorney to ask if there was any reportable action from our closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no reportable action this afternoon.
There being no reportable action, we move on with the agenda this evening. At this time, I wish to invite those who are able in a moment to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then to remain standing for what probably will be about 5 minutes because we'll have a moment of silence that I'll introduce once we're all ready for that. All right. So please rise for the pledge, which will be led tonight by Councilmember William Go.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'd like to introduce a moment of silence and that this council meeting be adjourned in recognition of 3 wonderful individuals who have unfortunately passed away. 2 of these are former employees, and 1 is a former council member. Their legacies have left a profound impact on our community with their combined public service of 55 years. So it's with heavy hearts that we remember one of these, Winifred Todd, fondly known here at City Hall as Winnie. An Irvine resident since 1981, Winnie devoted 25 years to serving the community she loved. Winnie was a proud UCLA alumna who began her city career in 1995 as a community services leader before joining the city clerk's office, where she became the welcoming face of City Hall as a senior office specialist working at the City Hall main reception desk. Winnie took great pride in her work, deeply loved her family, and cherished her relationships with co-workers and the community alike. Winnie is survived by her husband, Neil, and her daughter, Kelly. Her legacy of dedication, professionalism, and genuine care will continue to inspire all who knew her, and of course, she will be dearly missed. Tonight, we also remember Robin Schwung. 26 years ago, Robin began her journey with the city of Irvine. She started her career as a senior accountant clerk in the Administrative Services Department, working her way up to become a vital member of the budget team as a management analyst. What made Robin exceptional was the way she treated people, putting others before herself, offering help without hesitation. Her kindness was not occasional, it was constant. Robin is survived by her husband, Mostafa, and her sister, Meow. Her legacy is one of dedication, kindness, and resilience. Robin showed us the power of compassion in the workplace and reminded us that success is measured not only by achievements, but by how we lift others up along the way. She'll be greatly missed. And finally, I would also like us to remember former council member Barbara Weiner, who passed away earlier this month. I had the privilege of serving on the city council with Barbara from 1982 to 1986. Her vision and active participation on the City Council helped ensure the benefits of long-term land use and master planning that we see here in Irvine today. She was instrumental in defining the framework and gathering community support for the Irvine Station, our train station, which opened in 1990, and plays a vital role in connecting residents to work and in shopping, entertainment, and open space. She also was instrumental in leading the way to what is today the remarkable Shady Canyon residential development in the hills above Turtle Rock. Her service to the broader community included her tenure with the Irvine Child Care Committee, helping to identify child care needs and the availability of quality, affordable child care within our Irvine community. Our thoughts are with Barbara's loved ones, including her husband, son, and daughter. We offer our deepest sympathies to all who knew Winnie, Robin, and Barbara. So please join me now in a moment of silence in remembrance of Winnie Todd, Robin Chuang, and Barbara Weiner. Thank you. And please remain standing if you would for tonight's invocation. By the way, Mr. Peterson, if you would make sure that it's noted in the minutes that we've adjourned our meeting tonight in honor of the three whom we are remembering, all right? Tonight's invocation will be in the form of a musical presentation. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Irvine Singers, Irvine High School's advanced mixed singing ensemble that specializes in performance of challenging literature of diverse genres. Please come forward. Most members are graduating seniors and have been in Irvine choirs for at least 3 consecutive years under Irvine High School choral music director Tina Peterson. Tonight, the Irvine Singers, conducted by student teacher Bryce Rivera, are here to perform our national anthem, for which we will remain standing, followed by Unclouded Day. Thank you so much for joining us this evening, and now the center is yours. To the audience, before we hear the next song, please be seated to enjoy the next song. Thank you for that beautiful rendition. we'll stay with you. Okay. Hopefully, I'm going to talk with you. Okay. Please, don't leave. Don't leave. Stay where you were. We're going to take a photograph. We want to be part of all this, all right? I'm going to ask my council colleagues to stand up. And we want to thank you so much and preserve this moment, making us all famous, all right? Ready? Go ahead. Thank you so much, and we wish you all the best. We wish you all the best and a very, very bright future for each and every one of you. That was wonderful. All right. We're going to have presentations at this time. Item 2. Item 2 on our agenda is presentations. At this time, I'd like to turn to our city clerk to announce what presentation item 2.1 is, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 2.1 is the United States men's national soccer team.
I'd also like the city clerk and folks at home to know that this is a time when Zoom speakers can raise their hand. Those who are participating remotely can raise their hand electronically to enter the speaker queue for this item or for anything else as well. And I'd like to take a moment to invite our city staff, in this case Stephen Stewart, Community Services Superintendent, to reintroduce himself if you would, and then our special guests this evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Stephen Stewart, Community Services Superintendent for Community and Library Services. Tonight, I have an exciting update on the United States men's national soccer team. So as you know, the Great Park has been selected as a team-based camp for the FIFA World Cup, and we are honored to host the United States men's national team. This opportunity places Irvine at the center of a global event. To put the scale into perspective, this World Cup will span 3 countries, include 48 national teams, and feature 104 matches. It'll draw millions of visitors and a global audience in the billions. This is not just a sporting event, it's one of the largest global events of any kind. And through the Great Park, Irvine will play a direct role in supporting our country's national team as they live, train, and prepare for the tournament. I'd also like to highlight how this partnership extends beyond operations and creates a meaningful opportunity for our community. In addition to hosting the team, there are two key community-focused opportunities. First, the city will host a community training session on Monday, June 8th. This free event will be the only opportunity for the public to come and watch the team train, and we expect strong interest from the community. We will be eagerly sharing more details as they're made available. Second, through U.S. Soccer Forward's initiative, we will host a community activation event on April 26th. This event will bring together local coaches, educators, and youth for a workshop and clinic focused on using soccer as a tool for positive impact and connection within the community. Together, these efforts ensure that this partnership creates a lasting and meaningful experience for Irvine residents. This is truly a unique opportunity for Irvine, not only to support our nation's team, but to be part of something that we recognized around the world. I also want to take a moment to recognize the city staff who manage, maintain, and protect the Great Park. What makes this even more impressive is that they are preparing for an event of this magnitude while the park remains fully open and incredibly active. On any given day, our fields, facilities, and venues are filled with community programs, youth leagues, concerts, and community events. Yet, at the same time, our staff are preparing, coordinating, and planning to host one of the most premier sporting events in the world. Balance that level of daily public use with the demands of an international event is no small task. It speaks to their professionalism, their community experience, and their commitment to this community. At this time, I'd like to introduce Sam Zapica, and we'll watch a brief video before he speaks.
Reality says the odds are stacked against us. To think our men can ever raise the world's biggest trophy. Be the first soccer team to beat them at football. But here's the thing about us. Refusing to accept reality is kind of our thing. Reality told us to stay grounded. We built planes. We walked on the moon. Reality told us not to dream, but we stand united, chasing legacy. Being unrealistic, that's not a flaw. It's a force. It's a fuel. When the world says you won't, our fans say, I believe that we will win. We haven't lifted every men's trophy, yet. But we have carried this fight for decades, with enough grit to make the doubters eat their words. And when we spill blood in the name of the crest, it's not blind belief. It's how we play, the U.S. way. So no, we're not realistic at all. And we're proud of that. Because if you want to be great and make history, chase dreams, chase greatness, chase legacy. Never chase reality.
We need to show more quality and fight.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see everyone. My name is Sam Zapatka. I'm the team manager for the U.S. men's national team. Thank you, Stephen, for the introduction. Mayor Agron, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Council members, thank you for the opportunity. As many of you know, the World Cup is coming. It'll be here in a couple months. And we, as the men's national team, host country for this amazing event, had the opportunity to go throughout the entire United States to see where we, as the U.S. team, should base camp. And when we came to Irvine, and came to the city of Irvine, the first thing that Stephen said when we walked through the doors at Great Park was welcome home. And we knew immediately that this is where we want to be for the month of June in preparation for our 3 massive group stage games, and then obviously beyond to represent not only the city of Irvine, the state of California, but obviously the United States. It was amazing watching the national anthem here. It got me super excited. Hopefully it did everyone else. But we're here to represent you. We're here to represent our great country in the United States. We're doing more, hopefully, than just training here at Great Park for the month of June. We're here to hopefully have a legacy that goes beyond just the World Cup. Some people might not know, but in 1994, we were also in the Orange County, Irvine area.
when we were here for training. So it's good to be back. It's been a long time. And most importantly, the legacy goes beyond just the training here, and that will be for all the youth, all the kids in this community to really fall in love with the beauty of football. It's an amazing sport. It's growing here in the United States. We're really, really excited to do 2 initiatives with the city in April 26th with our U.S. Soccer Forward program, and then obviously the amazing June 8th community event where hope to pack the stadium with a ton of kids cheering and chanting USA as we go on to hopefully lift the World Cup in New York City on July 19th. Just as a quick token of thank you and gratitude for the city, we've made a jersey for you guys, the first one of its kind. This is our brand new jerseys for Great Park with the year 26. So thank you again. If I can present this to you, I would love to.
I don't think we can all get in that one jersey.
Okay.
But I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to come down. How about for a photograph?
That'd be great.
And you can be holding it up right in the middle, and we'll be holding you up, all right?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Obviously, we wish you the very, very best. As a procedural matter, I need to at this time turn to our city clerk to ask, are there any requests for public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have 2 requests to speak via Zoom.
Please, go right ahead.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Jeremy Ficarola. Jeremy, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola. Just really quick, I think this is so amazing that we have U.S. men's national team practicing here in the Great Park. I think the thing that I take away from that is we have a world-renowned national team on the world's biggest event. They went all around the country, and they chose one spot, and that's the city of Irvine. So, you know, as for me as a resident of Irvine, I'm pretty, you know, flattered that they chose our beautiful city. So, so definitely I'm excited about this. My only complaint, and of course I always have complaints, but I wish there was more than one public event. It's going to be frustrating knowing the men's national team, and I'm personally a soccer fan. I had a season passes for OCSC games. I've been to that stadium many times. Beautiful stadium. I wish there was more public events, or some way other than that one event that's planned to get local, Irvine or Orange County or wherever, to get people exposure to the team. So I just hope that there's that. I don't know the details, but maybe more than one event with the public interacting with the team would be great. But again, this is pretty amazing. Thank you.
And Mayor, the other caller dropped, so that's all the speakers.
Well, thank you. Thank you to Mr. Ficarola for his comments. And of course, we all wish the U.S. men's team well. It's going to be a great event. Did you have anything further to add at this time?
No, that concludes our presentation.
All right. Well, thank you. This is a receive and file item. No action is necessary. Oh, yes, Councilmember Betty Martinez Franco.
Well, I just have a moment. I mean, I just want to thank such a great job recruiting the U.S. team. For someone who grew up watching football my entire life, and the World Cup, the only one that I missed, it was, I believe, when I was in South Africa, because it was at midnight, or it was in Russia, one of them. I'm so excited about this, so I can't wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything further? There being nothing further on this item, again, it is a receive and file item, allowing us to move on, and we're on schedule here, to public comments for non-agendized items. This is an opportunity within a collective time of no more than 30 minutes at the front end of our meeting for residents and others to be heard on items not on our printed agenda for this evening, as long as it's within the subject matter jurisdiction of our council. People are welcome to come forward under non-agendized public comments. With that, I'll turn to our city clerk and ask whether we have any requests from citizens to be heard under this item.
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have 14 requests to speak, 9 in person and 5 on Zoom.
All right, why don't we close the queue now and give, with 14, give the speakers up to 2 minutes to be heard. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could call forward Susan Sayer, Stephen Sponer, Ava Kay, Rolf Parks, and Michaela McAllister. And we'll start with Ms. Sayer.
Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Susan Sayer, and I'm a longtime Irvine resident, and I'm a longtime political activist with a strong interest in protecting our democratic system and the basic human rights of every one of our Irvine residents. My interests include protecting the freedom of all qualified voters to register to vote, have their votes supported and upheld by city council, state, and federal governments, and enact a voting system that best represents the will of the Irvine voters. I therefore request, first, that voters be protected from ICE and other governmental interference during all election processes, including mail-in voting, drop box voting, and in-person precinct voting. I suggest that it form an organized volunteer force activated to guard and protect voting and the registrar of voters' ballot verification and counting process to ensure all qualified ballots are validated and counted. Secondly, I request that the terms of voters' enacted initiatives be supported and upheld by the City Council, City Attorney, the City Manager, and City Commissions, especially the Planning Commission, and that all initiative provision amendment proposals be returned to the voters for approval, including the proposed amendment to the Irvine Open Space Initiative, which was mailed out to the Irvine residents. The proposed zoning change may appear attractive to our City Council, City Manager, our City Attorney, and to our commissioners. But the approval of the zoning code amendments.
Ms. Sayer, I'm going to have to interrupt you. That's an agendized item.
Yeah, it is.
So please, this is for non-agendized items?
Yeah, but the first part wasn't.
No, it wasn't. That's right.
And my third suggestion is then that our city council members were elected to support the will of the majority of all Irvine residents. I request that our city council approve ranked choice voting.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Stephen Sponer.
Welcome, sir.
So, my name is Stephen Spooner. This is a public request for FBI investigation into IPD corruption, delays, and obstruction. I mailed certified documents to the City Council on February 4th that remain unanswered. So I ask again in public, why is the IPD protecting a business criminal for 7.5+ years? Deputy DA Marcos suggested FBI intervention, so I asked the council to request the FBI also. The IPD wrote outright false reports, then hid 2 additional reports without my input or knowledge, while supposedly performing a 5-month IPD corruption investigation into Shane Barrows. Lieutenant Scherer and Kyle Turner obstructed and lied about IPD corruption involving that same business criminal. Both were part of the incorrectly named Office of Professional Standards. Conversely, if I lied about even a single thing, it would warrant public humiliation. This is far too important to be dishonest. Officer Voigt, who was in charge of a 2021 report, failed to investigate or even half-donkey finish the report until 3 to 4 years later. So Orange County Attorney's Office has no record of it. How many people were convicted or framed by false reporting? Sworn testimony by these senior officials is now a job for the FBI. Cheat one of us, you cheat us all. Please do not vote for any city council member that accepts IPD corruption, obstruction, and public greed. The FBI can provide sunlight, honesty, and clarity on the IPD's deceptive practices. The council should now be called the Greed and Corruption Council. Only greed turns open space into a cash deal while rejecting a veteran cemetery. This is begging to be a news story by local and national news. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Eva?
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eva Kotai, and I am a student at the University of California, Irvine. I'm here today to speak about a concern that is increasingly present among students at my school, the feeling of uncertainty surrounding safety and protection in our very city. Given that Irvine is home to one of the top 10 public universities in the nation, it is undoubtedly a place where students from a plethora of diverse backgrounds come together. At UCI, international students make up roughly 15% of the undergraduate population, and a significant majority of students identify as a part of a minority community. This diversity is one of our school's greatest strengths, but it also means that campus and community safety concerns have a potential broader impact on a large portion of our student body. Through conversations with my peers, I've come to understand that many students are feeling a real fear and uncertainty right now amidst the current administration. We have seen the threats of ICE creep closer and closer into our city and community, creating an unstable and unsettling environment for many students and residents of Irvine. All students deserve to feel safe on campus, so I ask you all, what steps is the City Council taking to ensure that all students and residents of Irvine feel protected regardless of their immigration status? And we hope to see support systems established in place for students and residents who feel directly impacted by increased ICE activity in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Rolf Parks?
Welcome.
All right. I've only got 2 minutes, so I'm going to just get right into it. Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Rolf Parks. I'm here to address a serious breakdown on the administration of a citizens initiative process by the City Clerk, Carl Peterson. Under California Election Code, there is a ministerial duty to provide proponents with accurate procedural instructions, including correct adjudicated newspaper for publishing a notice of intent to file a citizen's petition. This is not discretionary. It is a required step that enables residents to exercise their constitutional rights in the initiative process. When I filed my notice with the city clerk, I was directed to publish my petition in an adjudicated newspaper of the county. And I relied on this instruction in good faith that that's what I was supposed to do. Only later did I learn that the publication was invalid under Election Code 9205. That error, originating entirely from the city, invalidated the notice, nullified the signatures I gathered, effectively blocked the initiative from moving forward. Several of those people are here that have signed that. This error was discovered by none other than the Irvine Company on March 9th, when I was presented with a letter from their attorneys, Nielsen and Merkshammer, which has an interest in not seeing the petition being placed on the November 2026 ballot. The courts have held in several cases that procedural errors cannot be used to defeat an initiative power. When an official makes a mistake, it prevents compliance, and a remedy is to restore the proponent to the position that they have had had the error not occurred. I am asking the council to correct this error by either one, giving us another 180 days to file a petition to have it placed on the November 2026 ballot, but I don't believe there's enough time to do that, which only leaves us with placing the ballot
Thank you. Your time is up.
on the 2026 ballot itself.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I have notified the ACLU on this. You are a proponent of the ACLU, and I think that this is a worthy cause when the rights of the citizens have been taken away from them. And the council has a duty to do something about it.
I thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Michaela McAllister. And if I could also call forward Max, Jason Garshfield, Laura Carmack, and Mayor Stevens.
Welcome.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Michaela McAllister, and I'm a student at UCI and president of the Punt Club. I come here today on behalf of all students affected by ICE and those who relate to the testimony I'm about to present. On August 12, 2025, the Irvine City Council voted 4-3 on an amicus brief supporting a lawsuit against ICE's excessive force and racial profile and warrantless arrests. While Councilmember James Mai claims, quote, he cannot support any action that places our city in opposition to our own government or federal agencies, end quotes, there is a critical point that needs to be addressed. Dissent against unlawful actions, especially those backed by our own government, is essential in protecting our community and upholding human rights. As we all know, an ICE office is soon to be built in Irvine, just a few blocks away from here. If Irvine becomes home to these unchecked enforcement practices, we risk placing innocent civilians and students in unnecessary danger. At my school, in UCI, approximately 15% of students are international, making them particularly vulnerable to ICE's unconstitutional actions. And in case there's any confusion of unconstitutional actions students may face by ICE, this federal law enforcement has continuously violated due process rights, performed countless warrantless searches, and profiled based on race, ethnicity, and language. I understand that the authority of the City Council is limited when it comes to federal agencies. However, as demonstrated by recent policies, there are still meaningful steps that can be taken to promote safety, security, and sense of belonging within our city. If these issues are not adequately being addressed at a federal level, then it becomes your responsibility to address them locally. And on behalf of myself and fellow students at UCI, we hope to see you guys take further action to make us feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Max.
Thank you for your comments, and welcome, sir.
Good evening. I was here last meeting about 2 weeks ago, and I spoke during public comments. Only after I left, I realized that it was more discussion about affordable housing in the city. I live across the street from the Oak Creek. Across the street from us, there is a community called Orchard Park Apartments. This community was built in the early 1980s, and I believe that since then, it has been a low-income community, providing housing for families in need in our city. Some of you may be aware that residents in that community recently received a notice from the owner, the Irvine company, that their rent may increase to the market rates. After serving as an affordable place for 30 or 40 years, this community may no longer be affordable. And this council is considering a 2-year voucher program. This serves as an example of how, over time, affordable housing can become unaffordable for the people who depend on it. 2 years is not a real solution. This is a misleading approach that does not solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Jason Garshfield.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I just wanted to point out something interesting. At the last meeting, Mr. City Attorney, you shut down inappropriate comments on the grounds that they were, quote, not city business. So you can, in fact, do that. And you could, in fact, have done something when Jews were attacked in this room for months on end in 2023 and 2024. Instead, you stood by, presumably on the orders of our, thankfully, former mayor, Farrah Khan, and let it happen, and sat there in front of us all and smirkingly defended her conduct during those meetings. The Jewish community of this city will never get an apology for your disgraceful conduct back then, but we deserve one. And if you think that 2 years is long enough to forgive and forget, remember that it's been 3,000 years and we still celebrate Passover. We have long memories, Mr. Melching. Thank you.
Thank you for offering your comments. Next, please.
Laura Cormack.
Welcome.
Laura Cormack. I would like to speak about the Great Park. I got married in 2005 and moved here where my husband lives since 2000. And in 2006, we were seeing plans for the Great Park and all the great things and all the architects and all the, contests and all the money. And then we finally broke ground in 2007. And I thought, wow, it's going to be great. I used to ride my bike around the Marine Base before, but I was looking forward to a park that I could actually ride to, and all sorts of things that I thought were going to come to pass, which did not. We've waited nearly 20 years for a park for these people, everybody, not. We've built a park for semi-pro and pro teams and get lots of publicity for our ice rinks and all the other amenities, and we are left with a few hours, a few times a week to go ice skating, which I won't, because I think that kind of sucks that you have everything for, profit, which I understand, because you guys need to generate some revenue and build that whoosh. No whoosh. I hope that was voted down, but there's no park for the people. There's no picnic tables, simple things, swing sets, barbecues, things for families to enjoy, no more soccer fields. I'm tired. Every park in this city is littered with soccer fields. I know it's very popular sport.
Thank you. Your time is up.
But
thank you for your comments.
we need a park, and I hope it's going to be Oak Creek Park.
Thank you.
Mayor Stevens.
Welcome. Oh,
Hi.
Mayor.
I'm Mayor Stevens.
Oh, Mayor.
Mayor
I'm
like
sorry.
a horse.
There we are. Welcome.
And I'm here as one of many voices that feel like we're all in the wind, who was here in 1988 and voted that any open space would absolutely be voted upon before any development could take place. And now the City Planning Commission has just gone ahead and okayed the rezoning, making this wide open for another bait and switch. And then more of these fancy little mailers are coming out like, would you like a nature park or would you like a golf course? Larry Agron, sir, I have admired you for so many years, saving Quail Hill, getting us recycled water, making Irvine the beautiful and famous and safe, world famous actually, safe city that it is. I urge you, please stand up to this and then be so happy when you see yourself in the mirror when you're old and retired. That's it.
Which is, thank you. Thank you for your comments. We're going to, of course, be taking up this item later. And since your comments were so admiring of me, I let you go on beyond what I should have. Okay.
Oh, I hope so too.
But we'll be addressing all those items that you raised.
I want to admire you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rana. Rana, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Rana. I would like to speak on behalf of the Bowerman landfill, not the WISE agreement that's on there, but just overall. I want to urge you guys to think ahead and don't let this become like all-American asphalt. I'd also like to admire Larry and the amazing work he did getting that shut down and the tricks he had up his sleeve that just worked. And I do know that, and I really believe that if, Brea is shutting theirs down, we're getting everybody else's, and nobody else wants it in their backyard, neither do we. It's not just about the smell or the property values. It's not just about the people who live right there. It's all of Irvine and the surrounding cities. I know that there's a deficit, in the city's fiscal issues, and I don't think that we should bridge or try to lessen that gap by putting the health of the residents at risk. And I say health because I say that we shouldn't be short-sighted. We should look at the long-term effects. There can be an earthquake. There could be a wildfire. And with all that methane and expansion that they want to do, it can be, most of you know me, and for those of you who don't, I was in the Porter Ranch disaster. I would have never thought that would happen. And you don't have a lot of people maybe coming and speaking because they might not know what could happen, but I do. And the gas company is going to get more gas injected into those pipelines. Right now in Porter Ranch, there's leaks constantly going on. The gas company is not accountable. They don't warn anybody. It's private funding through fence line that's telling the residents, and they can't do anything about it. So I think that if you guys can, thinking of a more long-term plan, I know cost is an issue, but thinking of a way to ultimately shut it down and take.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is James Huang. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, members of the council. Irvine Connect has had its automated stop announcements running for a few months now, and I'd like to bring up some issues that I've been experiencing, namely that these announcements are very inconsistent. Some buses don't have them, some do have them, and sometimes they're playing for some of the journey and not for other parts of the journey. And I've also noticed that some bus drivers turn off the announcements, so it's a very inconsistent experience. And even when it's working, only the audio announcements are playing. As per ADA requirements, you need to have both the audio, next stop is blah, 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 and show it on the display, which the bus already has. OCTA does it. Every bus agency on earth does it. This shouldn't be a hard ask. I hope you can get that sorted out soon, especially with the Irvine Connect bus expansion hopefully coming up soon since council voted on it last year. It's the perfect time to make sure that all the systems are working properly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Oseas Garcia. Oseas, you may unmute your mic. Oseas, can you hear us? Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Deepa. I want to talk about Ann Hugh, and her last name is spelled H-W-U. Ann Hugh was nominated on March 24th, 2026 to be on Irvine's Wall of Recognition by Councilmember Melinda Liu. Melinda Liu must know the backstory associated with this individual, as she is a friend to disgraced former City Council member Tammy Kim. Melinda Liu states that Ann Hugh sits on various association boards in Irvine and the surrounding cities. Also mentioned was her teaching for a specific class of people, and that's it. However, nowhere does it mention her employment as a public relations officer for NoDo, nor does it mention her as a consultant and a realtor. NoDo is the company that Tammy Kim lied about to rush through the EV charging deal, where the city took a huge loss of approximately $2 million a year in revenue. Ann Hugh introduced Tammy Kim to this deal, and together they lied about the company and their promises. Melinda Liu also neglected to mention that Ann Hugh owns the Beechwood Motel in Oceanside, where there was a class action settlement against her motel for civil rights violations. Ann Hugh is far from an upstanding citizen. I formally wrote to the city manager and requested Ms. Hugh be investigated by city staff and brought back to the council for review and a vote. The Wall of Recognition is intended to honor individuals whose contributions to the city are clear, widely respected, and reflective of Irvine's core values, particularly transparency, integrity, and service to the public. Ms. Hughes' involvement in matters connected to the city does not meet that standard. I would hope that Melinda Liu would just remove Ann Hughes' name from the nomination list and save staff time and resources and maintain the integrity of what the wall represents. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agrin. I'd like to talk about the DEI committee. They canceled another meeting last month in March. This is now 9 of the last 25 meetings that they've canceled. And The DEI committee was formed to provide input on needs of the community and advise council on meeting goals set forth in resolution number 2105. There have been 4 opportunities for the DEI to do anything meaningful. One was to recruit 2 at-large members to help design the RFP for a DEI consultant. They failed in that. They appointed Betty Franco to the committee as a DEI expert, which she was not, and had no qualifications for such, and actually fraudulently created such qualifications and voluntarily presented them to the city. Then they failed in actually drafting the RFP for the DEI consultant, or they drafted one and they scrapped it, and there was never a DEI consultant search. Then there are RFP grants in which the city gave at least $500,000 of $7.5 million federal funds to 2 non-qualified organizations. One of them, CORCDC, which Mayor Khan is an employee of now. Then there was the Office of Inclusive Excellence and conducting outreach, which never occurred, although this council ordered it. Isn't it time that we now scrap the DEI committee? Now I would like to move on to whale vagina. This city has still not put Will Ferrell on that wall of recognition. He was an Irvine resident. I think he was born in Irvine, and he was definitely raised in Irvine, and he is alumni of Irvine University, but he's not on that wall. Ezra Klein, born and raised in Irvine. Journalist, not on that wall. Let's see, who else? I think Zach De La Roca from Rage Against the Machine, Music Hall of Fame, not on that wall. But you know who's on that wall are going to be? Jane Stover, who's not even from Irvine. I know she's at UCI, but let's face it.
Thank you. Your time is up. Mr. Mayor, that's all of the original list of speakers. There are 3 more in the queue. I'll defer to you.
Why don't we give each of those 90 seconds, see if we can wrap this up by 6, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Bijan. Bijan, you may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds. Hello, Bijan, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, and I appreciate, was this mentioned 30 seconds or 60 seconds?
You have 90.
Oh, okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Me and my family have been a resident of Irvine since 2005. We've raised a couple of kids here. We love Irvine, and part of the reason we love it is it's a great environment, controlled communities. We don't like, development. My comments are about the Oak Creek. We use the facility. We have parties there. We have golf outings there. American Society of Civil Engineers. We've had golf outings there. I just don't want to see a bunch of boxy-looking buildings built there for residents. That just has to stop.
Sir,
we need the Irvine protected as Irvine.
Please. I don't want the caller to feel he was just abruptly dismissed, but that item, of course, is on our agenda tonight. This is the time for comments on non-agendized items, and I would invite the gentleman to please get in the queue for item 4.1 when he can be heard at greater length, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. And there's just one more speaker, telephone number 090. You may unmute your mic. You have 90 seconds. (090), can you hear us? And that is all the speakers, Mayor.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment on non-agendized items. We thank those who came forward and offered their views on various issues. At this time, we'll turn to the next item on our agenda, which is the city manager's report. Mr. Crumby, do you have a report this evening?
Just one quick item tonight. Our police chief, Michael Kent, is going to provide a brief update on immigration.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Crumby. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Nothing to report in regards to ICE or Border Patrol activity in our city since we last met at the last City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping us current on those developments. We'll move on then to announcements, committee reports, council reports. This is an opportunity for my colleagues and for me to make very brief announcements to report on their activities and to keep the public informed as to what may be going on in their district or elsewhere where their activities are taking place. So with that, I have several requests. Councilmember Liu, you have requested first to be heard.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sharing some updates and upcoming events. Next slide, please. The March OC Mosquito and Vector Control District report shows 0 positive disease samples in Irvine this year. The district is ramping up its sterile insect technique program ahead of summer. Next slide, please. At the last Hotel Improvement District meeting, the director presented exciting updates about the FIFA World Cup and the proposed California Welcome Center at the Great Park. Next slide, please. Orange County Sanitation launched a comprehensive cost of service rate study and hosted the largest OC San Citizens Academy to date, with 4 Irvine residents among the graduates. Next slide, please. I recently joined Councilmember Discussion in a group of academic and water experts invited by MODOC to inspect the state water project in Delta Island. We learned about efforts on water conveyance, infrastructure, and habitat restoration to keep our water sources sustainable. Next one, please. Thank you to all who joined our community forum on youth domestic violence prevention, co-hosted with Radiant Futures and Asian Americans Advancing Justice in Southern California. We hope everyone learned the life-saving knowledge to help more people. Next one, please. We're calling for more signups at our next Red Cross Blood Drive this Thursday, April 16th at Northwood Community Center, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your generosity will save a life. Please sign up. Next one, please. Do you want to learn more about solar and renewable energy? Join our office information meeting on April 22nd at Portola Springs in partnership with OC Go Solar and OCPA. Visit our social media for details, please. Next one, please. On April 22nd is Armenian Genocide Commemoration. We want to remind all Irvine residents of this historically significant event and that we should all respect one another for peace. Last one, please. Lastly, applications for 2026 Youth Peace Camp are open for grandchildren and great-grandchildren of Korean War veterans. Apply by April 27th. And last one. Thank you, and please contact our office or follow our social media for more information.
Thank you very much for that report. You're very busy. Thank you. I'll turn now to Councilmember Betty Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have a few updates to share from my office tonight. Next slide. I recently participated in hands-on fire operations activities with OCFA and Local 3631, just wearing their heavy uniform and equipment while performing under stressful events deepened my appreciation for the teamwork and courage of our firefighters demonstrate in every emergency situation. I was also grateful to join Rancho San Joaquin residents in thanking the OCFA firefighters whose quick response helped stop a recent garage fire from spreading to neighboring homes. So thank you to OCFA for all you do to keep Irvine safe. Next slide. Last Thursday, I joined Congressman Dave Mean and local leaders in a press conference to call for transparency after ICE confirmed its new office lease in Irvine. As an immigrant and as someone who has heard directly from residents who are scared and uncertain, this issue is deeply personal to me. I remain committed to standing up for due process, accountability, and the well-being of all who call Irvine home. Next slide. My office will distribute free food next month to those in need in our communities by partnering with Tree of New American on Saturday, May 23rd from 3 to 5 at MyGuard Community Park. Next slide. Lastly, I invite you to stay connected by following me on social media. Next slide. You can also stay up to date by subscribing to our monthly newsletter where I'm sharing updates from District 5 and the City of Irvine. So please reach out if you have any questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. I have updates on recent community events, board updates for OCTA and SCAG, as well as invitations to upcoming events. Next slide, please. This past week, we toured the Call to Adventure Fire Museum and the Flying Leathernecks Restoration Hangars at the Great Park. The Fire Museum recently had their grand opening in the City of Orange. Additionally, I attended the Exchange Club of Irvine to provide updates at the Great Park and upcoming events. Finally, I joined our community at the Irvine Police Department open house, where residents were given a glimpse into our department's day-to-day operations. Next slide, please. At OCTA, we authorized funding amendments for public outreach on the Route 55 improvements between the 405 and the 5, as well as allocated $27.8 million in M2 funds for critical rail infrastructure. At SCAG, we adopted local data exchange and forecasted development pattern guiding principles, which will share regional transportation data across participating jurisdictions to support the Connect SoCal 2050. Next slide, please. I now invite you all to attend a few upcoming events here in Irvine. The Great Park Library Planning Community Meeting will be on April 20th, 6 to 7 p.m. at the Great Park Studio. This is a great opportunity to provide input throughout the planning process. Additionally, Ciclo Irvine is taking place on May 2nd from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Irvine Boulevard. This open streets event will be temporarily close the roads, creating open streets for biking, walking, and other activities. Finally, join my office for the Irvine Dream Run at the Great Park on Saturday, May 9th. It's a great way to stay healthy and enjoy live music. Next slide, please. Feel free to scan the QR codes to sign up for updates on our newsletter and social media. This concludes our public comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I see no further requests, so let me take a few minutes to offer announcements of citywide events. The Irvine Animal Care Center invites all runners, walkers, and animal lovers to support animals in need by participating in its virtual 5K through April 30th. Complete the virtual 5K at your own pace at any location you choose. Every mile supports the health and well-being of animals in the center's care. To enter, submit an entry fee of $35 at irvineanimals.org/5K. Complete your race before April 30th and receive an exclusive race medal and certificate. Enter your four-legged friend to complete the 5K with you for an additional $8, and they will also receive their very own medal for completing the race. Proceeds go toward special programs at the Irvine Animal Care Center, which provides sheltering, care, and enrichment for homeless, neglected, abused, or unwanted animals. Next announcement. Earth Day is April 22nd, and the entire month of April is recognized as Earth Month. We encourage residents and businesses to take meaningful actions to help preserve and protect our planet and pave the way for a greener future. Celebrate Earth Day at Quail Hill Community Center this Saturday, April 18th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. This event will offer guided hikes, compost demonstrations, and much more. We're also taking part in the National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation, which is taking place this month. This annual challenge presented by the Wyland Foundation invites residents to make a long-term commitment to managing water resources more wisely. Visit mywaterpledge.com by April 30th to join the challenge and help conserve water on behalf of the city of Irvine. In a city known for thoughtful planning and environmental stewardship, we can lead by example and show how small, everyday actions add up to real conservation. For more information on these events, visit cityofirvine.org/Earth Day. Next, discover the next generation of artists with the return of the high school art exhibition on view through Friday, May 15th, right here at the Irvine City Hall. Featuring an inspiring collection of artwork by students attending high schools throughout Irvine, this exhibition offers a compelling look at the voices and visions shaping the future of art. Awards will be presented for outstanding submissions during a free open reception on Thursday, April 23rd from 4:30 to 6:30 right here at City Hall. There'll even be a Mayor's Choice Award. Additionally, Blick Art Materials will be generously donating art supplies to the classrooms of the winning high school students. Learn more about this exhibition at cityofirvine.org/art@City Hall. And finally, reporting potholes. Providing an exceptional quality of life is a point of pride for our city. And of course, safe, well-maintained roads are an important part of that commitment. Our city staff works diligently to repair potholes, but with more than 470 centerline miles of roadway, our community plays an important role in helping us identify areas in need of attention. If you see a pothole, you can report it in one of three ways. First, call our hotline at 949-724-7600. I'm going to repeat that, 949-724-7600. Report it, a second way is to report it on our Access Irvine mobile app, available at the Apple and Google Play app stores. And third, you can submit your report quite simply at cityofirvine.org/howcanwehelp. I've submitted my concern directly to the city manager regarding Jamboree, which is so heavily used by commuters. And he reports to me all of Jamboree is going to be paved just a little later this spring. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. So Jamboree is scheduled to be paved on a phased approach over the course of several years, done by the worst sections first, and yes, those are imminently scheduled to be done.
Thank you, and again, we do enlist the public's help in this regard, so we appreciate your partnership and helping us keep Irvine's streets safe and in excellent condition. That concludes the announcements for this evening, allowing us to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is additions and deletions. Mr. City Manager, are there additions or deletions to the agenda tonight?
None that I'm aware of.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes, I was going to announce something. Why don't I announce something first, and then you can offer your suggestions as well. Tonight is going to be a busy night for us. We're on schedule, actually. We're a little ahead of schedule. And I anticipate that we will be getting to item 4.1 after our consent calendar. We'll be getting to item 4.1 a little ahead of 7 o'clock. And we have set aside, in discussing this with the city manager and to some extent the city attorney as well, we've set aside about 3 hours to accommodate all the public comment as well as council comment and any possible action. There are other requested business items beginning with 5.1 through 5.5. 5.1 is a must address item, which we will get to after we've concluded 4.1. Mindful of the concern expressed about the budget, and which is put down as item 5.4 at the request of Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mai, I'm suggesting that that item be moved up to right after 5.1. And then as for the other items, we will deal with them as best we can, but by that time it'll be quite late in the evening for those who might have come for those remaining items. So with that, I'll turn to Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. You read my mind.
Okay. I thought I might in that regard. So there we are. With the agenda now set, we can move on to consent calendar items. Consent calendar items, number 3 on our agenda. Consent calendar items are typically considered to be non-controversial items handled in a single roll call vote. That they are routine doesn't mean that they're unimportant. And we, of course, offer an opportunity for citizens to be heard on those items. Let me turn to our city clerk and ask how many requests we have to be heard on consent calendar items, which tonight are items 3.1 through 3.6.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one request to speak via Zoom.
All right, why don't we take that right now, and then we can deal with the consent calendar. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. If I could, our speaker is Matt Pimentel. Matt, you may unmute your mic, and if you would, please note which item you're speaking to on the consent calendar. Thank you.
Hello, and I apologize. I was trying to raise my hand for a different item, so I will go back to you. I'll be back.
Thank you. And that is all, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you. Well, let me just ask that one item be removed for separate consideration, which is item 3.5, and I'll explain in a moment. Item 3.5 is response to the Orange County Grand Jury report regarding connecting Orange County to LAX, evaluating transportation options. I'm requesting that that be removed, and otherwise I'll make a motion to adopt the balance of the consent calendar. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Go. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco? Councilmember Treseder?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai?
Yes.
And Mayor Agron?
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Excellent. Let me explain why I withdrew item 3.5. The grand jury was engaged in a very exhaustive study about connecting various cities in Orange County to LAX. We had such a service here in the city of Irvine. I'd like to see service reestablished, and I would like our response to reflect that. What I'm going to suggest for tonight, because I don't want to burden this meeting with a major discussion here, we have, I think, a couple of, we have, I think, 4 to 6 weeks or so to get back to the grand jury with our response. I'd like to schedule this for a future council meeting for a full discussion, including the history of our flyaway connection, I think it was called at that time, years ago and what we might do to reestablish that service going forward. So I'll move that this item be continued to an appropriate time, giving staff time to look into this a little bit as well, come back to us. I think there's a date in May by which this is due. Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I move to continue this item to a time chosen by the city manager with the benefit of a staff report that can be made at that time as well. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Liu. Any discussion? There being none, the motion to continue is properly in order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Well, we're ahead of schedule. This is terrific. We move then to public hearings. I'd like to just say a word or two here. Again, we anticipate as much as 3 hours of public comment and discussion here, staff presentation, presentations by others. I'm going to suggest that also from time to time, as we call people up 10 at a time, that if there's clarity about questions that are raised, we may from time to time turn to our city attorney or staff to answer those questions, to turn this into a little bit more of a give and take, perhaps, than is customary. But we want to have all voices heard, and I think we'll be as generous as we can with time and opportunity to be heard. With that, I'll ask the city clerk to please identify this item, 4.1, by title and subject.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 4.1 is zoning text amendment establishing an alternative open space approach for planning area 12 in Oak Creek.
All right, this is a public hearing, which is slightly more formal than we handle other things. I'll declare the public hearing now open. And with that, turn to our staff initially, and then we will begin to hear from others in short order. Please introduce yourselves.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Alyssa Matthews. I'm the planning manager here, and I'm joined tonight by Director Frady, and we will be presenting a zone text amendment application filed by the Irvine Company to establish an alternative open space framework for planning area 12. The existing zoning ordinance requires planning area 12 to provide 176 acres of open space split between 2 parcels in planning area 12. These are required to remain under single ownership and operate as a public golf course. This slide shows the area affected by the zone text amendment, and you can see those 2 parcels here. These parcels currently are operating as the Oak Creek Golf Course.
Excuse me, can we make sure that the monitor in front of us reflects what's behind us? Thank you.
The intent of this zoning text amendment is to allow the city to consider a nature park alternative to the Oak Creek Golf Course to meet open space obligations for planning area 12. It also requires future discretionary review and approvals for projects moving forward within this area. The zone text amendment specifically requires the following. It would establish a public nature park and trail system, allow for land dedication and improvements equivalent to 162 acres. It would require a future park plan to include a minimum 50-acre public nature park, required park improvements, Jeffrey open space trail connectivity, Irvine Center Drive landscape improvements, grade-separated crossings, and the dedication of 312 acres of open space in Orchard Hills and Portola Springs. It is also important to understand what the zone text amendment does and what it does not do. It allows for consideration of a public nature park and trail system on a portion of the golf course subject to a park plan approval, and it establishes a framework to evaluate whether that nature park would be equivalent in value to the current golf course. It does not authorize any development or modify the general plan or zoning designations on any property within Planning Area 12, and it does not change the obligation that the golf course be retained under single ownership and operate as a golf course, nor does it change any requirements under the 1988 open space ballot measure. Notice of this council meeting was provided in accordance with all city standards. We've received numerous comments in favor of the project and in opposition to this project. Staff reviewed the project and determined that no additional environmental review is required. The Planning Commission heard this item on March 19th. Over 100 speakers provided comments on the project, both in favor and opposed to the project. After hearing those comments, the Planning Commission deliberated and ultimately voted unanimously to recommend City Council approval of the item. With that, City staff is recommending City Council approval of the item. And before I conclude, I'd like to note that the applicant is available and will be providing a brief presentation, so I will turn it over to them. And when they conclude, both the applicant and staff are available for questions.
It's important to me because I live across the street from the nature park and the ranch. And I want to be a part of this because I have a wonderful...
Did you want to introduce yourself first?
Yes, please. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jeff Davis.
All right, let me explain. As the applicant, our customary approach is to allow the applicant 10 minutes. Would that be enough?
I think that should be sufficient, yes.
That would be enough for you to present. All right, go right ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jeff Davis on behalf of the Irvine Company, the applicant. I do appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and present an option to expand public open space in Irvine. The action before the council is unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission, would allow an option to replace a 162-acre privately owned golf course, accessible and usable to a limited few, with up to 360 acres of publicly dedicated open space, including 50 acres to be dedicated and built as a future nature park. As only an option, I'd like to reiterate here what staff just said. The zoning does not amend any land use designations for any properties in the area. Moreover, I'm very pleased to say that our application has emerged from a very positive collaboration and encouragement from an engaged Irvine resident community seeking more publicly accessible open space in the city. In fact, this is the same community-based process used in the early 2000s to create the existing Jeffrey Open Space Trail, or JOST. In that case, the city and the company agreed as an alternative to the 1988 implementing open space agreement for JOST that fewer acres of land could be dedicated in exchange for the company making all improvements that make the trail the wonderful place it is today. This process was possible in that Resolution 88-1 in and of itself did not define any specific boundaries or any acreages within the open space areas. Instead, it called for the establishment of an open space program that would be, quote, the subject of an agreement between the city and the landowner prior to implementation. As an example here, the investment in the consensus building that took place then, and the alternative agreement, and the resulting improvements, we believe were well worth the exchange. Fast forward to today. Consistent with the approach used in the early 2000s, over the last year, the Irvine Company has met with 3,000 residents from 23 villages to listen to their ideas on open space. Thousands more have shared their thoughts online or through printed communications. In the end, it became clear to us that residents wanted a consideration for a nature park connected to the city's trail networks and closer to the heart of Irvine. This vision was defined with the help of that same community in a truly remarkable process. While the resulting option differs from the current golf course, it is fundamentally rooted in the Jeffrey Trail process and therefore a consistent approach to implementing the open space program. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to the thousands of residents that we've had contact with in this planning process. Their input led to a community vision for the proposed nature park, which our interpretive planner, Jenny Rigby, will now share with you. Jenny? Just keep going. It'll push, then it'll get there.
I don't have to turn on the video.
Just advance it.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Rigby. I'm an interpretive planner and designer with 46 years of experience in the field and studio. 10 as a frontline naturalist, an educator at a nature center, public aquarium, and a zoo, and 36 years with the Acorn Group. Among other projects, we planned, designed, and developed the interpretive media at Nix Nature Center, Portola Springs, Quail Hill, Bomber Canyon, Laguna Coast Wilderness Park, Bolsa Chica Wetlands, and the Bolsa Chica Conservancy Interpretive Center. My role with this current project is as co-facilitator of the community engagement process. In this capacity, I work closely with the Irvine Company and SWA Group. Together, we focused on creating an open, welcoming platform for the community meetings. We encourage feedback at each step, and we integrated it into a successive series of drawings. We began at the dreaming stage, an open-ended exploration of what could constitute a nature park. We provided an overview of Irvine's open space and images of sample amenities. Community members shared their thoughts about them: nature trails, bridges, nature centers, botanical gardens, meadows, and woodlands. At the second round of community engagement meetings, we shared this draft site plan that you see and a planning notebook, all based on the community's input. We entered an analytical stage. Community members worked in small breakout groups to review each amenity on the basis of form and function. At the third set of workshops, we allowed for a draft set of illustrations and ideas to coalesce. Community members responded to refined illustrations of possible amenities. They included botanical and pollinator gardens. These gardens are cultivated spaces that focus on native plants that are specifically designed to support native pollinators, such as butterflies and hummingbirds. A meandering creek was strongly desired by the community, and it could follow the grade from east to west through the nature park, past a potential nature center, cafe, and nature play area. But the top priority expressed by residents was an extensive network of new trails interconnected with the regional trail system. The scale of the land could accommodate up to 5 miles of new trails. Safety and continuous travel were major priorities. Residents identified 2 potential bridge crossings, one at the rail tracks and one at Irvine Center Dry, as key features to complete the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. Within the interior of the nature park, residents requested natural, multi-track trails that safely accommodate both pedestrians and cyclists. During this planning work, I was struck by 3 things. The mix of community members from throughout Irvine who consistently showed up for each workshop: college students, millennials, young parents, grandparents, and next-door neighbors. They all shared a common bond. That bond is the desire to create a nature park that facilitates enjoyment in a natural environment consisting of native plants, plant habitats, and wildlife, including songbirds and butterflies. And third, that there is common agreement among all these community members about the desired amenities. Their motivation for visiting a nature park may differ, but their vision of that setting is very similar. SWA Group was able to create renderings such as this to capture that vision.
It's important to me because I live across the street from the nature park and the ranch. And I want to be a part of this because I have a wonderful husband who is handicapped. And so we do the parks, but for us, this would be a park where we just go across the bridge on Jeffrey Road and then down into the nature park. That would really help us out and give us a place to go on a beautiful afternoon.
They don't just want, feedback about what they want to hear, but are actually inviting criticism and seeing what works and seeing what doesn't. The planners involved are taking the community into account and listening to feedback and rolling it into their plans.
Definitely excited about having separate paths for cyclists and pedestrians. Having a dedicated trail makes it just easier to traverse if I'm just doing more recreational exercise. Having that ability to kind of go through that area and then having it connected to other trails like Quail Hill and then up towards Portola is also an opportunity.
I'm looking forward to having a great place to go to decompress, to go on walks with friends, to be able to hang out, to just be myself sometimes, be with my family, I love it. I love that I can just go to a place in Irvine, down the street from me, and experience that and feel like I'm in a whole different place, on vacation maybe.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes our presentation. I and my team are here to answer questions, either now or at the conclusion of the public testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think we'll probably just have you on standby as we begin to get into this. I just wanted to turn to our city attorney at this moment to underscore what is in front of us, what it does and what it doesn't do. The word consider was italicized. Would you put that slide up again? I think it was your first slide. And with that, as you're looking for it, I'm going to turn to Mr. Melching and have him, thank you, have him speak to these two bullet points. We obviously welcome testimony, but we don't want there to be a misunderstanding about what we are or might be doing tonight and what we're not doing tonight.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
With your permission, I'll start with the second question first. The general plan designation for this property is P, preservation. There is no general plan amendment in front of the City Council tonight. The general plan designation for the property will remain P, preservation, if the agenda item is approved. The land use designation for the property is 1.4, preservation. There is a zone change in a zoning code amendment in front of you tonight, but it doesn't change the 1.4 preservation designation for the land. That is to say, if the agenda item is approved tonight, the property will remain in the 1.4 preservation category, all of it. The 1.4 preservation category is defined in chapter, I think, 3-37.5 of the zoning code. Preservation allows no residential development, no industrial development. It generally allows no commercial development, but there is a carve-out recognizing that there are some commercial uses on the golf course. So if the item is approved tonight, because the property will remain in the 1.4 preservation category, and because the 1.4 preservation category does not allow residential or industrial, this action item is not an approval of industrial or residential development. That's what it's not. What it is the creation of an option that would allow the City Council to consider, as a matter of process, a different means of fulfilling open space obligations in this planning area. That's all it is. The idea that it is the approval of development, that's or that development has even been proposed is a question for another day. The question whether that development would require a general plan amendment, it would, and whether that general plan amendment would require a vote of the people, or the council would require that that general plan amendment go before the people, that's also a question for another day and something that the council can take up if and when a development is proposed.
Thank you. I hope that's helpful. And with that, unless my council colleagues have any questions of staff at this time or wish to say anything, seeing none, without further ado, then I would suggest that we go forward with public comment. How many requests are there, Mr. Peterson, to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 114 speakers.
One. So with 114 speakers, let's leave the queue open a little while here. There may be a few more that wish to drop in. How many of those are in person and how many are remote?
Out of the 114, we have 107 on Zoom. 107 in person.
107 in person.
Correct.
So let's leave the queue open. There probably will be some who wish to participate. Let's leave the queue open for at least the next 10 or 15 minutes and allow 90 seconds to those who are testifying in person. Let me say something to tree lovers, including myself. I somehow managed to bypass the Arbor Day recognition, which we will take up between this item and 5.1 real quickly, but after this item, all right? So to anybody who was here for that, I apologize, and we'll get into that a little later on. Shall we begin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could call forward Doug Karstens, Rolf Parks, Derek Shirk, John L. Britton, Ray Perello, Lisa Wood, Bill Schultz, Christy Chen, and Christina Shea.
Welcome to you all.
And we'll start with Mr. Karstens.
Hello, good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager. I am Doug Karstens. I'm here on behalf of the Orange Tree Homeowners Association and Save Irvine Open Space. And among this 114 speakers, amazing, we oppose this zone change and we ask that you vote no or submit it to the voters. Let them decide whether Initiative Resolution 88-1 means what it says or maybe disregarded or eroded. That is a question for tonight, and it's not another day. The bottom line is this zone change allows the process of converting 176 acres dedication requirement in the ordinance into a 50-acre potential park promise. The city should keep the 176-acre dedication or put it to the voters if the change should be made. As stated in our March 25 letter to you, this zone change would be invalid because it is inconsistent with the open space element of the general plan and it violates Initiative Resolution 88-1. The City Council must submit it to the voters of Irvine. Our letters of March 25 and July 17 show why that is, citing Palavand of Mission Indians. Initiative 88-1 is effective to change the general plan. It is the current law of the city. We disagree with the city attorney on this regard. The city must obtain voter approval. It must comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. This is not exempt from environmental review under either of the claimed exemptions. This leads to development.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. It should be put to the voters or say no.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Welcome, sir.
So I'm Rolf Parks, and this is my attorney that I've brought to speak to all the people about what the real law is and not what the facade is, okay? The big picture here is the whole space, okay? You're starting with this 50-acre park, but you don't get that park unless you give them 150 acres of homes. Mr. Davis, am I right or wrong? Are you still here? Yeah, he left.
No, he didn't.
That would have been a great question for somebody to ask him. You won't get that park without 150 acres of homes, which amounts to, I don't know, another, 10,000 people or whatever, okay? So I'm not sure where you're trying to go with the park, because you can't get it without 150 acres of homes, all right? And so, you know, I'm a retired police officer here. I worked here for 30 years. I was a detective with Chief Kent over here during several of those years. For 6 of these years, I was one of the sergeant-at-arms, and I sat here and I watched, you know, you guys make laws and stuff like that, but I never saw you break a law. And, you know, I never had a chance to break a law if I was a police officer, because I just decided I wanted to. I don't think you really have the right to break that law either. 88-1, as you heard Mr. Carson say, is the law of the land. And somehow we're going to have a facade and a make-believe that somehow you can break the law. And you can't. And so I'm imploring for you to think about what you're going to tell these people out here for the rest of the night.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Derek?
My name is Derek, and I live in Orange Tree. This deceptive proposal is not really about building a 50-acre park. It's a backdoor attempt to remove open space requirements from the other 120 acres so that Irvine Company can build luxury McMansions and make a fortune. The City Council should reject this piecemeal approach. This matter should be tabled until we get some commitment from the Irvine Company about what they will build on the other 120 acres. We all received their mailer with the pretty watercolor paintings of the nature park. The McMansions are hidden in this map that's in this mailer. But it does show a new school, and the slide shown tonight shows a new school too. They know that the community would support a new school, especially the desperate parents in Oak Creek area. This is because the Oak Creek Elementary School suffers from severe overcrowding after Irvine Company built the Los Olivos neighborhood with no school. Irvine Company promised a school in Los Olivos, but that was just another one of their lies. Instead, they built high-rise housing and made out like bandits. So since half the city now believes that this school is that there's a new school included in this proposal, would Irvine Company like to tell us how many acres they will provide for this new school? Maybe Mr. Davis can address that. But at this point, we have no commitment for that. They have offered nothing other than pretty pictures and some slick marketing. In summary, I urge the council to table this matter, reject this piecemeal approach, require Irvine Company to make specific, enforceable commitments regarding the new school shown in the map. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
John L. Britton.
Mayor, council members, where is Mike Carroll, whose district this affects? Your staff report says this whole thing doesn't violate 88-1. Well, that is an outright lie, because this whole thing is about building Oak Creek Village on this permanent open space. And if you all pass this thing, all of you are complicit in this lie. This whole thing started last year with an MOU about Oak Creek Village. Now it's just about a 50-acre park, and nobody's discussing the Oak Creek Village. During the summer, we were discussing a ballot initiative to let the city decide. That got tabled and never picked up because the Irvine Company changed their tactic to no longer discuss the Oak Creek Village, but just a 50-acre park. This is a Trojan horse. If you allow this, then you are effectively approving the entire Oak Creek Village. You don't have the authority to do this permanent open space, turn this permanent open space into a housing development without putting it to a vote of the entire city. All of you know it, including your unethical city attorney lawyer. So stop this nonsense and kill this end zone around rezoning attempt to build Oak Creek Village on land that is supposed to be free of development forever, as you, Mayor Agrin, once wrote on numerous occasions in articles over the years. This is your greatest legacy, Mayor. Please remember that.
Thank you, and welcome.
Ray Perello.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Irvine Company faces several significant criticisms and failings, not just customer complaints, but legal and regulatory issues. The company has been accused of violating multiple civil codes and engaged in unfair business practices. Complaints have been filed regarding shoddy business tactics and a lack of accountability. Customer complaints, construction and marketing challenges. Despite plans to build 9,000 new units across California, the company faces challenges due to significant decline in construction statewide, attributing to high interest rates and marketing over supply. Is that what you want to align yourself with? I know Irvine has its own challenges. I got that beautiful brochure in my mail too. They have 302 open space trails and walkways, 302. You have 3 courses in Irvine, golf courses. You take one away, that's 2. How fair is that? It's a beautiful nature park. Leave it for the people to vote. It's their decision, it's their town, not Irvine Company, not the council members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Wood.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Agron and council members. My name is Lisa Wood, and I'm a 23-year resident of Orange Tree, represented by Councilmember Carroll, who is not here tonight. I am here tonight because I am deeply disappointed that the City Council is not standing up for the voters of Irvine. In 1988, residents made their intent clear. Oak Creek is permanent open space. The only reason we are here now is because the city failed to record the easement it was legally obligated to record. That mistake does not erase the will of the people. I also want to address a repeated misrepresentation. The Irvine Company is proposing to develop roughly 2/3 of the existing open space and then relabel the remaining 1/3 as a nature park. That is not a gift. That is a net loss of protected land and a massive reduction of the open space voters were promised would be permanent. The Irvine Company received major development rights elsewhere in exchange for keeping this land open. They have already been compensated. Now they are trying to use a technicality to undo a voter-approved protection, and the City Council is allowing the process to move forward as if 88-1 were optional. It is not optional. It is voter-approved law. I expect my elected officials to defend voter authority, not defer to a private developer.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, sir.
Good evening. I'm Bill Schultz, a resident of the Orange Tree neighborhood. You know, the person with all the right answers will always have a job, and that job is working for the person who has all the right questions. My question tonight is, why am I here? What motivates me to come into this hostile environment and let alone speak? It's because Irvine has my heart. It's truly a special city. And when I learned of the opportunity to provide input into the development of a nature park that integrates and completes the Jost to be built right across the street from Orange Tree, I was curious and I went to observe. I was struck by the sincerity in which input was solicited from the dozens and dozens of residents. I was hooked. Attending every follow-up session clearly demonstrated to me that the planning team had the right questions and was listening to and incorporating the feedback provided. Over several months, a spectacular nature park plan emerged, and everyone who attended even one of those sessions had a part in that spectacular plan. I support the rezoning of this area and have one additional request. Require inclusion of a pedestrian walkway over Barranca at Jeffrey to provide connection to the San Diego Creek Trail.
Thank you. Your time is up.
And truly complete Jost.
Thank you for your comments.
Christy Chen.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Christy Chen. I attend the planning workshops and meetings for the proposed nature park in Central Irvine. And after learning more about Irvine's trails, parks, and open spaces, I just wanted to share that I support this effort. This nature park is a great investment in our community. It will create a safe, beautiful place where people of all ages, kids, adults, and older adults can spend time outdoors, stay active, and connect with nature. As a mother of 4, all of my children attended Stone Creek Elementary School, Lakeside Middle School, and Woodbridge High School. With my youngest still at the Woodbridge, I have seen how important spaces like this really are. A nature park gives our youth a positive alternative to hang out. It's a place where they can explore, recharge, and spend their time in a healthier, more meaningful way. Irvine has always done a great job with thoughtful planning, and this project is another example of that, focusing on wellness, long-term well-being, and bring the community together. I respectfully urge your support for the nature park in the Central Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Christina Shea, and if I could also call forward Paul Vu, Ryan Bates, Mike LeBlanc, I'm sorry, Mr. LeBlanc has a PowerPoint, Joanne Slobodian, Geraldine Larson, Mike Nystrom, Kimberly Go, Jamie Acklander, Tim Nguyen, and Natalie Poland.
Welcome, former Mayor Christina Shea.
Thank you so much. Very nice to be here. We've been doing this for a year now, so you're getting used to me coming back. I want to say hi to all the council members, and I am very, very disappointed in Mike Carroll. He is our district representative for District 4 that I live in, where this project is in, and it's amazing how many times he doesn't show up to meetings when things are tough. But you all show up, and I have to congratulate you for that. I just want to say, Mayor Agrin, you are the architect and father of our open space that got approved in 1988 and reapproved in 1992. It is law. This planning process that's been going on this year is illegal. We should not even be having this planning process until it goes back to the voters. This needs to go back to the ballot. Do I like that nature park? I love it. In fact, I met with the Irvine Company, and my proposal was to build a wildlife park, which is pretty much is what they're proposing. But it cannot be done until the voters approve the development that they're planning. They're not telling most of the people that to pay for this nature park, they're going to have to build up to 5,000 homes to cover that cost. It's going to devastate center open space. And if we do this now, can you imagine how many other areas in our city that are open space are now going to be open to development because we're violating the law? This can't go on. It can't continue. And I'm asking you to please do the right thing and put it on the ballot. Thank you so much.
Paul Vu.
Hello, my name is Paul Vu, and I want to implore you to reject the rezoning request. That Planning Commission decision was based on wrong legal advice. Attorney Karsten, a land use legal expert, has already sent to you a letter explaining that this rezoning request is invalid and erroneous. Thus, your approval of the rezoning request would expose the city to unnecessary lawsuits and liability. The Save Irvine Open Space Committee wants the Oak Creek property to be a nature park with all 176 acres as open space with no new homes built. The people advocating for the Irvine Company's plan for a 50-acre nature park are actually agreeing with us about the need for open space, but they only want 30% set aside as a park, not the full 100% as required by 88-1. The issue of the Oak Creek open space should be put on the ballot, as Larry Agrin said last year. If you do not put this on the ballot in 2026, the citizens will start another initiative to force a special election in 2027, costing the city $2 million more than if you hold the election this year. With the city already running a deficit of over $6 million, it would be fiscally irresponsible for you to not hold this election in 2026. Thank you.
Ryan Bates.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ryan Bates, and I represent a committee of residents called the Irvine Neighbors for Nature, dedicated to the expansion of the Jeffrey Open Space Trail connection and the development of the proposed nature park. I and hundreds of individuals have met with the planners of the park to provide our input on the plan. Many of us were not able to be here tonight, but it would be a loss not consider the time, care, and passion they put into making this project representative of all walks of life, demographics, and length of residency. And I'm sure you can appreciate, given where we're at this evening and the events of this afternoon, why some of them did not feel safe speaking tonight. To address some of the things that have been said about supporters of this park, we are not a collection of individuals who in any way financially benefit from this option moving forward. I've personally been accused of being a plant or a paid agent, but Mayor Agron, you've met my children at the pancake breakfast. I drive on Jeffrey every day from Oak Creek to my work on Jeffrey and, Jamboree and Michelle. I love golfing. I don't hike. I don't own a bike. I've been called an indoor cat, and I have every expectation that my commute will be worse in the coming years. But the truth is, this nature park will make this already special place even better, even if I don't directly benefit from it. My love for the city and my intention to live here for the rest of my life are the reasons I so fully endorse creating a truly open space in the heart of Irvine. We have a chance to create something that will benefit all Irvine residents for generations, and I hope you will allow this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come to life. Thank you.
Joanne Slobodian.
Hi, everyone. You are being offered a 50-acre nature park, but to get it, you give up 126 acres of protected open space. That's a land swap. You lose leverage. The Irvine company gains billions. The city loses millions. 126 acres at Oak Creek are stripped of protections and traded for alternate land elsewhere, including, again, avocado groves, leaving them open to development. The land is undervalued, priced as a golf course, not developmental land. That costs you guys millions. You're facing a $6 million shortfall. You don't fix a deficit by giving away protected land at a discount. You're getting about $96 million in proposed benefits, not even direct cash, plus alternate land. That leaves the city worse off. This is a deal after the deal. This is piecemeal. That's how you create chaos, but not by not following the general plan. Twice voter-approved Resolution 88-1 was meant to protect this land. This proposal does the exact opposite. You should be focusing on getting the easement, not rezoning. There is only an offer of an easement tied to a 75% condition no one can verify. Without it, the land isn't protected. Move forward and you give up your biggest bargaining power. Your job is to secure our protection, not give away your leverage. Residents saw council members on the golf course with the Irvine company yesterday. So people are asking, is this a done deal?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Geraldine Larson.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agron and esteemed council members. Nice to see you tonight. Sorry, I'm realizing how old I'm getting because I'm kind of slow doing this now. So when we think about the legacy we leave behind in Irvine, we're not just thinking about buildings. We're thinking about the spaces that bring people, families, and communities together. My name is Gigi Larson. I'm a small business owner, and I'm a past president of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County. So I'm here in strong support of the planned nature park. This project protects our environment, supports community health, and creates opportunities for education and connection. It reflects the kind of forward-thinking leadership that makes Irvine one of the best places to live and work. I respectfully urge you to support PA12, the Nature Park Zone change, because this is not just a project. It's a legacy for future generations. I loved being an Irvine resident. I loved it when my son grew up here. I was walking my nieces to the schools. We were doing soccer games at the parks here. Irvine is beautiful. There is room for change, but from what I've seen at the the nature park.
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mike Nystrom.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor Agren and City Council members. Thank you for going through this again. I'm an original owner in Northwood Point, have been here for 25 years, and have been active in the community for all that time. I moved here for the parks, for the schools, for the sense of community, and the open space. Jeffrey Open Space Trail is that open space. This nature park proposal continues that and helps fulfill the vision that we've had for Irvine. I've had the opportunity to meet with dozens of business owners and community residents who all want open space, which means they want this plan to go forward. We don't have matching shirts, we're not very loud, but we represent a cross-section of all the villages, all the communities, and a cross-section of demographics, which will all benefit from the new nature park. There's always opposition, and I've been fortunate to go to some of the planning meetings and see the careful work and the acceptance of input and changes that the Irvine Company has made while putting this plan forward. That this careful consideration is the reason that we fully support the Irvine Company plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Kimberly Go.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Go. I am an entrepreneur and I'm a resident of Woodbury Village. Irvine has always been a city that thinks ahead, and I believe this is one of those moments. I'd love to see the Oak Creek Golf Course reimagined as a nature park, a space that any resident can enjoy freely. A nature park would give families a place to gather, children a place to explore, and neighbors a reason to slow down and connect. No fees, no gates, just open green space in the heart of our city. I understand this is a complex decision with many voices involved. I simply hope that as you weigh those voices, you'll consider how many more residents could benefit from this space as a nature park. Irvine has always invested in its people. I hope this will be another example of that.
Thank you for your comments.
Jamie Acklander.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Jaime Acklander. Thanks to Council for listening to me. Yes, I do oppose this rezoning because I'm concerned. We are talking here about parks. Everybody wants parks and open spaces, but that's not why the Irvine Company is proposing this. They're not a philanthropical action. They want to build 5,000 units, residential units in that space. That should be the issue, not the park. By the way, it seems that the people of Irvine do want parks. Fine, consider that with the park and recreation people. But we don't have to give away 88-1, which is what was voted a long time ago. Regarding votes, I'm very concerned about votes. I disagree to some of my friends here, because we are getting this as the Irvine proposal. I have to use CSI Irvine, that's my wife, to understand that this has come from the Irvine Company, not from the city. So if we vote, I'm concerned that this is going to be misleading us. This is not about park. It's about building, okay? And the other thing, don't kick this 5 years from now for further discussion. They will come back to us, even when none of us will be here. Thanks, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Tim Nguyen here? Tim Nguyen? Natalie? Okay, go ahead. And if I could also call forward Chanchala Singh, Tiffany Aguinaldo, Claire Na, Pumi, Emix, Sue, Nada, and Jeff Bautista, and Laura Sinanian.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Natalie Poulin, and I've lived in Irvine for 30 years, and I am an active user of our parks and recreational services. And I am here because I really love this park plan, and I want you to know there's support for it. I believe that this park serves a different kind of need than our other existing parks. When my kid was little, we went to the community parks and we got to know all the best playgrounds. When he was older, we did all of those soccer fields. And we've used many of the open space trails that are more intimidating physically to use. But this particular park, it serves the need for those of us who want something closer by, more accessible, but still have that immersive feel where you feel like you're immersed in nature. I believe that if this park is built, it will become the crown jewel of Irvine's park system. It will connect our Jeffrey Open Space Trail with our other trails, and I really look forward to it, and I really hope that we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Chanchala.
Welcome.
It's been 10 years I moved here, and I love this place. I lived here, and I support the park. I'm an Irvine resident, and I support the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tiffany?
Esteemed council.
Welcome.
My name is Tiffany Aguinaldo, and I support Irvine Company and Agenda Item 4.1, the Planning 12 Nature Park. I have been a resident of Irvine for more than 10 years, and I, along with my husband, have chosen Irvine as a place to grow our roots and raise our daughter. For several months, I have spent several hours alongside my fellow community members and hosted focus groups with Irvine Company for the development and planning of this nature park. After reviewing the most recent plans, I was pleased to see that the Irvine Company listened and integrated the feedback and input from the group discussions. When you make your decision and vote on this agenda item, I hope you'll think about the future you're creating for Irvine and the aspects of the city that our family, along with other families, enjoy. With the approval of this agenda item, you will help ensure this generation and the next will have years of new experiences enjoying nature and appreciating the city's outdoors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Claire Na? Claire? Pumi?
Welcome, sir.
Hi, hi, council members and Mr. Mayor. This is my second town meeting, and this is really cool. I shook your hand once. I'm sure you don't remember, but I'm an Irvine resident. I lived here for 7 years, and I just got married. My wife is in the back. Hi, honey. Sorry. And I love this city. This is a beautiful city, and I think it's fantastic here. And as both of my meetings have been with this policy, it's also a very passionate city. I love the people here. I love how much they care about this city. And I really want to spend the rest of my life here. I know we've been talking a lot about the nature park and how that's like the main thing, the main draw. But as someone who has rented their whole life, I would like housing. I would like to live here. And I don't make a lot of money. I just teach kids with autism, and it's hard to find a place here. And I support this, and I hope to see more things happen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mx.
Welcome, sir.
Hello, good evening. My name is Mx Dial. Thank you for the time.
As a local business owner and a founding member of PhilAm, a local Irvine nonprofit, I've seen what truly helps the community grow and stay connected. I strongly support the nature park. This project will create a peaceful nature space, bring people together, and enhance the quality of life for the residents. Investments like this make people want to live here in Irvine, stay here, and invest in the city, benefiting both residents and local businesses. I encourage you to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Sue Lips. Nada Mohammed.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agrin and Honorable City Council members. My name is Nita, and I'm here today to express my support for transforming the Oak Creek Golf Course into a nature park for our community. As an Irvine resident for nearly 30 years, Irvine is just where I live. It's my home. And my son grew up here, schooling, completing his college in UCI. And now, as a grandmother to a 3-year-old, I find myself thinking about the kind of environment she will grow up in and how spaces like this will shape her life. Some of my most meaningful moments have been spent walking the Jeffrey Open Space Trail with family and friends, enjoying the beauty and peace that our city so thoughtfully preserves. That is why this vision feels so important to me. As nature park that includes botanical gardens, inclusive playgrounds designed for children of all learning abilities, and safe hiking and walking trails would be an incredible gift to our community. The opportunity to safely connect trails from Hicks Canyons to Jeffrey Open Space Trail and into the proposed nature park without navigating busy roads would truly be a gift to our community. It would allow the families
Thank you. Your time is up.
Just finish your sentence. Go ahead. Finish your sentence.
So many others to spend more time outdoors, walking, exploring.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Jeff Bautista.
Welcome, sir.
Mayor Agrin, City Council members, good evening. Again, my name is Jeff Bautista. I'm the president of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County. And I am one of the over 100 letters in support of this nature park project and giving you the option to make that a reality. At the recent City Planning Commission meeting, I shared a personal story where I was taking my young nieces, ages 7 and 9. They recently immigrated from the Philippines, and we were visiting beaches and parks in Orange County. And one of them looks up to me and says, "Uncle, we get to play here for free?" And I looked at her and I said, "Yes." And she said, "Wow," with that joyous, wonderful child smile. You guys all know what that looks like. Now, that little exchange reminded me how great our country is. Something like that is not available to them in the Philippines, which is why for her it was such an amazing, amazing revelation. And so I ask you to remember how great a role it is that you play in making sure that that kind of smile, that kind of feeling, and that who we are as a country and as a city remains that beacon for everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Laura Sinanian, and if I could also call forward Neil Estrada, Bobby McDonald, Hema N, Majid Mohamed, Jerry Chang, Sally Ann Sheridan, Greg Smith, and Linda Smith.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and all the council members. I'm gonna say I was here when you, Mayor, gave your state of the city. You mentioned how you want to create safe, how Irvine is safe. You mentioned community. You mentioned school. All the changes that you're making towards improving the city better to a better and better. This park, we created for that, for community, for family. I know you have grandchildren. You do want to celebrate their birthdays, right? We have a community center over there for free to do it because right now everything expensive. How are you gonna afford to have a birthday, quinceañera, whatever you want to celebrate with your family when things are going more expensive. This is park gonna be that safe haven place where you can relax, where you can celebrate, create memories. This is not about just us. This is about us and the future. We cannot only talk about just us and this moment. This moment is just today, it's passing. You sleep, tomorrow is a new day. But we're thinking about just now and just ourselves. We're not thinking about the future. We're not thinking
Thank you. Your
about
time
the
is
kids.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Neil Estrada. Neil. Bobby McDonald. Bobby McDonald. Hema.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, all. My name is Hema Nipoletti. I'm here representing ABAOC in support of the proposed nature park. Projects like this are incredibly valuable, not just for recreation, but for the long-term well-being of our community. Expanding open space and improving trail connectivity reflect Irvine's motto, love where you live, and help bring that vision to life. As a 15-year Irvine resident and a person who runs a tech company and an active member of the business community, I've seen how access to high-quality green space helps attract talent and investment. I appreciate the vision behind this project and encourage the city to move it forward. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Majid.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mr. Mayor and City Council members, city officials, and public at large. I just want to repeat what I wrote to the city already, just as to save time. I want to express my strong support for moving this project forward and making the nature park a reality. I've been a West Park resident for almost 24 years, and one of the things I value most about living in Irvine is how seamlessly the neighborhoods are connected. Just last Saturday, I rode my bike from my home to Hicks Canyon Trail, then to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, and finally to a Stone Gate Park to watch my 4-year-old grandson play softball. Experiences like that are exactly what makes Irvine special and priceless. With the pedestrian bridge over the I-5 nearly complete, only one major safety improvement remains: achieving full, uninterrupted connectivity of the trail system at Jeffrey and I-5. The proposed nature park would provide that missing link, allowing residents and trail users to travel safely and completely off the roads. This would be a tremendous benefit to the surrounding neighborhoods and to everybody who enjoys Irvine's living network. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Jerry Chang. Is Jerry here? Ms. Sheridan?
Welcome to former Mayor Sally Ann Sheridan. Welcome to Irvine.
Thank you. Mayor Agrin and council members, I'm here tonight along with my former council colleagues to speak about the elephant in the room. The elephant that I am referring to is the new Irvine company with new leadership and no history. The issue before us is not about a change for a nature park. It is the first step in the promotion of a massive development of more than 4,000 housing units in an area designated for permanent open space. The new Irvine company has built a team of public relations people who have been given a task to implementing to implement and convince people that the nature park is a worthy project, not mentioning to many of them the development. They have a need. They have tried to block the gathering of signatures on a petition. They have threatened HOAs and any other person who would be in opposition to this project, including the Oak Creek Golf Course staff. If the area of Oak Creek is rezoned as proposed, it will be a
Thank you. Your time is up.
dereliction of all
Just
the open space agreements by the company.
excuse me, just take a few more moments. Our city clerk is obligated to interrupt at 90 seconds, but I want you to finish your comments. Go ahead.
Thank you. We are requesting that you do not vote this zone change tonight and keep open space as voted by the people of Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Smith.
Thank you. We have a number of formers here. I want to welcome former city council member, former school board member, Greg Smith. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Good evening, Irvine Council. I am Greg Smith, a former Irvine City Council member, Planning Commissioner, and school board trustee. Tonight's agenda item and much of the discussion, I think, missed the main issue. It's not the zone change or the nature park. These are kind of distractions. The overriding issue is simple. Will a prior vote of the people regarding the entire Oak Creek open space be upheld, or will it be ignored? With so much talk these days about democracy and transparency, there is only one right and ethical action to take tonight. Table the zone change, go back to the voters with a straightforward question. No multiple choice, no language about nature parks or land swaps, no complicated initiatives, just an up or down vote on this vital question. Should the entirety of the Oak Creek open space put in place by the voters be preserved? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Linda Smith.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Agrin and City Council. I'm Linda Smith, no relation, and I've been a resident of Woodbridge since 1983. And I would agree with Mayor Shea that, Mayor Agrin, you are the architect of the open space in Irvine, and that's one of the reasons we continue to live here, is the thoughtful development of residential, retail, recreation, and open space. How this issue has gotten this far is baffling to me. This was mandated in 88.1. And Mr. Melching, I'm going to look at you. You're not paying attention. He said that development was not a question in this. Well, somebody better tell the Irvine company that, because I'm getting mailings that tell me I can joyfully embrace a 50-acre park. It should be a 176-acre park, and 3,000 units, or accept 5,000 units. This is about development, okay? So that is the question. We should table this. Nothing should change. It's not an issue of how many units. It's an issue of open space. If it's going to be a park, it should be 176 acres. It's not about a golf course. Do the right thing and send this back to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Neil, and if I could also call forward Catherine Osan, Dave Foschi, Judith Steinhauser, Sherry Kettler, Paula Miller, Jim Foley, Monty Taylor, Matt B., Farah Conchar, and Emma Zhao.
Good evening,
Welcome.
Mayor Agrin. Good evening,
Welcome.
City Council. Thank you for having me here. Well, tonight is highly contested, but I am here to say I've been a 22-year resident of Irvine, and some of the things we enjoy of Irvine are going to be the open space, the retail shops, the community, and the housing. But I will say this, I do have 2 children, and I take them to a park every single weekend that I can. And one of the things that I've noticed when Irvine Company invited me to be part of this, planning to see what they're doing, I was actually very surprised that they actually invited not only people who might be for the park, but people who might be against the park. They invited all demographics. And Irvine, the city of Irvine is a city we all love. But one of the things about Irvine is it has the #1 park system in California, the #2 nationwide. And I just think having this nature park will elevate the park experience even more for the city of Irvine. For those of us who support it, we're going to go to the nature park. For those who don't support this right now, I'm willing to bet some of us will eventually be at the park anyway. We have parents, we have kids, we have grandkids, and a nature park, I think, would be a great use of this open space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Catherine Osan.
Thank you for your comments and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kathy Osan. I'm a 40-plus year Irvine resident. I voted for Resolution 88-1 because it continued the priorities under which the city of Irvine was planned, a balance between housing development and open space. Under this agreement, some areas, including Planning Area 12, Oak Creek, were designated permanent open space. Permanent in the dictionary means intended to remain unchanged indefinitely. That means forever. The Irvine Company received development rights in other parts of the city in exchange for this. This is a critical location in the center of our city, and it needs to remain open. So why would we ever agree to accept a 50-acre park when we all voted for 176 acres of open space? The Irvine Company has already received compensation. No one is talking about the effect of 3,000 to 5,000 more cars on Jeffrey Road. Drive down Jeffrey on a Saturday. Try to get to this park. The City Council cannot ethically and legally consider changes without the vote of city residents.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Who already voted for this open space. Please send it to the voters and reject this.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Dave Fauci.
Welcome, sir.
I haven't lived in Irvine all my life. I'm kind of a new guy here. I've only been here 30 years. But the biggest thing that I've seen, and obviously I'm a golfer, and I want the golf course to stay, but my biggest concern is, like when you drive down Jamboree and Alton and Barranca, and you see these 5-story housing, massive units. Do we want that there? No. I think that's what you're going to get, because that's how they're going to build that number of units on that space. You know, I don't want to go against all the regulations and the law stuff. That's for you guys to handle. But I think that's the biggest change I've seen in Irvine since I got here. I thought this was a wonderful, laid-back little place when I came here. And over the last number of years, 5 years, 3 years, the last 2 or 3 years, all we see are these monstrosities being built. There are times I go to the grocery store, and I can't even find a parking place anywhere near the grocery store. It happens everywhere you go. I'm against it, but you guys are going to do what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Judith Steinhauser.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've been a resident and owned property here since 1982. I've raised my children. My grandchildren have come here and gone to Woodbridge High School. I've owned 3 businesses here, and I'm in the healthcare industry, and I take care of people that live here. I commute every day, and the traffic is just incredibly horrible, and I actually have patients who live in the mobile home park that's off of Irvine Boulevard. Right now, it takes them 2 to 3 lights to be able to get out of their community. Their community has 1 entrance and 1 exit. If the Irvine Company is going to add all these new homes, it's going to be impossible for them to get out. And the park, there's plenty of land that we can also appropriate for that, not right there in that congested area. So Jeffrey is just a nightmare, Jeffrey and Sand Canyon. So I can't imagine adding more homes, and I really hope that you consider this and that you do not push this forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sherry.
Welcome.
I'm also a resident in Irvine since 1982, so that's about 44 years. Both my husband and I were third-generation Orange Countyans, so we certainly have seen orange groves, strawberry fields, bean fields disappear with the growth of Orange County. We understand that. Lately, I've been watching the hills above Portola being replaced by housing. I've seen the wild deer, the coyotes, and they're going into new housing. Beautiful brochure the Irvine Company sent out, but my question is also, like we've heard about, 50 acres. I love the natural park. I think it's awesome. It'll be beautiful, but it's only 50 acres. My question is the housing and the traffic. I live right off Irvine Center Drive, and right now, right by IVC, Irvine Valley College, the traffic is horrendous. People are using IVC to avoid the freeways. We're going to put development there. It'll be more traffic. So we're going to put more housing in, but you got to figure out what you're going to do with the traffic because it is horrible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Paula Miller.
Welcome.
Mayor, council persons. I'm Paula Miller. I am the president of the Ranch Homeowners Association, and I represent over 700 homes. I'm sure there's one or two, as we saw on the film that Irvine Company showed, that would like the nature park to go over there. But most of us do not want anything changed. I mean, we want the open space. Many of my neighbors do enjoy the golf course. I am not a golfer, but I have enjoyed going over there and having lunch, a very quiet, peaceful lunch with friends. But we do not want what is really on the Irvine Company's mind of adding 2,000 to 5,000 housing units over there. It is just too congested. You've heard us say the same thing over and over again. But what we'd like you to do is go back and honor Resolution 88-1. We keep going back to that. That's what needs to happen. You need to honor that. You need to honor it, complete the process, and have the land turned over to the city. The Irvine Company has been compensated. We've heard that over and over before. I have not seen that on paper. I would like to see that on paper. What is the status? Something about them building out 75%. They have built out this entire city just about. So I'd like to see some data on that. But we would like for you to honor
Thank you. Your time is up.
Send it to the ballot. That's what you must do.
Thank you for your comment.
Jim Foley.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Jim Foley. I've been a resident for 26 years. I got a couple of points I want to make here. The pedestrian bridge over the 5 freeway started construction about 2 years ago. So I think we all know that the Irvine Company has been planning to close Oak Creek for many, many years. The Irvine Company has done a fabulous job promoting this nature park, with this beautiful brochure. But unfortunately, they don't mention the 3,000 homes and the apartments that they want to build there in these promotional pieces. Unfortunately, it's a little misleading, to say the least, and it's disappointing to me as a resident. If the Irvine Company is promising affordable housing in Oak Creek, please think again. The new Marketplace apartments off Jamboree are enormous. Did you know that a 625 square foot apartment costs $3,200 a month? So much for affordable housing. There is no reason for changes to the 88 vote that the City of Irvine's residents voted on to keep the land and green space in perpetuity. At a prior City Council meeting that I've attended, and this is my 4th one, the 1988 agreement was supposed to be, that land was supposed to be turned over to the city. Why haven't we pursued that action? Why are we laying on our hands? The Nature Park land revision should not be considered given the 88 vote. Please do the right thing by the people that voted for you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Monty Taylor.
Welcome.
Seems like everybody before me are professional speakers. I don't know if I'm going to do as well. My name's Monty Taylor. My wife and I, in our elder years, moved here and chose the area that we live in to be close to hospitals, medical, and have quick access under those regards. I live on Jeffrey Road, right across the street from Oak Creek, where they intend to build thousands of homes. It's not about a little nature park. We all want nature parks, but we also want to be able to get to wherever we want to go without having to worry about dying. That's right. In the meadows where we live, there are close to 720 senior citizens. And I live on the entrance street where we watch ambulance, fire truck, and the police department come in and out, sometimes up to 4 times a day. Ambulance and fire trucks need to enter our community, and they need to be able to get there first. Being seniors, we are much more at risk than the average citizen of Irvine. With ambulance and fire coming into our community each day, and many times during the day, it is imperative, actually mandatory, that emergency services...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Just finish your thought. Go ahead.
It's imperative, mandatory that emergency services can get to us in a timely manner. And if I've talked to Falk ambulance drivers who said also that the traffic now is so bad that they're having difficulty even getting to our community. I'm going to say this. I'm not trying to be threatening, but I will sue these people up here and the city of Irvine if one single person in our community dies because an ambulance cannot get to them to save their or my life or my wife's life.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Matt Breton.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Matthew Breton, President of the Woodbridge Village Association Board of Directors. Our residents will be among the most immediately affected by whatever happens at this site. I'll be straightforward. There are things in this proposal that appeal to our community and that concerns us deeply. The trail connectivity to the Great Jeffrey Open Space Trail and a 50-acre nature park would be a genuine amenity for Woodbridge families. We welcome more accessible open space and safer pedestrian and cycling routes. But our residents need an answer to a fundamental question. What happens to the remaining 120 acres once the 50-acre park is carved out? The amendment opens the door but doesn't tell us what's walking through it. If future development means high or even medium density housing, Woodbridge bears the direct consequences. More traffic on Jeffrey Road and Irvine Center Drive, pressure on our schools, and strain on infrastructure already serving a mature community. There is also a broader concern. Does the amendment circumvent the protections of 88-1 for all open space land across Irvine? In 2025, this council agreed to explore putting this to the voters. What changed? To be clear, we're all for more nature parks in the heart of Irvine, not just on the edges. But if you cannot give residents of Irvine clear answers tonight on future development density, answers around traffic mitigation, and why this council now believes this decision does not belong to the voters, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comments.
Farah Concha.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Larry and Vice Mayor James Mine, council members. Thank you for your time and continued service to our community. My name is Farah Kanshar, and I serve as president of the Arab American Business Chamber, and I have been a proud Irvine resident for over 15 years. My family and I chose to live in Irvine because it truly puts people first, especially families and children, and it is intentional about preserving and enhancing our quality of life. That is why I'm here today in strong support of this park. This is more than just an open space. It's an investment in the health and well-being and connection of our residents today and for generations to come. Time spent in parks and green spaces have been shown to reduce stress, anxiety, and depression while giving our children a chance to be active and reconnect beyond the screens. Projects like this are what make Irvine exceptional. They reflect a forward-thinking vision and strengthens community and enriches everyday life. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Emma Zhao, and if I could also call forward Linda Brookheiser, Sylvia Kimmuer, Maria MC, Sandra Goldman, Karen Kaufman, Dale Brenner, Abdullah M., Clark Colby, Alba Toman, and Susie Winokur.
Hold on for just a moment, if you would. I think maybe if we pause to see where we are in the speakers.
Let's see, Emma is speaker number 50 out of 110 in person.
And so we're about halfway through.
Just shy of halfway.
Those who are here.
Correct.
And is the queue closed now?
I can close it now.
Please close the queue. How many are wishing to speak remotely?
10.
That stayed at 10. You know what? You can leave it open for remote speakers. Go ahead. Leave leave it open. Don't close the queue. I don't think we've added any remote speakers, have we?
Just a couple.
All right. We don't want to be cutting folks off if, in fact, they want to get in the queue late. With that, welcome, and you have your 90 seconds.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Emma Zhao, a student athlete, specifically a golfer from University High School. I'm not sure, but I might be the youngest speaker right here, but I just want to express my opinions and perspective as a high school student. As a team captain, I'm here to represent our team, begging to say no on rezoning the Oak Creek Golf Course. Because for us, students, this isn't just a nice view, it's our field of practice. First, the course has one of the only real grass practice ranges left in Irvine. Artificial turf is not the same. Real grass lets us train the way college and pro athletes do. Without it, our skills, our safety, and our development take a serious hit. Second, this is the home course for UC Irvine. That's right, our university team calls this place home. Between UCI, Northwood High School, Irvine High School, and other local schools, we already struggle to schedule practice times and home matches. There are only a few courses left. If you take this one away, there won't be enough places for everyone to practice, let alone have their own home course. Rezoning doesn't just hurt one team. It hurts every student athlete who needs space to compete, improve, and represent their school. Please don't trade our training grounds for another development. Keep this course, keep our home. We're asking you to stand with us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Kaiser.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Thank you. I've lived here for 48 years, raised 5 kids here. During my time here, when I first moved here, there were 2 grocery stores and 1 restaurant and Ace Hardware. Ace Hardware, if you want to spend your money, you have to go out of town and give another city your money. Irvine Company has taken so much away from us. Now they're trying to take Gelson's away. So I'm not getting it. You talk about a park. I get nature walking around Woodbridge Lake. And what about the Great Park? This seems to be, you want to make a mini Great Park on Jeffrey. We don't have, it's too much traffic. And we have been promised for 48 years, we're going to sink the lights. We're going to make it better. Coming out of Fontaine in the ranch, I have to wait. Well, if I want to make a left into the ranch on Fontaine, I actually have to wait until Jeffrey light changes. All the traffic comes to let 1 car turn left. When it could have just been a yield sign. I can see that there's no cars coming. Let me go. So I don't get you guys. Why? Why are you doing this to us? We're happy with the golf course. People are saying, oh, the nature center. The nature center is supposed to be at the Great Park, and you guys haven't managed to do that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sylvia Kim, you're.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Maria McGregor, and I live in Irvine for more than 28 years. Some people are attacking the real problem that is the construction of the homes. We don't need that. We got enough traffic and pollution. We need green areas. Please keep them. Oh, we vote before that we didn't want the homes. And then we receive this sneaky brochure with the park. I vote for the parks, but I didn't read well about all the extension of land that they were taking. So now the real issue was taken today here. It's not about the park, it's about the construction of the 5,000 homes. Okay. So I beg you to put it in the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sandra Goldman.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm a new resident. My name is Karen Kaufman, and I moved down here mainly for the open space. I lived in Los Angeles, which was congested and filled with homeless people. And here I don't see any homeless, and I enjoy the openness. And if you do this nature park, it doesn't sound like a park, it sounds like a city within the park. There's no park, but a city inside the park with the condos. And I even heard that there's going to be a school put in. So I would really like the voters to vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Andrew? Welcome.
Well, I'm Sandra Goldman. I've been a resident, I think, for 48 years on and off in Irvine. Of everyone that keeps talking about this wonderful park, the brochure was gorgeous. The artwork was fabulous. But the reality is we have to get to that park, and we have Irvine Center Drive that's congested right now. It starts at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, back to back. I live in the ranch, so my two cross streets are Jeffrey and Irvine Center Drive. So I understand this traffic mess, and we've got it now. We don't need more homes. What we need is an area like that golf course to stay there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dale Brenner. Welcome.
Hi. You know, we all know that the park is smoke and mirrors. You know, this is about 10,000 people moving in. So I'm going to ask you let's focus on that, all right, and ask this council to do their due diligence. And I'm asking them to do one thing, and that is at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, park yourself out at the corner of Jeffrey and Alton. And then imagine 10,000 more people hitting that intersection at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, I thought about it and then think about the quality of life and what we're doing to the quality of life. Now, I'm not sure whether I'm worried or confident, but because Mayor Agren has always been a champion for not that. In fact, he fought a bridge that I would have liked to have had over the 405 because of a traffic issue. So I think you really need to think about that and whether the park trumps the quality of life deterioration caused by placing people in this dense area. If you want to build all this, fine, build it out where there's not such density. Anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you for your comments. Abdullah. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
My name is Abdullah Moezi. I have been living in Irvine for more than 20 years, and I was attracted to living here till there was an opportunity to buy a property and living there. I have a problem with what is being proposed. Having a park is a great idea, but the problem is the impact of the new housing. 10, 15,000 people, they're going to occupy the park itself. There is going to be other people also trying to get to the park. So you're going to have thousands and thousands, especially on the weekends. And, you know, because Irvine is a beautiful country, everybody wants to be there. Look at Irvine Spectrum. Attracts so many people who don't even live in this area. And imagine this park with 10,000 new homes next to it, or 5,000 people, 5,000 new residents, 10,000 new residents, it's going to be overwhelmed. And I live in Orange Tree area, and there is only one entrance and one exit to that community. And that's the intersection to the golf course. And once what you guys propose is going to happen, it's going to take us forever to get in and out of our community. We don't have any other means and access to get to our community. Everybody has to go through Orange Tree and Golf Club Drive. Thank you for your time. Have a nice.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Clark Colby here? Clark Colby? Alba Toman? Susie Winokur?
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Susie Winokur. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. I loved what the one gal said just a few speakers ago. Sneaky. I oppose the rezoning of the Oak Creek area. It's a piecemeal approach. I consider the Oak Creek Golf Course already a beautiful nature park. We all know what is going on here. I believe the City Council should honor, respect, and support the voice of the people as evidenced by the Resolution 88-1 and not to vote for any rezoning. I voted in 1988. I feel my vote and all others is being erased, discounted, ignored, discarded. The spin, the propaganda, the silly community meetings were all orchestrated by the Irvine Company to sell this dishonest land grab. It's money, money, money. They've dangled the nature park carrot, leaving out in all of their literature and pictures the 3,000 plus homes in the background. Not to mention the fact that they are dishonoring the residents' voice and vote previously in 1988. Where's Mike Carroll? Mike, you should be here. Shameful. This is important. The City Council needs to be honorable, honor the previous vote of the people, don't bow and cave to the Irvine Company. As Mayor Agrin said many years ago, and actually last year, we want to keep the Irvine open space area immune from development and open space in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
If I could call forward Max, Diana Colby, Sharon Wallen, Joseph, Alex Wu, Mohammed Islam, Jeannie Luong, Arefa El, Barry Whitesides, and Sarah Paik. And we'll start with Max.
Welcome.
Welcome again. Hello. Many people who supported apartments before are now supporting this so-called park, nature park. Irvine is known for innovation and long-term planning. We're talking about nature park under the power lines. And the city is about to invent that park under the power lines. Who will pay for the bridges on the proposed map? What is the future under the power lines? It is dangerous to be even close to the power lines. Just think about that. Think about your kids and your grandkids, as one of the speakers mentioned before. Ask yourself, where in the world did you see nature park under the power lines? Many residents received a map of this proposed so-called park. We promised 50 acres. But when I measured the map myself, it looked to me it was actually 70 or 75 acres. That means we will get less land at the park. Think carefully about this decision. Support all open space. We need more pickleball courts, more soccer fields, and maybe smaller golf courses. You don't have a right to give up 176 acres of the open space. This is immoral. Please, think carefully.
Thank you.
Diana Colby.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members.
Are you two together, one after the other?
Husband and wife, if that's okay.
Yeah. 90 seconds, or are you in the queue also?
Just Diana tonight.
Just providing support.
Yes, he's going to hold my hand.
All right, no problem. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. don't start yet. Okay.
No, no, no. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. We are Diana and Clark Colby. As residents of Irvine at Woodbridge, our experience with the city encouraged us to establish our businesses in Irvine. As entrepreneurs here, we invested in owning our building at the Irvine Spectrum and growing our two companies, Spectrum E-Commerce Solutions and Brand Marketing Solutions. We've been honored to host several of our Irvine City Council members for tours and to meet our employees in our building. Both our businesses are growing, and we are proud to contribute to the economic vitality of the city we care so deeply about, Irvine. We've seen firsthand that employees who can live here, raise their families, and enjoy the quality of life Irvine offers. So sorry, I just lost my place here. I'll start again. We've seen firsthand that employees who can live here, raise their families, and enjoy the quality of life Irvine offers are our most stable and fulfilled team members. That's why spaces like the proposed nature park matter. They support not just individuals, but the health of our entire community and workforce. This is about the kind of Irvine we are building for families, for businesses, and for the future, and we hope you will support this nature park vision. Thank you for your consideration. Perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sharon?
Sharon Wallen, 25-year resident of Irvine. I've got to confess that when I signed the kiosk out there, I didn't realize it meant I wanted to speak. I'm usually very much an introvert. So anyway, off the cuff here, I've gotten all those flyers and all those pretty brochures, and yeah, nothing talks about the housing, the development. As others have said, Irvine Center Drive, Jeffrey, they're all crazy with traffic, and it will definitely impact their quality of life. There's nothing in any of those brochures, as others have said, mentioning the 3,500 or 5,000 luxury home, increased traffic, other environmental issues. We know that that is the end game. You put this little chink in 88-1, and then it'll snowball, and we're going to have a development there 10, 15 years in the future. So I want to end with, as songwriter Joni Mitchell said, don't pave paradise to put up a parking lot.
Thank you, and welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Honorable Councilman. My name is Joseph. I serve on the Board of Directors for the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County and also a small business owner within the community. It has been a true privilege to participate in the planning process for this nature park. What stood out most was the city's sincere and intentional approach to community engagement. From the very beginning, there was a clear effort to invite input, listen actively, and ensure that diverse perspectives were not only heard, but thoughtfully considered. This nature park is more than just a space. It represents the Irvine's commitment to wellness, sustainability, and bringing people together. It creates an environment where families can gather, individuals can recharge, and future generations can enjoy lasting community asset. On behalf of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County, I'm proud to express our full support for this initiative. We value projects like this that strengthen the fabric of our community and enhance the quality of life for both residents and local business owners. Thank you for your leadership, your vision, and opportunity to be part of this meaningful journey. Good night.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Alex W. here? Alex? Mohammed? Jeannie.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Arefe, and I have been living in Irvine for 10 years. I used to live in Los Angeles, but I moved to Irvine because I remarried and because of the Irvine is the safest city and peaceful. So I totally disagree with reunion, and you already heard a lot of strong and logical reason. I don't want it to repeat those. So their only kindly request is please make an effort to keep this city safest, beautiful, and peaceful as always. I don't know what is the real reason behind this reunion, okay? But if it is money, just imagine and just remember again, after Corona, health is much important, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Thank you, and have a blessed the rest of the day.
Thank you for your comments.
Barry Whitesides, and if I could also call forward Sarah Paik, Russ Peterson, Kimberly Garcia, Nita Merchant, Ryan Borda, Kay Kenzora, Laura Borda, Eileen McCarthy, Art Brown, Byron Luoma, and Seema Bastani.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Barry Whitesides. I've been a resident here since 1977. I voted for the 88-1 bill. I'm frustrated because this has nothing to do with an art center. This has everything to do with green space and how we allocate it. There's a basic deception going here that says this isn't about deciding about housing. This isn't about deciding and changing rules. But if you look at the summary that you were provided by that committee, item number 6 under analysis, dedication of 312 acres of open space land in Orchard Hills and Portela Springs. It's part of what you're being asked to do. If I go to the city of Irvine and I look at what you have on the new Oak Creek Park Village, you say 2,400 new homes, but the more recent stuff says we'll decide the number later. This is absolutely about it. We've even had people here talking about affordable housing as their reason for supporting it. It is part and parcel of what the Irvine Company is presenting. It's a deception. This is the same proposal we had a year ago, only now we're trying to slip it through without a voter ballot. We're trying to slip it through by an accounting change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is Sarah Paik? Sarah Paik? Russ Peterson?
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and council people. My name is Russ Peterson. I just want to say I support the advancement of the nature park. I've been part of the envisioning meetings. I'll just be honest. I came in very skeptical because the Irvine Company has done some things that I don't totally agree with at times. And so I thought this was just going to be one of those times that they're going to check the box off, right? They've got community input. But the whole process was really, they did really listen to the people. It changed so drastically based on the input from the people that were providing input from the community. They asked what was the important, streams, meadows, ponds, et cetera, amphitheater. Everything was considered. They asked the community what's important, what's not important, what they would like to see in a perfect nature center, nature park. It was really impressive how they listened and they adapted to what everybody was saying. I do hope you move forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Kimberly Garcia here? Kimberly? Nita Merchant? Ryan Borda.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Ryan Borda. I grew up in Irvine, and I've been fortunate enough to find work and even purchase a home in the same community I grew up in, Northwood. The city means a great deal to me, and projects like this, like the proposed nature park, are exactly what make Irvine such a special place to call home. For that reason, I strongly support moving this project forward. As someone deeply interested in expanding Irvine's trails and parks, I made sure to attend the 3 different nature park planning sessions offered by the Irvine Company. While I was convinced pretty early on, I still found it valuable to attend all the sessions to see how community feedback was incorporated and to throw in some of my own. It was impressive to see how the great minds like Sean O'Malley and Jenny Rigby could turn people's comments into a cohesive and artistic vision that I hope to be able to enjoy in the coming years. I encourage the council to move forward with the nature park. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Kay Kim Zora here? Kay? Laura Borda?
Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here. My name is Laura Borda. My husband and I and our 2 children have been residents of Irvine since 2003. That was my son. I'm very proud. Through the years, we have made use of a multitude of public amenities offered through the magnificent master plan of Irvine. The master plan, which features a perfect blend of housing, business, schools, and an extensive trail system and green space. The new opportunity presented by the Irvine Company to transform the current golf course into a trail extension and beautiful park is in alignment with the master plan and offers unlimited opportunities for recreation for the general public. Our family has appreciated the community outreach conducted by the Irvine Company to inform and engage us regarding the opportunity to transform the golf course into a space that can be utilized by the public as a whole. The Irvine Company has offered every Irvine resident to provide input regarding this plan and have very thoughtfully incorporated the feedback into a thoughtful nature park and trail. I firmly support this plan to transform the private land to a public nature park. The proposed nature park will be available to all people for recreational use for generations to come. The expert park planners utilized by Irvine Company.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
I want you to finish your comment.
Thank you. The expert park planners utilized by the Irvine Company have decades of experience that will transform the golf course into a natural extension of the Jeffrey open space with meandering meadows and walking trails through trees and plants that are native to our region. I look forward to using them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Eileen McCarthy.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Eileen McCarthy. I support protection of 176 acres of open space at Oak Creek Golf Club, open to the public. A rezone overturns what voters approved in 1988 and what Irvine City Council celebrated and recommitted to in 2007. I'm not here to save a golf course. It's about not reducing central open space already alive with wildlife and trees. Council members, I have concerns with how you've handled Oak Creek open space. Last summer, talk of ballot measure, no action from you. Do not accept 50 acres, nor an avocado orchard with maintenance costs. Councilmember Mike Carroll, absent tonight. I live in Oak Creek, his district. In his monthly email titled Community Update, I've never seen mention of proposed 300 homes, 3,100 homes, or loss of central open space. Not even for his upcoming event, Celebrate Open Space. No community update from him to residents on possible loss of open space in Oak Creek. Mayor, you worked to pass 88.1. Your name is on the plaque. An easement was filed for 176 acres. An offer of an easement was made for 176 acres. Per 88.1, the city must accept the easement. In exchange for development rights granted to the Irvine Company,
just finish your
Thank
comment.
you. The city was to be given the 176 acres. The Irvine Company completed development. Now please accept the offer, no rezone. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Art Brown.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. You know, I got a little thing here. I'll read it in a minute, but I ask you to think as you sit up there, how many city council members have spoken here that have retired in favor of this thing? How many ex-mayors have stood here and said this is a great idea? I didn't hear any of them. So all the people that have sat there before that are now sitting over here don't think this is a great idea. So just think about that. What I'm going to say here, I'll run out of time, but a lot of it's been repeated anyway. But
It's basically regarding the misleading information that the Irvine company put out. A year ago, that brochure talked about the houses and the park. They realized there was a lot of blowback, so they went back to the drawing board, as has been discussed already, and now they just talk about the park. They don't talk about anything else. And our lawyer over here says, you know, who knows what they're going to do there? Well, we all know what they're going to do there. That's the crazy part. So if you vote for this 50-acre deal, you know we're going to get the houses. So that's your call.
Thank you for your comments.
Byron Luoma.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Agram. I've lived in Irvine for over 20 years. I live in West Park. I was following the housing thing where the state mandated all these houses, and Irvine was deficient in the low income and the very low income. And I remember you guys had a plan to get that all together. It was just perfect. And I took my eye off the ball at that point. Did some traveling out of the country. And when I came back, all of a sudden, you're going to build a bunch of houses on our open space. What the heck happened? I mean, where did this idea come from? What is the benefit of it? So if you're building houses, why not go to like the Great Park where you have more room? Why put more congestion on Irvine Center and Jeffrey? I mean, I just imagine the kids going to Irvine, the junior college there, they're just going to be slammed with traffic. I just don't get it. And I wish somebody could explain to me why you're moving in this direction. It makes no sense to me. So anyway, I'm in favor of voting no on this thing you're voting on, because I don't think you should take this direction. I just think it's the wrong way to go. That's it.
Thank you for your comments.
Seema Bastani.
Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Council members, thank you so much for the opportunity. I don't do this. I was compelled to do this. I've never done this before. And my name is Seema Bastani. My husband and I have been here living in Woodbridge over 25 years. We raised our daughter here. Our grandson was born here, and he's going to middle school this coming fall. And we love Irvine. We changed the zone, rezoning. It's going to open up. And then pretty soon, we won't have Irvine anymore. As Irvine residents, we all voted you guys in. And we are looking at you. Please do the right thing. And at least put it on the ballot and let the residents that are being impacted, let them decide. Please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mohammed. And if I could also call forward Ray Bastani, David Hackett, Michael Brown, Debbie Lewis, Tim Chang, Bobby Rush, Elliot Wooten, Vera Snyder, George Scott, and Pamela Lucas.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and the City Council members, my name is Mohammed Islam. I represent a business platform called Diversity Business Forum, and I support the project for looking at the economic and environmental and everything, and for the sake of the small business, I think it would be a good project. So I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ray Bastani, David Hackett.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening. I'm Dave Hackett. I've been a Woodbridge resident for 34 years. Three generations of my family have played Oak Creek. My children and now my grandchildren. This course is part of who we are as a community. I'm here on behalf of them and the thousands of golfers who play at Oak Creek. Irvine already gave up the El Toro Marine Course. Please don't take Oak Creek from us too. Please put this decision to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Michael Brown. Michael Brown. Debbie Lewis. Tim Ching.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Agram and council member, good evening. My name is Tim Chen. I'm a 30 years Irvine resident. I fully support the proposed alternative approach of building a natural park and planning area number 12, including the Oak Creek Golf Course, and hope you will make the natural park a reality. Through participating in several community input workshops and attending the March 19 Planning Commission meeting, I had an opportunity to learn details about the proposed alternative open space framework for the current Oak Creek Golf Club property. I support building a new natural park in central Irvine area because it replaced the private fairways with the public meadows and woodlands that everyone would enjoy. I also see this nature park plan as a vital return to the original master plan vision of balancing the development with the preserved open space. Finally, as a senior, I'm looking forward to having a peaceful escape to our trail works and connected to the natural world just minutes from my home. Thanks for considering my input. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Bobby Rush.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Bobby Rush again. Last time I talked to you about Walt Disney. It's just not what he wanted it to be. In 1981, I started working here at Irvine High School. I dreamed at that moment that I could somehow work hard enough, save enough money, and live in Irvine. I've lived in Irvine now for over 20 years. I love Irvine, okay? I love the safety that I feel as a single person, a single senior citizen, and I have that because we have an incredible police department. Nobody talks about how much safety we would lose by the Irvine company becoming greedy and building up more homes and creating traffic that many have already spoken about. If I break the law here, I know there's going to be a police officer putting handcuffs on me and taking me to jail. Well, we need that same principle applied to every single one of you who we voted for if you break the law by not keeping the law as well. We voted in the 1988 one ballot there that said this is what we wanted. We need you to uphold that law. We voted for you. We need you to honor that. I would also like to see what you voted for these items. Your vote isn't shown. And here's another thing. I left 3 messages at Larry Agrin's office, Mayor Agrin, to say what is happening on Von Carmen. Not one phone call has ever been received by your office to talk about the destruction of all those buildings that went down because now another complex is going to go up for housing. We need you to honor 88. Thank you.
Before you leave the microphone.
I'm sorry?
Please leave your name.
I said it when I came up. It's Bobby, B-O-B-I-R-U-S-H.
Okay, just on behalf of my office, we do return calls, so I'm going to look into it right away. I promise you.
I promise you, I've never told a lie in my life, and I never got a return phone call. Thank you.
Right, we'll take care of that. Thank you.
Elliot Wooten.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Elliot Wooten. I've been a resident of Irvine since the early 90s, so obviously this is a city I care deeply about. And I also believe that a maximalist vision for the preservation of open and natural space in the city is something worth fighting for. So on that note, I'm not in principle opposed to the creation of a nature park. And I think the additional open space in Orchard Hills and Portola Springs would, of course, be a good thing. However, my concern, as I think is the concern with many others, is that this rezoning amendment, by only mandating 50 acres for the nature park, would ultimately leave the remaining acreage open to the development of houses, which, as I think we all know, is something that the Irvine company will at some point fight tooth and nail to do. And as I believe that the loss of any of that open space would be destructive not only to the quality of life, but to the character of Irvine and what makes Irvine great, I strenuously urge you council members to reject any measure that would create the possibility for that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Vera Snyder.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Well, what can I say? I think I've about heard it all tonight. Everybody's been very eloquent about what they've been saying. And I'd like to put in my little 2 cents worth about how I feel about Irvine. I put my $200 down to secure my lot in Irvine in April of 1969. And at the ripe old age of 23, and now I'm 80-something. But I've seen a lot of things happen in Irvine. The people of Irvine were really a feisty group back before Irvine was even Irvine. We were supposed to be part of Santa Ana, but we didn't want that. So we finally got around and had an election and incorporated Irvine in December 71, the 21st, if I remember right. And there's a few problems with the Irvine company. There's too many open ends on their decisions on what they want to offer. It's too much of a bluff. Now, I like the golf course. It's fine with me.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I don't play golf.
Let me give you another 10 or 15 seconds, but if you could wrap it up, please.
Okay.
We'd appreciate it.
The area is really nice now. It's beautiful. It's got the beautiful trees. It's got the beautiful flowers on the fences. It's a wonderful little place. And the water inside. It's a beautiful park. And that's what I would like to see for that area. If it can't be a golf course, then why not let's have a park in the center of Irvine.
Thank you.
Where we need it.
Thank you for your comment.
Is George Scott here? George Scott? Pamela Lucas? And if I could also call forward John L. Smith, Scott Lastovica, Marianne Smith, Jennifer King, Ruth Bruno, Marty D., Helen Paydar, Mike Ellison, Melinda Tomaleri, and Sam Tseng.
Welcome.
Hello. I'm a Woodbridge Village resident since 1986. This land was designated as permanent open space in 1988, and reclassifying it for residential use is a violation of voter rights unless approved by a new citywide vote, not a council decision. It puzzles me, Mayor, how you were the main man advocate for open space and how this snowball is suddenly starting to roll. I think there's a concern that approving this whole project sets a dangerous precedent for future development on other protected non-perimeter open spaces in Irvine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
John Smith, John L. Smith, Scott Lastovica, Marianne Smith, Jennifer King,
Good evening. My name is Jennifer King, and I have been a resident of Irvine in Northwood for 28 years now. I've raised my kids here, and I've also spent my time here running the beautiful trail system that we have. And I'm speaking now on behalf of all my running friends who couldn't be here tonight. What an opportunity we have now To have the chance to create a signature space like this nature park is so rare, something that all of us can enjoy. I have to tell you, in the entire time that I've lived here, I have literally been to Oak Creek Golf Club twice. It's very well hidden from view. What a gift it would be to have this place that we could all go to enjoy nature. I've had the opportunity to be involved in the evolution of the concept plans for this park, and they are stunning. I truly can't wait for my family to be able to experience it ourselves. I'll also note that with this park could come the completion of Jeffrey Trail, which with one additional bridge, as someone mentioned earlier, would allow for an unbroken 13.5-mile loop around Irvine that would never require crossing a street. As a runner who has had friends be hit by cars and who's had cycling friends be hit by cars, the safety that would mean for pedestrians and cyclists, and also the added benefit of traffic flow to drivers would be huge for our city. I sincerely encourage the council to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ruth Bruno.
Hi, council members
Welcome.
and mayor. Nice playing pickleball with you at the Great Park. In Woodbridge. We used to play softball back in the day, Larry. I moved to Irvine in '78 until you spoke. I think I was the oldest person here, but I'm only 30. Don't do the math. But let's do the math about the land. We can't give them 50 and then lose 126. I asked somebody outside that we're not in green. It doesn't make sense to me. Why? Why would you give up that extra space? She said the Irvine company told them if they don't vote for the nature center, they'll put 5,000 houses. They're right out there. So smoke and mirrors, greed, we can't have that. Irvine has been a safe community. We have over 300 parks already. You can walk outside any community and have nature. Oak Creek Golf Course is gorgeous, beautiful. My first home was in Orange Tree. I'm in the Ranch Smoke Tree area now. We cannot have that traffic. I'm a small business owner in Irvine, a single mom, raised my family, grew up here. Most homes have 4 to 5 cars. 4 to 5. None of the stupid stats by bedroom count, 2.5 cars per home. Sorry, 4 to 5. I volunteer and give back to the community every day.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I see it. We need to vote to the public and do what the law said. Don't break the law, guys. Have a conscience. Honor it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Marty DeCarver.
Welcome. Mr. Mayor and City Council, I'm Marty DeCarver, and I was put up to this by my daughter. It's my stepdaughter. I wasn't planning to speak. But I've been an Irvine resident, not quite as long as you have, but 55 years. So all of these people have gotten up and been here for 10, 15 years. We've got age on you. I congratulate the Irvine Company for the development of the city of Irvine, the village concept and everything else. It's been a beautiful city. But I think the Irvine Company is like children playing with a soccer ball. If you're on their soccer field, they've got the ball, they don't like your rules, they're going to take them home. What the Irvine Company is doing is blackmail. It's called blackmail. You remember the first proposal they gave us was 3,100 homes on this property, and if we don't play the game, it's going to be 5,000 apartments. That's called blackmail, and that's what they're going to do with the rest of it. For those of you who support this, I ask you the question. You've approved 50 acres. What are you going to do with the 126 acres that are left over? You're going to put 2,500 to 3,000 homes on those acres with, as my stepdaughter said, 3 to 4 cars per house. The traffic is going to be unbearable. This isn't something we can support, and as a city council, you are our last line of defense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Helen Paydar here? Helen Paydar.
Welcome.
Mike Ellison.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I'm Mike Ellison. I've lived here in the city of Irvine for 34 years. I'm an attorney who I'm going to be retiring in 2 weeks. For the last 35 years, I've represented very large corporations against other very large corporations in lawsuits involving tens or millions of, hundreds of billions of dollars. We always have sophisticated attorneys and sophisticated parties on both sides, and we fight over major issues involving lots of money. As I sat here in the audience today, listening to people speak in favor of the nature park, it made me sad. And it made me sad because this is not the result of sophisticated parties having a dialogue. It's the result of a very wealthy, sophisticated company fooling and co-opting people. What they've done is they hold up the shiny trinket of a 50-acre nature park, and they've convinced the good intentions of people. They think, I'd love to have a nature park. Those people, if you asked every one of them, I bet they would more love a 176-acre nature park. What they're also not seeing is the Irvine company is not a charity. They're not doing this to improve the quality of life in Irvine. They're doing this to make billions of dollars. They're asking you to sell back to them for the price of this small nature park, the development rights they gave away in 1981. You should not do that. You should only consider, if you consider any zoning change, you should only consider changing 176 acres. If we're going to have a nature park, let's have a nature park.
Thank you.
Melinda?
Welcome.
Hello, I understood when we began that we could also ask questions. Is that true?
You can ask questions. I don't think we'll be immediately answering them, but I'm taking notes, and we'll have a little bit of response to some of the questions raised, of course.
I've only been in Irvine for 3 years, so this is all very new to me. And my biggest question is, if Irvine Ranch Corporation wants to build just a nature park, then is there really any need for rezoning? If their real offer is a nature park for the city of Irvine, is there a need for rezoning? I would say no. Also, it was interesting that my niece sent me a text as she was waiting here. She couldn't be here tonight. She's taking care of her children. And she talked about the traffic. She lives in Oak Creek, and she was talking about the traffic and how impossible it was to get her son to to soccer practice and then back home. I thought that was interesting timing for a message from her. So there's, in the chart that the Irvine Corporation showed, they showed an expansion of from 172 acres to 312 acres, and I just didn't know what that meant. But mostly, I'm offended by the deception of their marketing materials, enhancing a nature park and showing us a nature park, but never showing us the full picture of what their full intent was. And so I have a few seconds left, and what I want to say is I haven't heard anybody mention the impact on the climate crisis that we're living in. If you remove that 120 acres of the golf course, you're going to end up with an enormous increase in heat in that neighborhood and in that area, and then in the city of Irvine in general.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you for your comment.
Sam? And if I could also call forward K.E. Bank, Chris Bank, Roger Phillips, Vivek D., Terry Bozarth, Heidi, Mary Johnson, Eric F., Crit, and Austin Wagner.
Thank you. Just one moment. So where are we now in the list of folks who are testifying in person?
We have about, in person, we have about 11 more. One of those speakers is Mr. LeBlanc, who has a PowerPoint. And then we have about 10 on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11 on Zoom.
All right. I think we're making good progress here. Welcome, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sam Zhang. I live in Irvine over 30 years. Actually, I played in the Oak Creek, and it is one of the most beautiful moments in my life. However, I support the project that converts a private golf course into a public nature park, which will be good for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Is K.E. Bank?
Okay.
Chris Bank?
Yep. My wife summed up too, but I'm just going to be speaking for both of us.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Chris Bank. So one of the things I wanted to talk about up here is I don't want people to discount the value of getting the new open space that they're talking about, particularly the avocado orchards. My wife and I live in Portola Springs, and we like to walk around the track at Northwood High. And when we walk around that track, we actually see families of deers up in the hills up there. And the reason why they're able to get there is because that open space is connected to other open space, so they can traverse around. So the value of having connected open spaces is very important. The other thing is that the value of connecting the bicycle trails is extremely important to me. My son was hit by a car when he was riding his bike. My friend was also hit by his car, on his bike when he was riding, when he was actually commuting. So if you want to help solve the traffic problem, you need to have more connected bike trails that are off the road. My son right now is going to UCI, and he rides his bike home. If you can connect those trails, then it will be a safe path for him to go from UCI, past Concordia, past IVC, and come to our house. So I really do appreciate you guys considering connecting the trails and considering keeping the avocado orchards. They're also a fire break for our house because we live in Portola Springs, and we know those fires are going to come over those hills. So I do appreciate having those fire breaks, and I appreciate your considerations on this.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Roger Phillips here? Vivek?
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and council members. Thank you all for doing what you do. I'm a member I live in Woodbridge with 2 young daughters. We love everything about Irvine. I just want to call out the 88-1. At the time, Irvine Company was granted the density to develop development densities all over Irvine in exchange for preserving that parcel as a 100% open space, and now they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, right? So it's not right. And if the residents of Irvine truly agree with developing there, that's fine. Let's put it to a ballot. It's just not fair. It's not moral. And I think someone else made the point. We've had former mayors, former council members, all speak out against what's being proposed right here. In fact, during the commission meeting, a former longtime employee of Irvine Company called out how immoral and wrong this proposal was. That spoke volumes. It is crazy. It's crazy that it's even come to this. So do the right thing. It's very obvious what the right thing should be. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Is Terry Bozarth here? Terry Bozarth? Heidi?
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor. I head the Save Oak Creek, Save Irvine campaign. My name is Heidi. I'm asking you tonight to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation to amend this zoning. Before you vote, consider what that recommendation is built on. It's built on a community survey that skipped the most affected neighborhoods, the Ranch, Orange Tree, Smoke Tree, and the Meadows. It's built on public meetings where we caught Irvine Company employees posing as regular residents to speak in support. That's not community input, that's manufactured consent. The project presentation offered interpretive drawings and could-be language with no hard engineering data, no real environmental study, no full CEQA review. Critically, those drawings omit the power lines that the trails would run under. Southern California Edison easements require constant vegetation clearing. That clearing will destroy the riparian woodlands and pollinator gardens they're promising. This isn't a true nature park, it's a rebranding campaign. The Planning Commission was given marketing, not science. You deserve better than that, and so does Irvine. So put it on the ballot and let the people decide. No backroom deals, reject this zone change, keep our open space real.
Thank you for your comment.
Mary Johnson.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks everybody. What she said. It's a con job. I hope people can see that. Let us vote. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Eric?
Welcome, sir.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor Larry Argan. Thank you for your long-standing service to Irvine and your leadership in helping shape the quality of life and strong community image we value here in Irvine. I believe that a mayor with your expertise can help guide solutions that work for the community as a whole. With that in mind, for the record, I want to note that there has not been a clear confirmation that a full CEQA vehicle miles traveled analysis has been completed for the maximum build-out scenario enabled by this amendment at this stage. From my perspective, as a resident trying to understand the long-term impacts, having that complete analysis is important for a clear and transparent picture of potential traffic and mobility effects. I would also like to ask a question. Since Resolution 88-1 was a voter-approved initiative that designated this land for preservation, by what legal authority does the council believe it can bypass a public vote to rezone this preservation area into residential housing? Under the Paula Band precedent, isn't the city legally required to return to the ballot before overturning the will of the voters? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Appreciate being able to talk before you today. I'm going to talk about my opinion. I'm not going to try to extrapolate all sorts of other people's opinions. I'm for seeing where this goes. As I understand, this measure is to amend the section to include an alternative approach to implementing open space in Planning Area 12. And I'm in absolute support of that. I appreciate the time to speak before you. Have a great day.
Thank you for your comments.
Austin Wagner, and if I could also call forward Jay Bruce, Don Geller, and Shady Shaban.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Austin Wagner. I'm here of my own accord just because I do like really open spaces and I really value the open space that we have in Irvine. To start, I want to thank you guys for being here. I appreciate that you came here and you attended this and you listened to everyone that's talking and communicating what they're saying. I think it's a bit disingenuous to claim we are getting hundreds of acres of replacement open space when so much of that land is deeded to the city as avocado orchards. This is land with significant restrictions, management obligations, water costs, and maintenance costs, and we do not even have independent verification that it will financially benefit the city. I also have concerns for public safety. 3,100 units means thousands of new residents, and I've not seen any consideration for a new fire station, ambulance station, or EMS expansion in this deal. I worked as an EMT in Orange County for 7 years, and I can tell you that response times matter. Every second matters, and I'd like that to be considered in the deal. I also want to talk about affordability. Under this proposal, Irvine Company is not building a single affordable unit on this site. Instead of permanent affordable housing, we are getting a temporary voucher system, and I really, would like to impress upon the council that we need affordable housing. With regard to the community benefits, the cash payments that the Irvine Company does make are spread out over 8 years, which means the real value will be diluted by inflation. And I'm also concerned that the 50-acre park may not be as accessible as the Irvine Company says it will be. The Oak Creek has really beautiful trees. I really do love the trees over there, and I really hope that those are considered and not just taken down and destroyed. If we develop this land, we can never use it for open space. It's 176 acres of real open space, and I really believe that we could potentially create a real open space in that area. The Irvine Company may own a lot of land, but the people of Irvine are the ones who live here, who use this land and live with these decisions.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You don't have to accept this deal. The council has power here. The people of Irvine have power, and I'd like to request that you vote no on the zone change, or at least send it back and demand a better, different plan, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Bruce.
Welcome.
Hello, City Council members. I just wanted to say, I think, I like most people here, I think, support an alternative open space use compared to a golf course. I think it'd be more useful to all Irvine residents. But it's actually because of that I think that rewording the zoning ordinance isn't actually a bad idea. I think kind of to just state the obvious, I mean, we all kind of know that the nature park probably isn't going to happen without the housing. And I think the people here are mainly reasonably worried about what that housing is going to look like. But, and of course, nobody wants the presence or the consideration of a nature park to have any bearing on the consideration of housing and what that's going to look like. But I think that nothing can, as the city attorney reasonably stated, nothing can happen, nothing can change at the golf course unless without specific authorization and approvals, like with a CEQA analysis. And so I think it's worth considering for the city for just to more easily be able to analyze what would a nature park would entail. I think it's worth getting the details, and then once we get those, then we can come back and fight about it then. Just a specific comment I wanted to make to city staff is that I wanted to kind of point out that for open space, the open space in Orchard Hills isn't really comparable to the open space in Oak Creek, because I go to Northwood High School, the orchards and the mountains there. The reason it's open space is because you can't develop there. You can't build houses there. So I would be concerned as to how useful that open space would be if it was to be city-owned. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Geller.
Welcome, Mr. Geller. You're chair of the Finance Commission, correct?
I am, but tonight I'm just going to be talking for myself as a 50-year resident who voted in 1988 for the open space. I certainly hope the council agrees about the importance of bringing the vote to the people concerning the future of the entire Oak Creek open space. And I think it would behoove the Irvine Company, as well as the City Council, to recommend a vote to present the entire build-out of the 176 acres. I see many wonderful attributes of the park. After completing the entire Joe's Trail with all the connector bridges, it would be a wonderful addition to the city. So how can a huge 176-acre project become palatable to the voters, and how could it actually pass? First, I think it would require full transparency on the entire project, which includes the park and the housing project. But why stop at a 50-acre park? Why not 60 acres? I have a great idea. Let's consider splitting the acreage between the park and a new, lower-scaled housing project, a 50-50 split. An important point has been made that the Irvine Company won't be able to proceed with the park build-out until their housing development is approved, and that could take years and possibly litigation. So bring a fully vetted plan to the Irvine voters for an entire project to vote on. It would still be up to the voters, but it would be fully transparent and hopefully a win-win-win. Just finish my last sentence. A win-win-win situation for the Irvine Company, the residents who want to preserve open space, and those who advocate for new housing. Present that to the voters, and who knows, it might just pass. Thank you, and good evening.
Thank you for your comments.
Shady.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I wish we can switch like one time when people can talk to you guys and you can answer back, because I feel like everybody's talking, but nobody knows really what's going on, like in your head, or what are you guys thinking of. And I've been a resident of Woodbury for 20 years, and I have a question, like if we already have a resolution 88-1, why are we trying to break the law? I remember a year ago exactly when we started talking about this, and Jeff said, we had a meeting with the Irvine Company lawyers, and we can find a way. Doesn't that sound weird? Like from an authoritative person trying to say we can find a way to break the law? And the second is, if you break this resolution, what guarantee do you have that in the future, same thing is not gonna happen? All those preserved land is gonna turn out and let's rezone it and build, build, build. I know everybody talked about the traffic and how horrible the traffic is, and I'm sure you guys live in Irvine too. So you see how it is like coming from Jeffrey. Everything has been going great all the time. There was always like building like a master plan, and you have like a community, and you have a center and people like shopping. Portola doesn't have anything. The Great Park, they're just building one like right now. That's gonna take like a couple years. And it's amazing how like all of a sudden the apartments goes up like in 6 months, but the building of something like that is taking like years to build. It's like horrible to try to shop like right now in Woodbury. You're welcome.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Mayor, other than Mr. LeBlanc, that's all I have for the in-person speakers. We have about 14 on Zoom.
All right, I'm going to suggest, is Mr. LeBlanc here? There we are. Would you like to speak now? Sure, please come down. And I understand you have a A few slides, okay. And your presentation, about how long would it be?
I think I can do it in 90 seconds if you'll let me.
Yeah, you can take a little more time if need be, okay? Since you've got slides as well.
I appreciate that. You know, for the record, I'm Michael LeBlanc, retired from the Irvine Company. I worked on 88-1, helped draft it, so I come from that perspective. What I put on here is an excerpt from the Open Space Dedication Program. That's a part of the open space element. What we're talking about is District O, which is the last line on that exhibit. And what I've done is kind of show, penciled in some edits based on the consequences of the amendment that you're considering. So the staff report says that 88-1 is not impacted, but that's not correct. It violates 88-1 in the open space dedication program approved by the Irvine voters and incorporated into the general plan. By virtue of 88-1 and the compensating development rights previously received, the company owes the city 176 gross acres of preserved open space free of development. The proposed development leads to increased development intensity in central Irvine, which is District O, while reducing the preservation acres by more than 2/3. Central Irvine will have the highest amount of development, as much as 9,050 units and millions of commercial development intensity. And by the way, that commercial intensity is already there in Central Irvine, District O. And you'll have the lowest amount of preserved open space. Just look at the data, and you can see that. And this is being proposed without any proper CEQA review. Before you make any zone changes, the city should review the full development plan with a proper EIR after an EIR has been certified. The entire development plan should be presented to Irvine voters for their approval, consistent with the intent of Resolution 88-1. Next slide. This is a depiction of all the implementation districts showing implementation O, the center part of Irvine. Next slide is a blow-up showing you where the development area is. And my point is this: Development District O has been built out. The city should accept the open space easement for Preservation Area O, record it, and not abandon it without a proper appraisal of the land value, assuming development, not as a golf course, and receiving the consent of the voters. I urge you to reject this piecemeal and incremental approach to village level planning. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. How many speakers do we have in the queue?
We have 14 on Zoom.
All right. The queue is now closed.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very well. Why don't we go ahead with those 14, and then I'm going to suggest we take a brief recess and reconvene here after what I think will be a 10-minute recess. All right?
Thank you, Mayor. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Council members, Larry Agron, Mayor Agron. 88.1 memorializes that there is no alternative option to be considered. I used to summer camp at Bob Floor's gym across the street from Floor, which is now Villa Sienna. I moved into Woodbridge in 2002. I didn't see any homeowners association president here that was in agreement with this proposal. Not one. So if you're running for mayor, or you're considering running for mayor, think about that. If you're thinking about running for D5 council member, think about that. Not one homeowners association president. You had former council members and the mayors speak against this. It's enough. Irvine starts with I. So does illusory. From what I see, everything that Irvine Company has promised the city of Irvine has been illusory. Everything that the city of Irvine has promised to the citizens has been illusory. Voters' initiatives that have passed has been illusory. Larry, you should know that. You saw what happened with the cemetery. The voters were in favor of that at the Great Park. You want a nature walk? Go buy a foot in a field in Orange County. There's plenty of nature around us. We're at the foot of the Cleveland National Park. You can go to Irvine Regional.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Joshua Moore. Joshua, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Joshua Moore, resident of Woodbridge. Let's be real here. For decades, this land has not been open space. It's been a golf course. It's not open space if you have to pay $100 to use it. It's not open space if it's hidden behind a high berm in the trees that line the surrounding streets. It's not a natural habitat. A golf course is practically an ecological void. And yet for all these decades, we haven't heard a peep about the so-called betrayal of the Resolution 88-1 voters. No one has ever called to question the Irvine Company's ownership of this land. No one cared. And then it was proposed that the land be put to the service of a vital need for this city, housing supply, and enter all these people co-opting the color green. If the Irvine Company is offering this beautiful nature park in exchange for being able to contribute housing supply during an affordability crisis, I call that a win-win. We should also encourage them to provide dedicated housing to the IDC community right across the street. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Pimentel. Matt, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Council, and good evening to the great people of Irvine. Oak Creek Golf Course is not just a recreational space. It represents open space that the Irvine community has long understood to be protected and preserved. Changing that now sets a dangerous precedent. That land designated and relied upon as open space can be redefined when it becomes convenient. This isn't just about one golf course, it's about public trust and long-term planning decisions. And yeah, on a personal level, I'm a golfer, and Oak Creek is one of the most accessible and inclusive public golf facilities in Orange County and Southern California. Designed by legendary golf course designer Tom Fazio, who has multiple top courses in America's top 100 list, this land is not easily replaceable, and neither is the infrastructure. The driving range and practice facilities is something unlike anywhere else I've found in Southern California. For people with physical limitations and multiple knee surgeries like myself, having that is essential. Irvine currently has 3 public golf courses, and removing that, Oak Creek would eliminate 33% of the public ones within the city. At the same time, according to Irvine Company's own parks data, the city already has 302 parks, and 30% of the entire land of this city is designated as parks or open space. Is it appropriate to remove a third of the city's public golf facilities, take 176 acres of open space, and reduce it to just 50 acres of parkland when the majority becomes housing development? Once you allow this type of rezone.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 348. 348, you may unmute your mic. Can you hear us? Our next speaker is James Huang. James, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm James from Woodbridge. You are members of the council, and your votes have consequences, which is why your votes need to be based on what the physical consequences actually are. I'm speaking in favor of this rezoning because let's be real, just because you call something open space doesn't mean it's actually open space. Oak Creek is a private golf course. It's a manicured lawn full of pesticides. It's not nature any more than Jeff Bezos' backyard is. And when people say, oh no, what about the traffic? You have to think, just because you don't build this specific housing project doesn't mean that the people those housing projects would house just disappear into thin air. They'll either be in the 5,000 apartments that are built instead, or live further away and drive even further, creating even more vehicle miles traveled. That's the thing you always have to understand about environmentalism. Building dense housing closer to amenities like a park reduces traffic and gives people an alternative to driving versus having them live further away and drive even more. Irvine Company is offering us housing and a park in place of a private golf course, And it's either that or have the private golf course and 5,000 apartments. I think the choice is very clear. Let's not get wrapped up in these theoretical emotional appeals about something that could not exist.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. Oh, bye, Kathleen. Very quickly, I'm just listening to all of this. I've listened to everybody speak. I agree with Mr. Geller, and I think it was LeBlanc. Why don't we have the full scale of what the Irvine company wants to do and put it to a vote to the residents? You guys have done this over and over again, and I don't know if you expected that many people to speak, but you guys put up something and then you don't listen to us. You've made up your mind already. And we need you to listen to us. As most people have said, yeah, you're breaking the law. This is something that we voted on before. So for me, I don't trust Irvine companies. And to talk about affordable housing, you tell me an amount what an affordable house is. What's an affordable apartment according to Irvine company? Because they only give a percentage of what they build. They still have lots of apartments that they have not rented yet. They have not done anything with. So, I don't know where you're going with this. I don't know why we're even looking at this and wanting a vote today. Put it out with the whole thing, what they want to build.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Jay Sato. Jay, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening, my name is Jay Sato. I've been a resident of Oak Creek for 27 years. I am a father of 3 children, and I am active in the leadership of our Boy Scout troop, and therefore always advocating for the current and next generation's access to the outdoors. I support the nature park to make open space in Irvine even more accessible. The proposed nature park connecting the bike parks of Oak Creek to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail will allow safe bicycling from the mountains all the way to the Pacific Ocean. When completed, this will promote more use of bicycles and other non-automotive transportation for not just recreational purposes, but for commuting and trips to retail centers or grocery shopping. I'm for a nature center, botanical and pollinator gardens. As a parent and scout leader, I strive to instill the values of nature, conservation, and environmental sustainability in the children I work with as a way to invest in all of our futures. As the world around us sees more and more value in such sustainability efforts, I feel it's important for us to invest in the next generation so they will become effective custodians of the environment. I hope we can make this investment together to benefit the city and our children and their children. I hope that the Irvine City Council will support and move forward with the steps needed for the nature park. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Ficarola. Jeremy, you may unmute your mic.
Yeah, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola. I'm a homeowner. I'm also the president of the Cypress Village Homeowners Association, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Cypress Village is right next to the Oak Creek development. I'm in strong support of it. I'm in strong support of Irvine Company's plans for a park, and then later down the road, hopefully, for the entire development of affordable housing, as well as potentially even a school. These are all amenities that we need. There is a housing crisis. It's unfortunate to hear so many people who were able to purchase homes when it was affordable, when the dollar went further. They don't appreciate the crisis with housing, with younger generations, and it's really sad to hear that. That being said, again, I'm in full support. I think the plans are amazing. I'm actually excited for this project, and I hope it goes through. The only question is, I think the Mayor Agron and City Attorney Melching has to come to an understanding of the legal side of whether or not this has to go to a vote in terms of rezoning 88-1. That's the stickiest issue there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra Rush. Sandra, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you. I am just calling to ask
why the City Council does not follow the dictates of its voters. This has been voted again and again, and I don't understand why you do not follow what the voters have required of you. In addition, we know that the Irvine Company's presentation was very deceptive in terms of the 50 acres, which is underneath power lines, and that the other 175 or total 175 be great if they would turn the whole thing. They don't even have to do anything because the golf course is beautiful right now. It's not private, it's public, anybody can go. And the fact that if they developed the whole thing, made the whole thing a park, that would be great, but that's not what they're intending to do, and we know that. The Great Park was supposed to be a great park, but instead it's a giant residential development. So there was supposed to be a school in Oak Creek. They never built it, so they're putting a picture of a school there, but we know that's not going to happen. Please just do what the voters elected to have you pursue and keep the word to us. Sorry if I'm just rambling on, but it just gets so frustrating that we are continuing to put our positions forth and you guys continue to just...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Donald Gardner. Donald, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members. I've been a homeowner in Irvine since 1969. Back then, I rode the bus with the farmers' kids through the orange groves to my elementary school, long before most of the city existed. I watched Irvine grow, and lately it seems to be moving away from what makes it great. The reality is that Irvine is growing beyond its means. Irvine has become a car-dependent city. It has a dismal walkability score of 39. Our streets and parking lots are frequently congested. Neighbors are finding it difficult to even drive in and out of their communities. We have to ask, where does it stop? It should stop here. This land was a promise to the people. It was protected by voters in 1988 under the resolution and again in 1991. That was the deal. Now we're told that promise can be swapped for distant avocado orchards with plans to rezone for 3,100 homes on most of the golf course. But you cannot take away protected land in central Irvine and trade it for something miles away and call it equal. It's not. Once you give this up, you never get it back. This feels like a workaround to bypass the will of the people. I ask you to respect the original vote. Let the voters decide with a clear up and down ballot. Rather than the Irvine Company making the park in exchange for building more houses, the city of Irvine can build the park themselves. The Oak Tree Golf Course is one of the few places where you feel like you've actually escaped the city. We really need to keep our protected open spaces exactly as they are, open.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Fox. Melinda Lou started this rumor about Oak Creek Golf Course not open to the public. My brother-in-law golfs at this course, and he lives in Laguna Niguel. So clearly it is open to the public. And just because not everyone golfs is not a reason to shut it down. Not everyone plays soccer, Miss Lou. Does that mean we should shut down all those soccer fields at the Great Park? Stop being such a hypocrite. Put down your pen and listen to the people. And Mayor Agron, please put this to a vote by the people like you promised. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nancy Wang. Nancy, you may unmute your mic. Hello, Nancy, can you hear us? Our next speaker is Ethan Matkin. Ethan, you may unmute your mic.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm an avid golfer. I'm a big fan of Oak Creek Golf Course. It's an incredible practice facility for anybody who's in the Orange County area, Irvine area to come and practice, regardless of how old they are. It's an important facility for the youth athletics around here. I'll also say that I feel like the Irvine Company is doing a classic bait and switch where they're providing a nature park, 50 acres, but taking 100 and so odd for themselves to build commercial real estate. It's just terrible. It's a terrible idea, and it makes me really frustrated, and I think that this has to go to a vote. Let the people decide. Let us decide. It's our city. We live here. We're part of the community, and please represent us and do the right thing in letting us vote. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 left in the queue. 2 of them were in the original 14 that looked like they were having technical difficulties, so if I may try them again. And then there's 1 very late request. I'll defer to you on that.
Why don't we just hear from all 3 of them, and then we'll take a recess.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could try 348 again. 348, you may unmute your mic. We can barely hear you, 348.
As a former public school administrator, every decision for 40 years I had to make, I asked myself, what's best for students? Your decision needs to be based on what's best for the constituents, not the Irvine company. What side do you want to be on? Honesty, integrity, or untruth and deception? TIC does not own Oak Creek. How can a non-owner lead the change of zoning rights to the property? It's like me requesting my neighbor's home to become commercial. They are trying to strong-arm us. TIC has already been compensated years ago, handsomely. Listen to Mr. LeBlanc. What TIC does is only based on making money. They already own 50 to 60,000 apartments. Research says public safety can point to the number of high-density housing. Only affordable housing in Irvine is the Meadows. Build more mobile home parks. In all my professional years working in public school and as a public school administrator and working in public safety, coordinating the largest volunteer organization here in the city of Irvine, we focused on doing the greatest good for the...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Nancy Wang. Nancy, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks for the second chance. The Irvine company wants us, the residents, to believe they are benevolent. They are not. They are a for-profit organization that have proven themselves to be ruthless. As others have said, this is not about the park. If they really cared about us, really care about our quality of life, they'd close the golf course and make the whole thing a park. Connect the bike trails. Fantastic. Will never happen. Not without a quid pro quo that degrades our quality of life. They are working hard to not talk about the housing. This is a trap. The Planning Commission are the experts, but they didn't do their jobs, so you are the backstop. You are the conscience, and we are counting on you to see the loopholes that the Irvine company is trying to leverage. The Great Park was supposed to be like New York Central Park. It's not even close. The gentleman that said the nature park will be used by the new residents and traffic in and out will be horrific is right. Let us not forget the nightmare of the July 4th Great Park last year. The revamp plan is a wolf in sheep's clothing. They consistently don't deliver what they promise. This is about building homes. Their plan last year went over like a lead balloon, so they went back to the drawing board. How can we build more homes? Let's throw them a bone with a small nature park. Yeah. Let's do focus groups and make them feel like they're really getting something valuable. Yeah. Then if the city council does the right thing and puts it to the voters, we'll have embedded champions. Brilliant. Their marketing practices are complete propaganda. If they were regulated by many other industries, they would be heavily sanctioned for their half-lies. The city needs to rein in this egregious behavior by honoring the decision by the voters. Put it to rest once and forever.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our last speaker is Richard Tang. Richard, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I agree. The Irvine company is a corporation. Profit is its motive. Despite this, times have changed. We need more housing. Irvine is not affordable. I am a student here. I've been living here since first grade. I'm going to IVC. I would very much like to stay living in this city. I understand everybody's concerns that the Irvine company is not a good friend. We're basically a company town. Most of the apartments and houses here are owned by either the Irvine company or by some other realtor. But if we don't continue to build, then there won't be any affordable housing. The housing will stay unaffordable. Please, let's get on with the times. Let's build more. Let's ensure that Irvine may have a chance. If that requires putting more regulations on the Irvine company, fine. If it means please, let's build more housing. I like to live here. This is my home, and I like to live here when I graduate. Thank you.
And that is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you to everyone who has offered their comments tonight. Some of them have been, I think, truly eloquent, thought-provoking. I've been taking notes. I've noticed my colleagues have been taking notes as well. Let me just try and sort this out a little bit procedurally. If we were to close the public hearing now, could we still have a little back and forth with the applicant or with others that we may wish to call forward, or should we keep the public hearing open?
Either approach will work, Mayor.
Either one, all right. Then what I'm going to suggest is that we take a break, that we return in 13 minutes at 9:30 sharp, that we take 1 or 2 rounds of comments, questions from the dais here, and see if we can respond to some of the public comments and otherwise sort our way through this procedure and understand again what it is that is precisely before us and what is not before us. So with that, absent any objection, we'll be in recess for 13 minutes and see everybody back at 9:30. Would the meeting come to order once again? Having been in recess, not for 13 minutes, but for 18 minutes, the time is now 9:35 p.m. We're reconvened here. Would people please take their seats? People please take their seats. We're at the stage here where we're going to keep the record open, I think, for the time being, and give our council colleagues here a chance to raise some questions, make some comments. I'm going to suggest we think about 2 rounds so that we can get some of our issues out and resolved and our concerns expressed. With that, I'm going to invite my colleagues to take the opportunity now to pose some questions of staff. I assume we could call the applicant down if there are questions to be put to the applicant and to anybody representing opposition to the applicant as well. We can do that. That being the case, I'm going to turn to my colleagues now. The first to be heard, and Mr. Peterson, why don't we put the timer at 5 minutes? I want to be flexible about this, but if we could try to limit our first round remarks to just and questions and responses to just 5 minutes each, I think we can keep things in good order that way. James Mai, the Vice Mayor and Council Member, is the first who is requested to be heard, and I'll recognize him now.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who is with us for these past hours. And your testimony is very important. We appreciate that. This is a very emotional issue for myself. Also, I live off Yale, next to the ranch, Yale and Irvine Center over there. Well, Yale and Walnut. So, I also want to thank everyone who reached out by email as well. And this is one of the things that makes. We had 700 emails, by the way. And this is one of the things that makes Irvine great, which is the passionate, engaged citizens of our community here. Before proceeding, I would like the city attorney to please confirm 3 points clearly for the record, for the public, and just for clarity in general. There is a high bar to satisfy me, and to support this, I need some clarification on here. I mean, I've heard a lot of different things from different groups, from different people, people providing testimonies. If you can indulge me and just answer some of my questions, some plain answers for me, plain questions. Number one, can you confirm that this item does not rezone any property? It is not a zone change and does not amend or alter 88.1 or any actions or protections that currently exist under 88.1 or a result of 88.1? That's the first one.
The answer to that question is yes. It does not. It does not change the zoning on the property. The zoning is 1.4 preservation right now, and there's nothing before the council tonight that would change it to anything else. For whatever it's worth, 88.1 didn't change the zoning at all. 88.1 gave direction to the city council to change the general plan. 88.1 was adopted in June of 1988, and the city council changed the general plan in October of 1989. And 88.1 resulted in a preservation designation, general plan designation on the property, and that will not change as a result of what's happening tonight.
Okay. Secondly, can you confirm that this action does not amend or change the city's general plan? I heard that multiple times tonight in any way, including land use or open space designation, including the adopted 2024 general plan. I need to know that as well.
There is no general plan amendment before you tonight.
All right. Thirdly, can you confirm that this does not, or this does create flexibility for future use or at some later date, either if the voters approve a ballot measure, which we heard about today, people talking about that, or the council lawfully adopts a change? Is the terminology preservation intact? Are we changing that at all tonight?
You are not. The preservation designation in the general plan and the preservation designation in the zoning code would not be changed by virtue of what's happening tonight. And to reiterate something I said earlier, in the zoning code, 1.4 preservation specifically says, in fact, if you'd like, I can throw up a slide to show the text.
Okay, if you could, that would be great, but my clock is running.
Okay.
So please bring it up.
Two more slides, please. One more. That's the text of the section that defines 1.4 preservation. You can see in subpart 3 there, all residential, commercial, and industrial uses are prohibited from prohibited. And then there's an exception that applies for the commercial prohibition because it's a golf course. But the residential and the industrial prohibition remain in place. That is the definition of the zoning designation on this property. And it is not changing by virtue of what is before the council tonight.
Thank you. I wanted all 3 points of those clearly on record by you, the city attorney, before we proceed. So the public understands tonight action does not change the zoning, does not change the general plan, and does not weaken the existing open space preservation language. Can you comfortably say those 3 items?
Yes, all 3.
So would this actually strengthen the position of the people to have the options on how we would use the open space? That's my final question for you here. Because from my understanding, despite, we're not voting on building, we're not voting on rezoning, but we're voting on how we're going to use the open space after a potential ballot or after a potential change by the city council.
The only refinement I would offer to that is you are voting on how you could change the open space. And one of the things that this does is it ensures that if the open space isn't the 162 acres in the end, it ensures that something of equivalent value exists in planning area 12.
So the maps currently...
Vice Mayor, your time is up.
I thought I had 5 minutes. That was 3.
No, go ahead and finish. Take another minute to wrap it up. Sure.
So the maps, current maps, are going to, whatever happens tonight, the maps currently, whatever happens tonight are going to be the same. The zoning will be the same.
Correct and correct.
And the preservation will be the same.
Correct.
We're providing options for what we can do with the open space because we can't do anything with it unless we do this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. If that's the case, I move to introduce for the first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Irvine, California, approving zone change 00976603 to amend section 9-12-7 of the Irvine zoning ordinance to establish an alternative approach to implementing open space in planning area 12 Oak Creek, filed by the Irvine Company.
Second. That was a motion by Vice Mayor, Councilmember Mai, a second by Councilmember Treseder. The motion is just in front of us. Doesn't get in the way of speaking to the motion, raising questions with staff and so forth. Thank you, Councilmember Mai. We'll turn now to Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you. I want to first start in addressing a few myths that I hear today about traffic. I mean, for someone who works in LA a lot, this is not traffic. I decided to go visit the golf course just a few days ago. Beautiful space, beautiful, beautiful. However, I see where the traffic is in the golf course. All these people that go play golf come from outside our city to make more traffic. With the golf course gone there.
Just a moment. Please allow the council member to proceed uninterrupted, all right? Go ahead.
With an open space dedicated there, not only we are helping IBC students to have an open space that they can walk and leave their cars behind if they even have cars. They like bicycle. Our seniors will have a chance to go and walk freely without being hit by a golf course, because let's be honest, you cannot just run across the golf course and let your toddlers run across the golf course without somebody yelling at you and telling you what are you doing in the green. And the kids will have a good place to play in the water, in the hills, and there will be so many trees preserved. And again, there will be less traffic if we dedicate that open space. Because people will come less from our city, and these park will be for our community. Now, I'm not taking the value of putting this back in the ballot if that happens, but let me ask you something about change. Somebody voted for segregation. Does that make it right? No, we have to change with the times. We have to change with the times, and I'm not taking away that this might go to a vote. I'm not taking that away. So
I'm going to ask you again to please. Sir, I'm going to ask you I'm going to politely ask you to allow the council member to conclude her remarks, and then we'll just go on. Please, your interruptions, they don't help your case. Let me put it that way, all right? So. We're going to have a round of comments here by council members, and I would plead with you to see to it that those comments are not interrupted. We didn't interrupt you. We didn't interrupt any of the 100 or so speakers who spoke. We want to accommodate all voices in an orderly way. All right? Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I didn't get here to be quiet or to be the quiet Latina, right? I'm here because I'm that spicy Latina that is going to speak up. So while I'm pleased with what the Irvine Company recent public outreach, I want to see more from them, especially in my district. I would strongly encourage them to sit with organizations like the Woodbridge Village Association and really listen, compromise, and be open to new ideas. And while I understand tonight's item does not approve any specific development, my future support will depend on the deep level of engagement with my community. Under those terms, I'm prepared to support the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am pleased to support potentially the development of a park. Just as by way of my background, I am a professor of biology at UCI. My area of expertise is ecology, especially ecosystem science. And golf courses, I get it. Technically, they're open in the sense that there's no buildings on them, but they are not great for the environment, I will say. You see all the fertilizers, the pesticides, the herbicides that go on there. They require a lot of watering. You see that the grass is very, very green. If you look at our hills, they are not green. It's because a lot of water is being added to them to make them green. They end up being a net negative on the environment. I did talk to the Irvine Company about their plans for the park and about their selections of plant species and so forth. I'm pretty sure that their planned park will be much better for the environment, will truly replicate some coastal sage scrub, which is an endangered ecosystem. So I'm very happy to support that. Now, I will say I have heard you say that this is all tied to the development. And I'm not going to disagree with that at all. I think you're absolutely right. I know you're right. So I want to make it clear to you that just because I'm supporting the park doesn't mean that I'm an automatic yes vote on the development. All right. And I've talked to many of you before, talked in earlier meetings, and I've said, I'm only going to support this development if they actually have true long-term affordable housing, not the instant affordability that was in the original MOU. Okay, now, if they can do that, then I will ultimately be supportive of the development, just letting you know. But so far, they have not committed to that to me, and so I'm waiting to see if they do that. But for now, yes, I do support a park. Thank you.
Are there others on this first round? If there aren't, I'm going to just take a few minutes here. First of all, I just want to be clear that we don't control here who applies for what kind of development. There's a process. Landowners and developers are free to submit an application, and it's our responsibility to weigh in on the efficacy of that particular application and what process ought to be followed and so forth. I do want to note that, and maybe there's a question for staff, that assuming this particular ordinance were to pass, it creates a process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
An alternative process to further pursue that application, including preparation of an EIR.
This particular zoning text amendment doesn't establish any parameters related to CEQA, but it does require a discretionary review process that would be subject to CEQA. The level of CEQA document has not been determined at this time.
All right. Well, it's my expectation that there'll be a thorough EIR prepared, and that that will obviously take into account all the impacts of housing development and traffic. And I think everybody acknowledges traffic is a big, big problem. Typically, an EIR would come forward with mitigations. I don't know that this could even be sufficiently mitigated. That's why we do EIRs. So that when the value of the project is weighed later on, people can decide whether it's worthy of going forward and approval. In that regard, let me just be clear myself that 88-1, I had a big hand in putting that together. 88-1, in my mind, was a ballot measure, an initiative put on the ballot by the then sitting City Council, and it was put on with the intent of declaring for all the public to see what the parameters of our permanent open space preservation would be. And I think everybody at the time was of the view, in fact, I recall saying so on a number of occasions, that this is to make our open space going forward, which was vanishing with each developing project before us. This is to make our permanent natural open space, it was to make it permanent, tamper-proof. That was the phrase that was used. It's tamper-proof. Can it ever be changed? Yes, but only with a vote of the people. That was the campaign argument for it. I don't know in this current context how exactly that could work or should work, but I will just say whatever happens tonight, certainly if this motion is adopted, I will be personally pursuing what avenues would be appropriate and what timing would be appropriate for a ballot measure as to the project itself, so that people can see it whole. They'll have the benefit of the EIR. and the people of the city could make a decision. That will have to be determined as to whether we do that or not at a later date. And you have my pledge that I will do everything to see to it that we have a proper vote on whatever is decided. All right? That's my comment. Mr. Melching, you wanted to add something?
I don't, Mayor. I'm good.
You looked like you were about to bust out of your chair there. Okay. Mr. Melching and I have a little bit of a disagreement about, it's not a little disagreement, it's a big disagreement about 88.1 and whether it can be substantially changed in any way without a vote of the people. We have a disagreement in that regard, and you'll be hearing more about this going forward. At this point, I think we're ready to start round two, which will be our concluding round. Councilmember, our Vice Mayor, James Mai.
Thank you, Mayor. And this comment and question is for Mr. Melching again. Again, Mr. Melching, I contacted you multiple times previous to this meeting, and I was kind of pushing really hard on these confirmations of these 4 items, having you prepare something even. My question is, again, 88.1, no change, no plan amendment. The preservation of the terminology is intact, and open space is flexible now versus a rigid rule on it. You've confirmed those, but can I also get what you put up there in terms of the slides? Are you able to provide that for me as well?
Sure, absolutely. So could you go back 2 slides? This really is sort of reiterating the points that you made, Vice Mayor, already. This is an image of the general plan. And you can see the 2 P designations, the green P designations. That's the Oak Creek Golf Course. And then you can see there the legend that says that green is preservation. This slide is only intended to illustrate that nothing on that picture, which is the picture of the current general plan, nothing on that picture is changing on account of the zone change that's before you tonight. This is to show you what's not changing in the general plan. In fact, there's no general plan amendment before you tonight. Then, next slide, please. This is the same approach to the zoning. You can see there the 1.4 designation in the green that is applicable to the Oak Creek Golf Course. It's a 1.4 designation in the zoning code. There is no change to that land use designation proposed tonight. The uses that can go on that green property must comply with the 1.4 designation. That same designation has been on that property for more than 30 years. And then the last slide, just to show one last time, this is the text that talks about what can occur in the 1.4 designation. And the large print there says, no residential, no industrial. So none of that changes by virtue of what's before you tonight, and that is to say the things that you said before. The land use designations don't change, the allowable uses don't change.
Thank you, I appreciate that. There was a lot of confusion, but it's reassuring that none of that changes. Thank you for that presentation.
I see no other requests. I've got a couple more points, a Columbo moment, just one more thing. Where are we in the CEQA process? What environmental work has been done, is being done, and when would it be concluded in your judgment?
We do not have a development application in at this time, so we have not yet started the CEQA process.
All right, and if it were to come in tomorrow, what kind of a process would it be in your experience? Yes.
In my experience, a good general time frame is about a year if an EIR is to be prepared.
All right, so we've got a ways to go. All right. I did have a question or two about the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. First of all, as so many have commented, the Irvine Company materials that they've been sending out are very alluring. I understand it. Reminds me of a comment I frequently have made, which is that I've never met a rendering I didn't like. They're always beautiful. They don't tell the whole story, but they tell part of the story in an attractive way. But what's not quite clear to me is the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. In some previous publication that the company put out, it effectively showed that trail all the way down to Quail Hill and basically over the southern coastal hills to the beach and north to the Gateway Preserve. Was I reading that right and understanding that right? Are we talking about a commitment to make that Jeffrey Open Space Trail seamlessly complete in a matter of some years?
Mr. Mayor, that material was prepared by Irvine Company. The city was not involved in that, so I'm going to defer to the applicant.
All right. Come on forward, if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jeff Davis. Currently, the Jeffrey Open Space Trail has improved. There was a subject of 88-1, starts at the 5 and goes north all the way to the Gateway Preserve, as you mentioned. That's the area that was improved as a part of the process that started in 2003. The balance of the trail network does exist either on street or there's an off-street bike trail in portions of that do connect the trail into the connection that goes over the 405 freeway into Quail Hill. This is the kind of the gap in that program right now. We would then, as proposed in the zoning, that park, should it be built, would include bridges over the railroad track and over Irvine Center Drive connecting into Irvine Valley College. So it would add those two elements into a park that's currently not improved.
And then remind me, below Irvine Valley College in the south, below Irvine Valley College, would the trail be continuing?
The trail does continue. It exists today. There aren't grade separated crossings across Barranca. That's the last gap. But the trail currently continues on street or in an off-street trail to connecting into the trail that goes over the 405 freeway.
On street or off street, there's a bridge over the 405.
Correct.
And then, oh, I see the trail. Would it be further improved in any way?
The elements within the area from Irvine Center Drive to the 5 freeway would be improved completely, yes.
From Irvine Center Drive?
Correct.
To the 405?
To the 5.
To the 5. And then we, of course, have the Jost Bridge that's going to open, I guess, this summer.
Correct.
And on the other side, we have a trail that goes up to the Gateway Preserve?
Yes, it the Jeffrey Open Space Trail does continue all the way up to the Gateway Preserve. It also intersects with the Hicks Canyon Trail, the Venta Spur Trail, the Walnut Trail, the San Diego Creek Trail, and then, as you mentioned, it does connect into Quail Hill.
All right. I'm going to have to just refamiliarize myself with that a little bit, but there are places at which people would have to encounter a stoplight, an intersection.
To my recollection, off the top of my head, the only place would be at Barranca.
At Barranca. All right. All right. That's just a matter of some question in my mind as to how that might be achieved and when and so forth, with or without your application. All right. I think at this point, oh, by the way, in connection with the traffic matter. I assume there's going to be an intensive study of mitigation measures. As I say, I don't know that it could even be satisfactorily mitigated, but presumably very serious extension of the Irvine Connect free shuttle bus service would have to be part of that. Is that your view as well, as planners?
There would be an extensive study of traffic and of VMT, and it could be that we identify something like that if there were to be a VMT impact, but we'd certainly look at all options as we evaluate traffic and vehicle miles traveled.
All right. And just to underscore again, the EIR, you think we're looking at a year or more?
About that time frame.
Does that sound right to you, Irvine Company representative here? Mr. Davis.
Our experience is, as a general rule, the fastest is 9 months and the longest is 18, so about a year is probably a pretty good guess.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything further? We should close the public hearing at this point. I'm tempted to let one person say a little something if they wish. I didn't want it to be only Mr. Davis who was heard. If Mr. LeBlanc wants to come forward, that's fine. Say you would have the last word, Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you. I wanted to respond a little bit to Councilmember Mai's questioning. I understand that the land use preservation category in the general plan or zoning is not being changed. But what you are doing is changing the process and the procedures that were enshrined in the general plan and are still mentioned in the open space element. That's that open space dedication program. And by way of example, it's very clear that the company's obligations for open space is one thing. Park dedication requirements are another. What this zone change is doing is conflating the two. And what you're going to do is allow the Irvine company to get credits for both their open space obligation and their park obligation whenever they come forth with the development plan, and the residents that will reside there. They're going to say, I got this zone change, I get park credit. And what they've done is introduced a favorable formula on golf course values so that they can offset their land dedication requirements by virtue of the improvements they want to install. So you're not changing the land use, but you're changing the processes and the procedures that were part of the open space agreement. They were enshrined in the general plan. I would argue that you really ought to be doing a general plan amendment to kind of deal with the big picture here about how that open space program works. Because I think what you're going to be faced with is a detrimental effect on not only the open space dedication requirements, but also the park dedication requirements that will come with the development. That's the only clarification that I wanted to kind of get on record with you.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for those concluding comments. I see no further requests from my colleagues to be heard. A motion is properly before us. I think I need to close the public hearing before we take this vote. I'll move to close the public hearing. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Franco. And would the clerk please call the roll on closing the public hearing?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Public hearing properly closed. the motion properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. That concludes this item. Thank you. Thank you to all who testified and offered their comments, and to be continued. When, Mr. Melching, do you expect this matter is apt to be before us again?
That's frankly a little uncertain, Mayor. I think the next natural time would be at the conclusion of the EIR process,
So
about 12 months hence.
Talking about next year as a practical matter. All right. Thank you all for your participation. We'll now go on to agenda items 5.1. Would the clerk please identify this item by title and subject?
County Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Agreement.
All right. Just wait a moment, Luis, if you would. Folks, we have a little more business to do. If you'd please make your way out of the chamber if you're leaving. Thank you.
Wonder how much she got paid.
All right, I'm going to turn to, do you want to be heard, Mr. Crumby, or shall I turn directly to staff?
Our Public Works Director, Luis Estevez, is ready to make a brief presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Estevez, and please, for folks at home, introduce yourself, if you would, and the item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Luis Estevez, Director of Public Works and Sustainability. It's my pleasure to present to you a brief presentation this evening regarding the proposed Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Agreement, or the WISE Agreement, on tonight's agenda for your consideration. The WISE Agreement is an agreement between the County of Orange and every Orange County city and sanitation district for the provision of management and safe disposal of all municipal waste generated in Orange County, as well as for the management of the county's landfill system, which is considered a critical public infrastructure shared by all county residents. Being a party to the WISE Agreement guarantees city access to the county landfill system and ensures each municipality has a place to properly landfill waste generated in their respective communities. The WISE Agreement also ensures that member cities pay a discounted tipping fee at the landfill for every load that is deposited there, as well as provide a provision to share revenues collected by the county for out-of-county imported waste and increased franchise fee revenues. By way of background, the precursor to the WISE Agreement was the Waste Disposal Agreement, which Irvine has been a party to since 1997. The term of these agreements are typically 10 years. The most current version of the agreement expired in June 2025. However, the county and cities extended the term by 1 additional year to give the Orange County City Managers Association time to negotiate new terms. Once negotiations between the City Managers Association and county concluded, the Board of Supervisors approved the new WISE Agreement this past January. There are a number of new key provisions added to the new WISE Agreement that the city managers worked hard to make sure were included. As is customary, the agreement is for a 10-year term. By signing on to the WISE Agreement, cities are guaranteed to pay a minimum 10% less than what the current posted tipping fee is at the gate. The county was proposing a significant rate increase that would have resulted in a large spike in refuse collection rates. And the city managers were able to negotiate a 3-year phase-in process to smooth out that rate spike and provide ratepayers a longer runway to start absorbing those higher costs. Beginning in 2029, the tipping fee will automatically be increased based on a combination of the Consumer Price Index and the Waste Disposal Index, with rate adjustments taking effect each July 1. Under this new agreement, the county will now be required to provide all cities with an analysis of their estimated versus actual revenues received, and then report those findings no later than May 1st. If the county shows that they have received more revenues than they had originally anticipated under the new WISE agreement, those excess revenues are to be used to buy down that year's anticipated tipping fee rate increase, thus helping to keep waste collection and disposal rates low and stable. So for example, if the county wants to raise their tipping fee by say 3% in 1 year, and they receive more revenues than anticipated, they would use those excess revenues to buy down that planned 3% rate increase and perhaps end up instead with a 2% or a 2.5% rate increase as an example. The new agreement also creates a more efficient process to contest county rate adjustments as well. This table here presents the current and future per ton tipping fee rates for Orange County cities under the new WISE agreement. The initial rate increase is being phased in over a period of 3 years, and starting in 29, again, as I mentioned, the rate increase will be adjusted by the CPI and a combination of the CPI and the waste index. The second column shows what the tipping fee is for non-WISE agreement participants, which is a minimum 10% higher. Along with receiving a discounted rate at the landfill, being a party to the WISE agreement also provides the city with a guaranteed access to the landfill, thus ensuring the waste generated and collected in the city always has a place to go. This table provides the current rates paid at the gate for any refuse that is imported from outside of Orange County. The county has the option to fill any excess daily capacity in the landfill with imported refuse, and the county shares a portion of that revenue with all the Orange County cities. Irvine receives about $800,000 a year from this importation revenue, and the county has ongoing negotiations on the future rates for imported waste ongoing as we speak. In exchange for an exclusive franchise waste handling agreement with Waste Management, the city receives 10% of Waste Management's gross receipts collected within Irvine. That's for both commercial and residential customers. The rates paid by those customers include the landfill tipping fee. So as the tipping fee increases, Waste Management has to, in tandem, then increase its collection rates, thus yielding higher gross receipts and increased franchise fee revenue to the city. For this current fiscal year, the city anticipates receiving $8.1 million, which is expected to increase to just over $10 million next fiscal year as a result of the higher landfill tipping fee. As I mentioned previously, the increase to the landfill tipping fee is going to result in increases to waste collection rates. However, here in Irvine, we're fortunate to have a provision in our franchise agreement with Waste Management that guarantees our rates are always in the bottom 1/3 of the county. So what's shown here is a worst case scenario. The current residential rate, for example, is $24.83. Without the favored nations provision, that rate would increase to $29.87 under the new WISE agreement. We don't know at this point what Irvine's new rates will be until all the other cities in Orange County have approved their own WISE agreements and their new rates are calculated. Once Waste Management has everyone else's rates, they'll be able to identify then the bottom 1/3 and then calculate Irvine's new rates based on that information. If the city council were elected not to approve the WISE agreement, it would have far-reaching impacts on the city's waste collection and handling efforts. In the near term, the city would lose guaranteed access to our local landfill here, which means our refuse would have to wait in line with all of the out-of-county imported waste haulers each day, and we would have to pay a much higher gate tipping fee rate. Given the amount of refuse Irvine generates, Waste Management would have to seek out a new landfill to establish guaranteed service, which will most likely result in paying much higher tipping fee. And of course, the trucking costs will increase as well. So when coupled to the higher tipping fees, Waste Management ultimately have to raise their rates substantially on residential and commercial customers as a result. In terms of next steps, the county has requested that all cities and sanitation and districts approve their respective WISE agreements by April 30th and designate their service coordinators by June 1st. And by June 30th, all the new waste collection rates should be adopted by each city countywide. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions? No council questions at all? There we are. Councilmember Mai, our Vice Mayor, James Mai.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, either we do it or the city faces a massive increase in costs as non-preferred at the landfill. I just had a question on the funds. The funds flow into the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. Mm-hmm.
All right, that was actually just my question right there. Thank you.
And let me ask a question or two. Mr. Estevez, what is the process from here to these new fees finally taking effect?
The fees will take effect officially on July 1. And now that the fee structure has been set, Waste Management, everybody, they can start recalculating what the new rates will be. And then typically we reset our rates, trash rates, every July 1 as well. So,
do you anticipate, that's not very far off, do you anticipate any problems along the way, or you expect July 1, the new fees will be in effect?
That's our expectation, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this will be generating about $1.9 million a year additionally to us. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
All right. That's all I have at this time. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
There is one member of the public who wishes to speak on this item.
I'm sorry. I forgot with the lateness of the hour. I just assume everybody's tucked in. With that, Mr. Peterson, one request from a citizen to be heard?
Correct, one via Zoom.
All right, please call on that person now.
Thank you, Mayor. Our speaker is Michelle Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, Carl, and thank you, Mayor Akron and council members. I'll be brief. I did just have a couple questions. Can the staff indicate where the city of Irvine's trash rates are today in relation to other cities in the county? Like, are we the second lowest or the lowest? And when will we receive our rates going forward? I noted that in the agreement, the overall total trash tonnage for the entire county is forecast to decline. Is this a mandated decline by the state, AB 1383? And is there an allocation that has been made between the landfills? Or is that going to be part of the collaborative agreement between OC Waste and the city of Irvine? And then given the emphasis on composting from the state, how can the city of Irvine measure our own resident usage of composting versus reducing residential trash? And how can we increase awareness and usage of organic composting? I'm trying to get at, is there a benefit that we can gain by getting our own residents to use more of the composting? And more importantly, what is the timing of the collaborative agreement and the city? I spoke last year in May, and I was told that we would be getting a short, medium, and long-term plan for the landfill versus the city. So I'm trying to see where we are in the timing on the collaborative agreement. Thank you.
Was somebody taking notes? There were about 8 questions in there.
I think I have most of them. I think in terms of the collaborative agreement that Ms. Johnson's referring to is the cooperative agreement, and that is an agreement between the county and the individual host cities that host a landfill. So that would be us, Brea, and San Juan. That agreement's still being negotiated. We actually just got back some comments from the county late last week, and so our teams are meeting this week and next to review those comments and what their revised deal points might be. The county has forecasted a decrease in the amount of refuse coming in. I think if you ask the colleagues in other cities, that is not going to be the case. We would anticipate that over time that the tonnages will increase. They will maximize all three landfills are limited as to how much tonnage they can take in each day by their permits. And they do come pretty close to maxing out those tonnages on a regular basis. So we're not sure at this point if the amount of refuse going to the landfill is going to be reduced or not. A lot of that's going to depend on how much is actually being recycled and to what extent there's a market for recyclables as well. So that drives quite a bit in terms of what gets ultimately deferred from the landfill. In terms of the composting, we just did a compost giveaway a couple of weeks ago that was highly attended by the community. I forgot the total tonnage total tons of compost that we gave away, but it's all pre-bagged. And I think there was over 400 cars that showed up to get free mulch. So the community does enjoy it. In previous cities that I've worked at, that's been the same case as well. The residents really enjoy getting that compost, taking it home and putting it in their vegetable gardens or in their planting beds. And so we do have a robust program here with Waste Management, our sustainability team, and we do that kind of a program several times a year. So in terms of being able to reclaim that composting material and put it back in our landscapes, that's a pretty regular thing that we do.
All right, were there any other questions that Ms. Johnson asked that need answering?
I think in terms of timing for the co-op agreement, I'm hoping to have that before the council for its consideration before this summer. Sooner than that, hopefully, but we'll see what kind of progress we can make with the county in terms of finalizing that agreement and then having the opportunity to share it with the council for its consideration.
Luis, I think there was an additional question about where our rates stack up.
That's right. We are guaranteed to be in the bottom third. I don't know off the top of my head if we're the lowest or second where we're at in relation to the rest of the county. It's low. I mean, we're guaranteed to be in the bottom third, but I can't tell you. I could get that information and pass it on to the city council tomorrow.
Please do. And make that available for the general public as well, of course.
Will do.
Anything further?
Mayor, I think Ms. Johnson asked a question that you asked, which is when do the new rates take effect?
Yes.
And I think it was July 1st.
July 1st.
All right. I think that answers all the questions. I'll, at this point, move action items 1 and 2 under 5.1. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm sorry, I missed who's that? Oh, Councilmember Liu seconds the motion. Any further discussion? Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
I'll tell you what, since 5.2 is listed here is related to 5.1 in some sense, if it could be handled quickly, I would suggest we do it right now. Would the clerk please identify item 5.2?
Consideration of a request by Councilmember Martinez-Franco to discuss conducting a study on potential low-income solid waste rate assistance program.
All right, I'll recognize you at this time, Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you.
Do you actually have a motion that you'd like to put in front of us?
Yes.
Why don't you do that as part of your statement? Just conclude with a motion.
Yeah,
so
no,
that we
I'm
can
conclude with the motion.
All right,
Yes,
please
yeah,
go
I
right
have it
ahead.
here.
Go right ahead.
This proposal is about basic affordability. Trash service is not a luxury. It is an essential public health service. And when the cost of essential services rises, low-income households feel it first and hardest. This is the right time to study relief options. Orange County-wide transition is increasing disposal costs, and those costs can flow through residents. Evidence showed that well-designed assistance reduce hardship now, and can produce long-term public benefits, including higher tax revenue and lower downstream public costs. Other cities have already recognized this need. For example, Menlo Park has a pilot that offers 20% discount on solid waste service to those experiencing financial hardship, as well as other cities like Daly City, San Diego, and Whittier, among others. Irvine has many affordability pressures, but we do not currently have a low-income trash rate assistance program like these other cities do. This memo does not create a new subsidy tonight. It simply asks staff to do the fiscally responsible research, study feasibility, identify policy options, and come back with recommendations. So my motion is the following. I move to direct city staff to conduct a feasibility study evaluating the creation of a low-income residential solid waste rate assistance program that could partially or fully subsidize trash service rates for qualifying Irvine households and return to the City Council with findings, policy options, and implementation recommendations within 120 days.
The motion is made. I'll second the motion. We can discuss the motion. I just wanted to ask a question in connection with the motion. If the motion's adopted, the staff would take a look at existing programs and then possibly an augmentation of those or whatever. I frankly am somewhat ignorant. I don't know about all the various programs. I know there's a special program for seniors, and there are other programs as well. But presumably you'd come back to us with information about those existing programs, how we might add something to that or whatever. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely, if the direction is 120 days, we'll return within 120 days with an analysis on options, costs, implementation details. We'll come back with all of those sorts of things.
All right, that's consistent with your intent. Very well. There's a motion before us. Councilmember Mai wishes to be heard.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, given the fact that we are facing some questions that need to be answered about our fiscal situation, I'm kind of hesitant to even think about something subsidies or subsidizing anything. I mean, we're gonna have to pay consultants to do a study on this. And I mean, I just need some more time to think about this. So I think that the merit's there, but I think I just need a little bit more time on this. So just wanted to make that comment.
All right. Councilmember Martinez Franco.
I want to emphasize the fact that I did a public administration, and you don't need a consultant to do this kind of a study. Just by doing this, we research 4 cities that have this kind of program, and we can put an Excel sheet, all the cities that have done it. As a matter of fact, Menlo Park, it has implemented a pilot, so to see if it works. So you don't need a research. We just need a few hours here and there from staff. Thank you.
All right. I just want to ask our city manager, you wouldn't need to hire a consultant to do this kind of a study, would you? It'd just be a survey for the most part, wouldn't it not?
I think that staff could do research in terms of comparable programs at other cities. I think we have legal support to ask some questions and could be able to bring back answers.
All right. The motion calls for within 120 days. The motion's properly before us. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one request to speak on this item.
Thank you.
You know what? It looks like they just dropped out, so there are no speakers.
All right. Thank you for reminding me, however. With that, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go. Yes. Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
And Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carry 6-0 of the members present.
All right. Now we had pledged early on to move up item 5.4, I believe it was, yes. Move up item 5.4 to right now, which would make it, I guess, 5.3. Would the clerk please identify item 5.4 by title and subject, and we'll take that up at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.4 is consideration of a request by Vice Mayor Mai to discuss direction on public fiscal briefing and immediate cost controls.
All right, this was placed on the agenda by Councilmember or Vice Mayor James Mai, and I'll call on him now. Do we have staff available here on this? Did staff, you're available, you're not asking to be heard right now, is that correct?
We have staff available if the pleasure of the council's to make a presentation.
Councilmember Mai, the item's yours. Would you like to hear from staff first, or would you like to say a few words first, and then we'll turn to staff? What do you suggest?
I'd love to say a few words, Mayor. Thank you very much.
You go right ahead.
All right. I brought this forward here, and the question is why I brought this forward. On March 30th, we had a briefing, a closed-door briefing from the city manager, potentially alarming us to a $6 million deficit with a potential $45 million deficit forecasted if we do not act. The situation was presented to us. A number of solutions were presented to us as well. The problem is straightforward. Expenditures have been growing faster than revenues. The briefing showed also full-time staffing has grown from 856 to 1,103 over the past 5 years, alongside increases in labor, contract equipment, supplies, and healthcare costs, which result in approximately a 50% increase from staffing. Staff's own presentation also says that the goal must be structurally balanced for the general fund in the long term. It also makes clear that if the problem is not addressed, the deficits will get much worse over the years ahead. I do not believe the right answer is to wait until the choices become harder and more painful. They were already scheduled to be addressed, but I wanted to expedite that because I believe that we need to address it immediately. Acting now gives the council and public more options, not fewer. My exploration is not about locking in one final solution tonight. This is about making sure we begin a disciplined, transparent, and public process now. Staff also made clear that reserves should be a last option, not a long-term strategy. The public deserves to see the options clearly, understand the trade-offs, and have a real opportunity to weigh in before major long-term decisions are made. That's why I'm calling for immediate discipline, a full presentation of options, and a plan for the public-facing workshop. The goal here is simple: protect core city services, preserve flexibility, and deal with the problem before it gets significantly worse. One of the things that we talked about in that meeting also really alerted me and were concerning to me. And those were some of the solutions. When I was brought forward this situation, my immediate was, what are the solutions presented to us? Or what are the solutions that we have at hand? Some of the things that were discussed were a citywide tax increase. I will never sign off on a citywide tax increase, especially as the first line of defense. A real estate transaction increase? No. business tax increase per employee of $100. How that impacts, it doesn't sound like much, but when you think about it, the largest employers in the city are UCI. That's 18,000 employees. They're going to pay $1.8 million to be in Irvine. Blizzard Entertainment is going to pay $402, roughly $1,000. Irvine Unified is going to pay $380,000. Edwards will pay $315,000 potentially. And those are just a number of them. When we're trying to be the most attractive city to bring companies here, almost every week I'm meeting with new companies. I'm talking to companies, telling them to come to Irvine because we're the most business-friendly city in Orange County. At least we're trying to get to that point. This will not help. This will not help that. A TOT tax increase, I don't agree upon that as well. So in light, I mean, I'm gonna hear from my colleagues also, but I would like to make a motion right now. Just in light of the March 30th, 2026 general fund briefing, and in order to begin addressing the city's structural general fund imbalance through a public and orderly process, I move that the City Council direct city staff as follows. 1, implement an immediate hiring freeze, with exceptions only as necessary to protect core public safety and essential city operations through the council's scheduled public budget discussion on this matter. 2, continue the current pause on non-essential spending with exceptions only necessary to protect core city services and required operations. 3, return to the City Council at a public meeting with a report that A, identifies near-term expenditure control options, B, recommends structural budget solutions for fiscal years 2025, 26, 2026, 2027, 2027, 2028, and beyond. C, clearly present the fiscal impact, advantages, disadvantages, and service implications of each major operation, including expenditure reductions, fee maximization, vacancy management, use of one-time funds, use of reserves, and potential revenue measures. D, provide recommendations for immediate actions the City Council can take to preserve flexibility and protect core city services. E, outline a proposed plan for a public-facing budget workshop, including participation opportunities for residents, taxpayers, employee associations, and other interested stakeholders. And finally, 4, present the public plan workshop to the City Council at the same meeting so the Council may consider next steps for a transparent public process before major long-term fiscal decisions are made.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second before us. I'm going to suggest that we hear from staff. You have some information to impart in terms of what our situation is. And I then also want to offer a suggestion in terms of how we handle this. It's quarter to 11. I'm particularly sympathetic to the idea of engaging and involving the public in this. This is not the moment to do this at great length, at least tonight, but I'll get to that once we have, I hope, a brief presentation from staff, and then we can discuss the motion a little bit, all right?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. As the mayor shared, this will be a brief presentation. We are prepared to do a mid-cycle budget review. In the future date was originally scheduled for June. Vice Mayor Mai's memo to council included accelerating that to 40 days. This is more of a high-level overview of finances, including just kind of the framework for our budget process. So we do have a 2-year budget. Typically towards the end of the year 1, in the spring, we analyze our current situation, economic conditions, needs of the council priorities, as well as the needs and priorities of our operations, to see if there's any sort of adjustments. Obviously, there are challenges that are in our current budget that we need to address, that we're fully prepared in the context of our mid-cycle review would be able to address as well, also in the context of a 5-year forecast. So our mid-cycle budget, like I shared, is scheduled for June, as Vice Mayor Mai's memo stated that he was recommending to move it to be within 40 days of the memo. The memo was dated April 2nd. That would bring us to reviewing the mid-cycle budget by May 12th. In that mid-cycle, as we do typically, we would present our 5-year outlook along with our current year budget. And in times where it's good, we would provide opportunities for council to allocate additional funds. Of course, right now we're faced with challenges that we've briefed with council, and we will be providing additional details at our mid-cycle budget review. We would propose adjustments, options for council to engage in that would include additional budget balancing measures that we intend to do. So in addition to any sort of the 5-year outlook that we would be presenting, that we usually present, we would more than happy be able to provide additional information as requested tonight. I think it's important to also understand the economic outlook that we're faced with currently. As you all know, that there's been large volatility in the economy, rising inflation, interest rate volatility, geopolitical tensions that have put pressure on our budget, both on the revenue side and also cost to provide service, cost to purchase materials and supplies. Particularly with Irvine, we're faced with leveling and flattening growth in our sales tax, as well as increased costs, medical costs, cost when we're bidding out for contracts. They're coming in a lot higher, double-digit percentages. We're also seeing higher costs of materials, construction supplies, as well as our general insurance premiums, workers' comp, and claims expense. So we would be providing, as part of our mid-cycle review, options, as I shared, where we're going to have recommendations for council consideration to address those deficits. Looking at our current term financial deficits, we do have a $6 million deficit in the current year that we're projecting, as well as a $9 million deficit that we're projecting for next fiscal year, which are 2% and 3% of our budget, which we believe are manageable. In the future years, there's possible projected deficits if we don't make any sort of changes and course corrections, which we will be recommending again as part of our mid-cycle budget review, tune of $37 million in increasing future years. We believe this to be conservative, as it doesn't include any sort of revenue measures, as well as it does not include any further cost-cutting measures that we fully intend to implement with council's direction. And another change in our practices that we've had in the past is that in the past, which has been a long-standing practice, is that we've utilized one-time funding in the form of development fees, community benefit fees, excess surplus in prior years, and that's been in place for since 2017. That we would like to end moving forward, starting in 27-28, because we want to structurally balance our budget. In addition, there's been Great Park transfers from the Great Park to the general fund, and these are to cover operational needs, development cost, as well as overhead for the Great Park. As we've been looking at the Great Park, there's been a lot of work that's been done, good work that's been done in the Great Park, but we've been analyzing our Great Park budget very closely as we're moving forward, as we're adding amenities, and we want to right-size our Great Park operating budget. In addition to our general fund operating budget. And this is our way of being able to structurally balance not just our general fund, but also our Great Park as well. So we believe that it's a wise choice to be able to end that practice, and those are incorporated in those numbers. That's why you see an elevated amount there, along with all the economic pressures that we've been facing within the last year or so. So staff will be recommending changes again to our mid-cycle, during our mid-cycle budget review, and we'll take any other directions that we're going to receive from you tonight. So that concludes my presentation, and we're more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Before calling on Councilmember Mai and others, let me just offer a procedural suggestion. The Finance Commission is considering the budget May 4th. Is that correct?
Yes. We're scheduled to take the mid-cycle on May 4th.
Mm-hmm. I would definitely like to get into this in great depth, as suggested in the motion. I think instead of doing it in June, we could do it as early as May 5th. That would give the Finance Commission a chance to be heard. And then if we were to call a special meeting for May 5th, focusing essentially on this issue that I think comes within the ambit of Councilmember Mai's motion, which, you know, I'm happy to talk about back and forth a little bit. I just wanted to get that procedural piece out if I could. Does that work for you, by the way, a May 5th date?
That would work for us. We would be prepared to present at that time.
And you do have to go to the Finance Commission May 4th?
Correct.
All right. Let me say just a few things. Do you know of another city in the United States of America of any sizable proportions that is in better financial shape than we are?
So I can't make that conclusive answer, but I believe that we are in a good spot as we do have a sizable reserve. We have approximately $135 million in reserve between our contingency reserve fund and additional reserves available for the city to tap into if there are financial challenges.
All right. I meet regularly with, it's called the big city mayors, where their 13 members were the smallest in population. I hear from them all the time, and of course cities throughout Orange County are experiencing serious pressures way, way beyond anything that we're experiencing. And I think the motion is correct. It's important to be proactive in these things. It's also important to recognize our pensions are fully funded. That is to say, the recommended funding level for pensions, I understand, is 80%, and we're 86%?
Correct. We're at that level.
All right. We have no general obligation debt. Is that correct?
We do not have general obligation debt. We do have a lease revenue bond for our AAA that currently has a plan to be repaid with projected proceeds from those in the future years.
Right. I want to get to that. And in our investment portfolio, we have $1.2 billion roughly?
That is correct.
And that's generating, on average, what, 3% now, something like that?
Yeah, it ranges between 2.5% and 3%.
All right. I think it's important to have that backdrop. Now, as regards the $6 million that to close out this fiscal year in balance, and by the way, City of Irvine always adopts a balanced budget. We maintain balanced budget policies. We're required by law to do that, but we've successfully done it as a matter of policy, nevertheless, over the years. And I don't anticipate any deviation whatsoever. As to the $6 million, and with respect to projections going forward, $9 million in the next fiscal year, and then escalation beyond that. That does not include accounting for the WISE agreement that we just adopted. Is that correct?
It doesn't include the augmentation with the rate changes.
The $2 million.
Right. Well, we've anticipated some slight increases, but not the majority of it.
All right. So that obviously is more revenue that's going to be coming to us. All right. And you mentioned the Gateway project, of which I think a number of us are very, very proud that got rid of that polluter, and at the same time, through a three-way deal involving hundreds of millions of dollars from the Irvine company, we were able to establish the Gateway Preserve, the associated development, with a projection of well over $100 million in anticipated revenue beginning in roughly 2030, right?
2030, 2031.
Okay. You don't count that, of course, in projections because it's not money certain to be in hand.
Correct.
All right. So what I'm looking at here, too, is fees. Building fees, development fees, the kinds of fees that are applied in IBC that will be adjusted as they routinely are here in the city. You did not include upward adjustments of those kinds of fees, am I correct?
Correct. We did not include an expansion or increases.
All right. So there are lots of moving parts here, and I just don't want the general public to get the view that this is a fiscal crisis or a fiscal emergency. It is neither. It is a time for resolve, careful study, careful adjustments, and a plan moving forward. I want to get into this in a big way. So mindful of all of that, I'm generally supportive of what this motion provides. It's got, in my view, alarmist language in there. I don't want to be imposing a freeze on hiring and this, and core programs are protected, but other ones aren't. And I think it's way too early in this process to be imposing a prescription for the difficulties that we're anticipating. I think we ought to do this carefully, thoughtfully. I think the May 5th hearing, the May 5th meeting, I would anticipate that that will be a 2 or 3 hour session when we can really do deep dives into all of this, and we can at that point begin to shape appropriate policies. We have until what date to actually adopt the budget going forward?
By the end of June, so the second meeting in June.
All right, so we could have a May 5th meeting. If we need further meetings beyond that, we could, I think we have one more meeting in May, which is May 12th. There's not to be a meeting after that, is that correct?
The second meeting in May, I believe, is dark at this time.
That's right. But in June, when is our first meeting in June?
It's the second Tuesday of June. I'm not sure what the date is. June 9th.
Okay, June 9th. And we could always call a special meeting if we wish, or call a meeting at a time and at a place that engages or has a chance to engage the entire public, as Vice Mayor Mai suggested, the business community, all the stakeholders, obviously the residents, and of course we want to be doing some interaction with the Finance Commission as well. So those are my remarks. I apologize to my colleagues for going well beyond 5 minutes, but at least I got out there what I'm thinking. Before I call on you, Councilmember Mai, should we turn to Councilmember Treseder first and Martinez Franco, or do you wish to be heard first?
I'll be very quick, Mayor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dale, for the presentation there. You know, I want to make a statement here that this is not to discredit the city in any way. I'm very proud of the city. I'm very proud to sit here at this chair here. I'm very proud that we're one of the fastest growing cities in America. I'm proud that we're the safest city in America for our size. And I'm proud that what I believed, we're fiscally strong. But when I hear about a sales tax increase, when I hear about a real estate transaction tax, when I hear about a business tax, when I hear about a TOT tax, I do not believe we should ever penalize citizens for our management or mismanagement of money in the city. I don't believe in these items. I don't believe that they should be referenced in any form of budgeting or having a meeting where let's raise taxes in order to fix the situation or to get ahead of it. That should be the last thing that we should think about. There's other solutions. So I hope that you take that in consideration because when it comes back, we're going to have the same discussion again. Thanks.
Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with the Vice Mayor that we need to take a very sober look at the budget, be as objective as we can be. At the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. You do math. And first of all, I want to say, that is the hot seat right there. The other day, one of my staff members was here after hours, and we're like, let's just sit in that seat and see what it's like to be looking up at all of us. And it is not easy. So thank you for doing this. I want to thank our city manager, Mr. Crumby, for bringing this forward, for briefing us on this, and also for suggesting some really, I think, important changes in our practices going forward with budgeting. For instance, I agree with him entirely that we should stop doing the Great Park subsidy where we take money from the Great Park funds and put it into the general funds. I also agree with making sure that we're not relying on one-time funds for recurring expenses. So one-time funds are like grants or things that we just expect, like a one-time injection of, like, for instance, COVID funds. I also appreciate that he has, even before this, worked with the staff to try to make the staff as efficient as possible to reduce staffing expenditures. And this is something that Mr. Crumby has been in conversation with me, at least, now for a year or so. And so it was not a surprise to me that we are running short on our budget. And this is one of the reasons why, many times this past year when something's come up and I'm not sure we have the money for it, I'll say, no, I'm not sure this is the best way to spend the money. So we need to be very careful in the future. Now, that being said, I was alarmed. I was briefed on March 31st about the most recent projections. And so just to go over it again, the projection for 2025, 2026 is a $6 million deficit. 2026 to 2027 is a $9 million deficit. The next year, though, it jumps up to $37 million. After that, $44 million. After that, $47 million. Now, that I think we need to be very serious about. And again, I appreciate that we're getting a heads up so that we can make some adjustments before we get to that point. But at the same time, that 2 years from now is going to come up really fast. And so we do need to be making some changes going forward. And so I agree with the Vice Mayor that it was important for us to have this discussion right now, especially since it looks like the staff are already going forward with laying the groundwork for more taxes. Now, and I'm not as anti-tax as the vice mayor. I think, you know, if we were to ask the public, would you be willing to raise taxes a little bit to pay for the main library? Or, you know, something that clearly the public would really want as like a one-off. And we asked them and they said yes, then that is fine. But if we're gonna ask them to do that because we've messed up somehow, I can't in good conscience ask for that. These folks work hard for their money. Not everybody is well off in Irvine, despite what we may think. And so I just want to ask a few questions, because I do want to understand how we got to this point, and it's not because I want to be, you know, blaming anybody. I just want to understand how we got here so we can be sure to fix it going forward. And so I just want to say, first of all, I just want to know how much Great Park funds was injected into the general fund?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Treseder. So since 2019, we transferred approximately $27 million through 2025.
Okay, since 2019?
Since 2019.
19, okay. Do you know who started that?
I'm not sure who was in administration that was in place during that time.
Okay.
It was John Russo.
Okay, have the Great Park residents at any time been aware that this has been going on?
Excuse me?
The Great Park residents, have they been informed?
I wasn't here during that time, so I'm not sure. It was included in our budget, right?
Yeah, Mr. Crumbie, sorry. Have the Great Park residents been informed, at least the time you've been here? Do they know?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right, my time is up, but I'll come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Treseder, might I suggest, if you have more questions, you can ask them now. Would you like to continue, or?
That's kind of you, but I have, I think, a lot more. So I'm happy to take.
We'll wait another round.
Yeah.
All right. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Thank you, and thank you for all the hard work that you always do with the budget. I know these are projections because you still don't have a balanced budget right now, and you don't have, for example, all the sales taxes that come at the end of the year. So literally you can just do projections. So, but is this your first time ever in the history of Irvine that you know that you have these projections of deficits?
No. From our look back, historical information and forecast that 5-year projections, there has been deficits that were presented to council and also the community, and adjustments were needed to be made. I believe it was back in 2020, 2019. In addition, during COVID, there were projected deficits during that time as well.
Okay, and we were able to recover, right? Of course, we received the COVID money, and probably that helped.
Correct.
Now, have you ever, in these projections, because these are projections, have you taken in consideration the tourism and sales tax, possibly from the upcoming sports events that we can bring to the city?
We usually look at many factors, right? We take a look at each of our revenue sources, sales tax. We have sales tax consultants that provide us with reasonable estimates of future sales tax. So we base it off of the information that they give us. It doesn't take in consideration if there's going to be a spike for an event. Typically, there's, looking at the Southern California economy, what they see historically, they give us a reasonable amount to include in our projections. But as far as individual events, it doesn't include that.
So there is a possibility that we can even receive more money from visitors and
That's correct. I believe that the numbers that we get are somewhat conservative in nature because we don't want to, get ahead of ourselves with our spending. So possibly we could get more.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. And about the tax, I would like to see even TOT that doesn't really affect our citizens. It's visitors that we can take advantage mostly. Right now that the sports are coming, I don't know if we can get anything ready on the ballot for the visitors for the next upcoming events, but a TOT will be the perfect solution. We have the lowest TOT around, and that doesn't affect our citizens. So with that, we'll just say that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Franco, Councilmember Liu, then Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first, thank you for alarming us. And I mean, I've had many briefings by you, being on Finance Commission. So thank you for doing this. I know that you're always looking out for us, and we have been recognized for our budget and our finances as a city, so I feel pretty confident. Obviously, there's been, I believe we had a briefing before, or a presentation before at one of the council meetings on how we had some unexpected, shortfall in our revenue, and obviously some of the things are out of our control. And I agree that we probably should get ahead of it. And so one of my questions is, what is our current tax rate for the city of Irvine for sales tax?
Our current sales tax is 7.75%, 1%. That's taxed on goods. It comes to the city.
Okay. And so in our case, I believe our biggest revenue source is property tax?
Correct.
And then
sales tax is second, and sales tax is subject to volatility depending on the economy. So it being our second largest revenue source, definitely we have to respond when there's a downturn there.
Right. Can you kind of give us a rough estimate? I mean, a rough idea of what the percentage is?
For property tax, it's around 30+%. Sales tax is just under that. So we receive about $100 million in property tax plus, a little bit plus. And then in our sales tax is around 95, 97, around there.
Can you remind me, because I remember back in 24 when I was on Finance Commission, we had a discussion about whether we should draw down on our reserve and not save as much. What is our current reserve rate?
Right now, our current reserve rate is 23%, I believe. Is it 23%?
23%, and what is the recommended number?
Is 20% with the ready reserve up to 25%.
Wait, can I just interrupt on that for a moment? I thought the recommended rate is 16%.
Oh, you're correct. I'm sorry. The 20% is based on our policy. The recommended based on GFOA best practices is 2 months, which equates to 16.7%.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yes. No, that was absolutely right. And I could see that our Finance Commission chair is right here in the audience, so he remembered that as well. So I'm so glad that we decided not to draw down on the reserve at that point in time when we were still flushing money. But obviously, we are going to look into, cutting back on expenses and raising revenues. But my only concern is if we don't explore all the options, are we, shortchanging ourselves, or if we don't do any study, are we making decisions not based on data? And that will be my only concern to my colleagues, and that is something that we would seriously have to consider when we review the budget. But thank you in general, and I look forward to a more detailed presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Go.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions on the Great Park transfers. So as we all know, we're in full construction now. And I understand in the past there hasn't been as much activity. So we had this luxury of being able to, balance out the budget funds to cost allocate some of the costs there. So I just want to make sure moving forward that if we do continue to do any type of transfer, that we have a detailed cost segregation so that we have a better understanding on how we're allocating, certain fees that pays from the Great Park to the general fund, vice versa. As you know, it's not just left pocket to the right pocket because 10,500 homes there pay specifically those taxes. And if it gets allocated outside that region, we'd like to get a better understanding of why and justifications surrounding it. And I know you guys have addressed that, moving forward, that you do plan to make sure that's balanced out.
Councilmember Go, if I might, just one quick comment. Yes, great idea. We're working on that justification as you asked for. Can we just offer one quick clarification, Dale, or two? The transfer did not involve CFD funds.
That is correct. So we do receive other sources of revenue from the park, such as program fees, event fees in that area as part of the operation. So the transfer amount is less than the amount that we receive in unrestricted funds and is not CFD funding.
And
Just to clarify.
then second point of clarification, the number you threw out doesn't include this year, correct?
Could you clarify?
The $27 million you threw out?
Correct, doesn't include this current year.
It doesn't include this year.
Right.
Yeah, understood. I definitely appreciate that. So, and then moving forward to just another piece of justification, although it's not CFD funds, other residents outside of the Great Park are obviously free to use the park, and even outside of the city and the county. So, that's why it makes, I applaud you guys, it makes cost segregation very difficult in that sense that how do you really allocate, certain cost measures over the other when the usage is not really well-defined as well. So I commend you guys, and it's a tough job. And also moving forward, if we do have to implement any kind of budget cost reduction or any means like that, I don't want to be selfish. I want to make sure that it applies to our council offices as well and not just everyone else. So I just want to make sure that we all do our part at this and not just you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Go. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you very much. I see from looking at the queue that a number of your people are here in person and online to speak. Would you like to go to public comment next? I'm happy to wait till after that.
I'd be happy to do that. As I understand it, we have 8. Is that correct?
We have 9. 9
in the queue. Any of them here?
We have 3 in person and the rest are on Zoom.
Well, let's get started then. Okay, 9. Oh my goodness. Please, those coming forward, try to limit your remarks to 2 minutes so we can move along, okay? We also need to ask ourselves whether we're prepared to stay till midnight. Anybody have an objection to that? There being no objection, we'll just soldier on here, okay? All right, go right ahead, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could call forward Jay Bruce, Don Geller, and Darren Parker. And we'll start with Mr. Bruce.
Welcome.
Hello, City Council members. I just want to say this is a good thing we're doing. I support this idea for an expedited mid-cycle budget review, just given the kind of unexpected budget downfall. But I do think that a hiring freeze has been reactionary. It's true that salaries take up, of course, a lot of the city budget, but not all hiring that the city's doing is long-term. A lot of programs in the city, like youth programming County especially, and the Warner Irvine workforce require continuously hiring, for example, like 1 year workers, staff, often high schoolers, that won't take up long-term salaries. And, you know, youth program work, for example, relies on like 1 year high school YAT staff to oversee volunteer programs and youth programming. Not just that, Vice Mayor Mai, your own summer high school interns will be out of a job with this hiring freeze, and you know, that goes for the entire city council, all of your summer interns. I just think, you know, budgets are complicated, and taking some money out of HR isn't going to, you know, fix this larger issue. It takes time, and I think we should address responses in a larger mid-cycle budget review where we can look at other expenditures. For example, Vice Mayor Mai, your $150,000 citywide American flag proposal, you know, we could look at cutting down there. I appreciate your stance on surveys, but, you know, we've spent $38,500 on an Irvine Connect survey at your request. You know, these sorts of things, you know, the city council has been spending money with the understanding that we have a healthy financial forecast, and I think we can look at all of these expenditures that we've approved in the past to look at how to respond to this instead of just looking at HR specifically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Geller.
Mr. Geller.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I'm here representing the Finance Commission. I'm the chair, and the commission's looking forward to taking this detailed and sober look at the budget at our May 5th meeting. We look forward to that, and our input is going to be valuable for the staff and the council. In the brief period here, I just want to make a couple of points. We are very lucky to have such a competent and experienced staff in the administrative services. And I just want to remind the council that Director Bullison, with his budget geniuses, Jonathan and Serena, they're second to none, and they can be relied upon to always show us accurate financial information. Sometimes those reports show a surplus, and other times we see a deficit. Sometimes when we have the surplus, we add that surplus to our reserves. And when we have a deficit, there is an option to pull from that account also. But the most important takeaway is that you can rely on our financial statements' accuracy so that any corrective action is backed up with the right information produced by a very competent department. I think that's really important. And that leads into my other important point, and if you would just indulge me for just one more minute, the underuse of the Finance Commission. You know that I have been speaking at council meetings many times to encourage the use of the Finance Commission more. We can do the deep dives necessary and work with staff.
No, keep
Thank
going.
you. Just to finish this thought, the Finance Commission, we can do the deep dives and work with staff to make recommendations and set priorities and bring these results back to the council. In the past, council members have heeded the commission's good advice, saving the city millions of dollars. These suggestions are not to thwart great ideas by council members, but to make sure all our limited resources are used most efficiently and effectively. The 7 finance commissioners, we all have excellent backgrounds concerning money matters, and we are ready, willing, and able to spend the necessary time and do the detailed work to suggest best practices, fiscal recommendations to the council. Please take advantage of our collective wisdom so we can work with our wonderful staff to help maintain a balanced budget. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you for your comments. And I think you've got your work cut out for you on May 4th.
Darren Parker.
Yeah, I just want to express my appreciation to Councilman Mai, Vice Mayor Mai, for being so open and transparent about this over these last days and bringing this to the forefront. This is something Irvine's really been traditionally pretty well run. And I appreciate what everybody said. Everybody's had a little bit different input. You all kind of have different takes on this, it seems like, but one thing you all seem to agree on is that this is a chance for a course correction of one degree or another. And the sooner the better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harvey Liss. Harvey, you may unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Harvey Liss, a longtime resident of the village of Woodbridge since '76. Now, the easiest way for the city of Irvine and its ratepayers to both save millions of dollars and help the environment is to immediately opt out of OCPA and move to SCE. 20 years ago, renewably generated electric energy was more expensive than fossil fuel generated energy. So then, the investor-owned utilities like SCE purchased fossil fuel generated power rather than renewably generated power because it was cheaper. Then, the only way for environmentally concerned ratepayers to reduce their contribution to global warming was to subscribe to a community choice aggregator like OCPA that purchased then the more expensive renewably generated energy. And its do-gooder subscribers happily paid the higher bill to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What has totally changed is that renewably generated electric power is now, and has been for the last few years, much cheaper than fossil fuel generated electric power. So the investor-owned utilities like SCE purchase as much renewably generated power as they can buy and actually get on the grid, saturating the grid with renewably generated energy during the day when the sun is shining. And SCE, with their in-house energy buyers with many years of experience, strong motivation to be as profitable as possible with their investors, and with their huge purchasing power, they overwhelm CCAs like OCP that can never compete. SCE cannot now enroll new subscribers into the 1,500% tiers of renewables because more renewably generated power contracts that can be put on the daytime grid are just not available. So how can OCP enroll subscribers in the higher tiers? Answer is they cannot. I should remind everyone that OCPA can claim anything they want, but their officially filed power content label shows that OCPA's greenhouse gas emissions are over 80% higher than SCE's at base choice, and at a higher cost.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is telephone number 347. 347, you may unmute your mic.
Yes, this is Steve Bach. Harvey Liss, you took the words right out of my mouth. You said it really well. However, just want to add, you know, the OCPA has had financial problems for a long time, okay? And, you know, James Nye coming forward now about the city, yet he doesn't say anything about the OCPA, neither did Kathleen Traceder either back then. She couldn't even deal with them. She didn't know how to get her questions even answered from the OCPA. I mean, they walked all over her. And they're apparently walking all over James Nye, too. You guys are ridiculous. You can't even... Our city is paying so much more in our utility bills, and you don't seem to care. You just don't seem to care. And let alone the ratepayers, you're making them pay more, too. It's a fact that the ratepayers are paying $30 more a month for their electricity bill than they are if they would stay with Southern California Edison. And you know why we're still in that fraudulent program, I'll never know. By the way, did we ever get our money back that they owed us? Still don't know about that either. We're not getting much information on the OCPA. It's been pretty quiet these days. I wonder why. Also, no, Kathleen Traceder, I do not want to have my taxes raised, especially for a library that we are not in need of. And also, I'm glad you don't want to blame people, yet you want to ask who was on council at the time. Unbelievable. Blame, blame, blame. That's what you do. You do that quite well, too. That's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mona. Mona, you may unmute your mic.
My God, all of these things are happening so late at night. You can't keep up with this stuff. I don't know. You know, it comes down to you guys have not been fiscally responsible. When we talk about $250,000 on flags, for example, and that was, James, your thing, which also is going to need, work on who's going to put them up, maintenance, blah, blah, blah. It's going to cost more. Did you think that that was fiscally responsible? Or it's just the idea? When it came to OCPA, when they were paying us back, when you were, the money wasn't even in the account, you guys were jumping on it. Kathleen, you're part of it. William, you're part of it. And James, you're part of it. You could not wait. The money wasn't even in back to us. And you went after it, and you want to do this, and you want to do that. Again, I'm not going to look back to other council. I'm going to look at you guys and your spending. Because at one point, James, you wanted about what, $700,000 in fireworks? I'm glad you took it back. I know you did. But this is where it's ridiculous. So yes, the Finance Committee has asked you multiple times to bring things up to them. Do that. Be responsible. But you are being irresponsible. And James, for you to bring it up, that was really cute. Anyway, good night.
Our next speaker is Michelle Johnson. Michelle, you may unmute your mic.
Mayor and council members, leadership is defined as the art of motivating, empowering, and guiding a team toward a shared goal. The memo that was put forward by Vice Mayor Mai vaguely outlined a dire financial situation without any context for the general public. It was leaked to the press where the public had to figure out what was going on with the city without any information. I just sat here and listened to what Dale had to say with macro numbers that I had no idea what he was talking about. I really think we need to go back here and let the city manager prepare his budget presentation. It should go through the normal channels of review through our commissions. The commission process also gives the public an opportunity to learn and understand the budget and provide their own thoughts on solutions and priorities. And any shortfall should be clearly defined and quantified, and the city manager should make his own recommendation on how to address it. That's his job. The city survived the bankruptcy in Orange County when we lost $30 million in an investment account. I can think of several items that could raise $400 million for this city in 6 months. To panic the public the way this was done is really incredible. I can't believe that our city was put in this position by public officials that were elected. It's really disgraceful. We should take a more measured approach. We should take the time to explain to the public in a clear-eyed manner what the hell is going on at the city and how it's going to be addressed. This is not a panic situation. You guys need to come together and come up with a solution. And Sean needs to lead it. He's the city manager. You guys approved him. You hired him. I will.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Eric Nishanian. Mr. Nishanian, you may unmute your mic.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Agron. I second what Michelle Johnson says and several other citizens. I just want to say this is not only reactionary, it's political. It goes exactly against what James Mai was saying about putting people before politics. If it was really about people before politics, there wouldn't have been a leak to the media, and this would have been carried through the ordinary channels and gone to the Finance Commission. And if there was a problem then, Mayor Agron could have called a special meeting. You just jumped ahead of Mayor Agron, tried to take over control of the agenda. As far as transparency, when Councilmember Go and Councilmember May were on the OCPA board, we were getting our reports from Vicki Johnson, Michelle Johnson, and I think there may have been one other Johnson, but there was a male individual, and they were the ones that were actually informing the citizens about what was going on at the OCPA. Not James Mai, our go. And then, of course, I got beat to the punch too by Mona with regard to the $7 million that was coming back, where James Mai was trying to spend it, and Fred Tracito was trying to spend it before he even got here, when it should have gone to the general fund. The Great Park is upside down. You guys didn't panic about that. Why are we panicking about this? As far as discipline, James Mai can't even pay his corporate taxes or his entity taxes. And if you look at the records, their FTPB canceled. They get suspended, and he has to create a new organization. How many Bristol and Bates organizations has he created? The same thing goes on with his charities. This is obnoxious. What are you guys doing? This should have just gone to the Finance Commission on May 4th, and if there was a problem, Mayor Egan would have done something. This is not his first rodeo. It certainly is James Mai's first rodeo, and he can't stay on the bull. Just look at 4th of July. Not only did he cause a financial fiasco, he put our police...
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Tiffany M. Tiffany, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany from Woodford. First of all, thank you all for working so late. I just wanted to call as a regular community member. I find $4 million seems like a lot, and to hear some folks treat it as if it's so small and irrelevant is really shocking for people like me that work really hard. And to hear the suggestion of increasing taxes is really something that is worrisome. As a single parent, I work really hard serving our community and caring for my child, and with inflation and things already so costly in the city, the thought of more taxes doesn't sit right with me, and I know many of my neighbors. I also hope that if we are going to move forward with looking at how we're spending money, we maybe revisit the discretion our city managers have. I'm sure Mr. Crumby is fantastic, but looking at our last city manager who spent $700,000 on a gondola to nowhere, who cost us $1 million on a property that just seems like a lot of money down the drain. And last comment is, I don't think moving to SCE is the right move to save money. What they're giving their executives a ton of bonuses and extra, despite eating fire and debts, and not reinvesting in the community. So I prefer us to try to lobby more to come to OCPA, like the Irvine Water District, who cited part of the reason for our raises was because of increases in SCE. Thank you all again for making these meetings accessible, and I appreciate your time.
Mr. Mayor, there are 3 additional speakers in the queue. I'll defer to you.
Why don't we take them, but close the queue?
Will do. Thank you. Our next speaker is telephone number 401. 401, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, council members. Alan Myerson. I'm not sure why I was put on 90 seconds. I was in the queue before. But anyway, I'm curious because both Kathleen Tracito and Vice Mayor Mai said that they were informed about this, and I don't know who they were informed by. I don't know if it was the city manager, but if it was the city manager, I'd like to know if everybody else on the council was informed also. I'd like to know why I found out about this by reading an article online. And I also agree with a lot of the other callers saying that, Vice Mayor Mai, you sound panicked about this whole thing. You know, budgets aren't always held to. Things come up. You know, you may have a vacation plan, but you get an unexpected medical bill or an unexpected car bill, and you have to cancel your vacation. Things happen, and you adjust the budget and you fix it. I've been in this city for 40 years, and one thing that this city does, it's very financially responsible. They have good people running the city's money, and I have no doubts that this will be fixed. It'll be fixed like it was in the past when there was problems. It'll be fixed again. I'm not sure what's happened to you since you got elected, but you're not the same person that was elected initially. I think the person sitting next to you has kind of polluted your mind. That's my opinion, but it seems to be kind of accurate. But I really would like the question answered about, was the whole council informed of this, or was it just Councilmember Treseder and Vice Mayor Mai? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alfredo. Alfredo, you may unmute your mic.
Hey, how's it going? So I know everybody's late and everybody's tired, but just very quickly, I'm just concerned over the writing and the memo that was written by the Vice Mayor, and it looks flawed, and it looks like it was not consulted beforehand. This immediate hiring freeze really is a reactionary and, for me, politically view, as well as there's no context as to why this memo is being written. And as echoing Mr. Myerson on really good points, it's really just flawed and reactionary, Vice Mayor, especially how you wanted to do the $700,000 4th of July for this year. You did it last year, and the flag initiative. Plus, it will impact, hiring right now. So I would really consider looking beyond that. And, there's families that are employed, there's parents that are employed by the city of Irvine, and really look into it.
Our next speaker is Vicki Johnson. Vicki, you may unmute your mic.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor Akron. Irvine could save at least $500,000 per year by my estimate by withdrawing Irvine's municipal electricity accounts from the Orange County Power Authority and returning to SCE. For example, the October 2025 Irvine municipal electricity bill was about $300,000. $50,000 could have been saved on just that 1 month if the city was getting its electricity from SCE, and OCPA's pricing is higher now. With the war on Iran, many adverse effects on cities are anticipated: higher energy costs, inflation, adverse impacts on business, volatility in financial markets, and higher interest rates. Be very cautious and conservative right now. Because of the war on Iran, OCPA will likely experience much more volatility, putting Irvine at greater risk. OCPA is already under duress, having burnt through $45 million in reserves and a projected loss of $4 million for this fiscal year. And it's announced a cost structure for 2027 that will likely cost Irvine much more than SCE. So withdrawing the municipal accounts from OCPA will likely save money and be less risky for Irvine. Thank you.
And that is all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you to those who offered comments. I see here Councilmember Treseder wishes to be heard, and then Councilmember Liu. And let's see if we can wrap this up and maybe go on to one or two other items before midnight. Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciated the comments from the mayor's people, and I just wanted to check on one thing, though. The Financial Commissioner Chair Geller, he said that he was here representing the commission, and was there a vote that the commission took to ask him to make those statements? Does anybody know?
There wasn't a vote.
Okay, all right, thanks. I think that there's some pretty strict requirements for when commissioners come and say that they're representing the commission. I believe that one of them is that the commission, that they have to represent a commission's vote. And so I just want to take what he says with a grain of salt there. Okay, so let's see. Well, so again, once again, really appreciate y'all bringing this forward. Very interested in the projections. I want to do a little dive into when this came to us and why. What was the timeline? So I was briefed on March 31st, and I wanted to ask our city manager, Mr. Crumby, when did you become aware of those projections, the ones that are like 30 million to 47 million in the future?
So the timeline for how that evolved was that it began in January with briefings from Mr. Boulasson to myself regarding sales tax projections and potential troubles in terms of meeting projections on sales tax. After receiving those concerns from Mr. Bulasan, the council was briefed shortly after, specifically related to sales tax concerns, but it also began a process where Mr. Bulasan and I began discussing details of the budget. Some of the concerns that we have really came to light in the month of February. Mr. Bulasan went through some of the trends that recently have been contributing to that. So it was fortuitous, the timing of that, those conversations. In March, began discussions, first with the mayor and then with the council on March 30th and 31st.
Okay, and then, yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up. When you briefed the mayor?
That would have been, there was a briefing, there was a discussion about potential revenue ideas before continuing with the rest of the council. The staff did work in terms of research on various tax measures and ideas, and then went to the council. I'm sorry for the long answer. That was probably a period of about 2 weeks.
Okay, so you briefed the mayor 2 weeks before the rest of us, and between then and telling the rest of us, you researched ways to move forward with taxes.
We researched options, that's correct.
Okay. Was there a reason that you didn't brief the rest of us, either, at the same time as the mayor or soon after or even before? I'm not sure why the mayor gets primacy here.
That was my fault with that. Just wanted to be prepared with all of that information. We'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you. And did anybody tell you not to tell the rest of us, the other council members, about this?
There was no prohibition or anything.
Okay. And then you contacted the firms to do the polling on the taxes before you briefed the rest of us?
We researched appropriate firms that specialize in these types of pollings, and we solicited proposals from 3 firms. No contracts were executed.
Okay. And then who asked you to do the polling?
That was part of the conversations that started with the mayor.
With the mayor, okay. Then I noticed in the briefing deck that you gave me anyway, one of the slides said solutions going forward. And the solutions that were all recommended, I can see they make a ton of sense. So it said fiscal year 2027-28 options. The first bullet point was increase revenue, maximize user fees and development fees. And then the second bullet point was implement tax measure, need council and voters to approve. And then after that, it was reduce expenditures. And then the third one is bridge budget shortfall with reserves or one-times. And then the last one was combination of all 3, use of reserves, last option. And I just wanted to ask the first bullet point being increased revenue, was there a reason that was above reduce expenditures?
That was with conversations with the mayor.
The mayor. So the mayor wanted us to see increased revenue as the first bullet point when you briefed us.
That was in, yes.
Okay. All right. I am out of time, so I will come back.
I'm going to call on myself at this time. I want to correct the record on a few things. If I heard Mr. Geller correctly, he came forward and identified himself as chair of the Finance Commission. He did not say he was speaking for the Finance Commission. Well, we can review the tape. This will be yet one more false accusation. I'm confident of that. Next, there's no secret here as to what is going on. I don't know about the rest of you, but I interact with the city manager 5 to 10 times a week. I ask questions of him. I ask questions of our department heads. I've had a number of gatherings with our finance staff here, and I look at all the quarterly reports. I check the trends. I get their advice, their suggestions. Where are we headed? What might we do? All of you are enabled to have access to the city manager at any time regarding these matters. Anytime. I'm sure you know that. There's no secret relationship here. Maybe I just pay a little more attention than some of you on these matters. Let me also say that with respect to revenue, I don't know if you know, but we raised more revenue by lifting the cap on the BUUT, the Business Utility Users Tax. I think it was this council that actually did it, wasn't it? When was the cap raised?
Yes, that is correct.
And that generated several $1 million from business. It didn't have to go to the ballot because it was just raising a cap. Anything that has to go to the ballot by way of revenue raising has to do it pursuant to state law, which requires a 2/3 majority here to put something on the ballot. And it requires a vote of the people, a vote of the people. And it has to be at a regular city election, is that correct? Or a statewide general election?
That's correct.
But not a primary?
It has to be at a statewide general.
Statewide general. You can't hold a special election to raise taxes. It's got to be part of a statewide general. That means if there's any consideration whatsoever to be given to raising revenue through business taxes or other taxes, and by the way, some of those listed I find objectionable, others I'm more open to, and so forth. That has to be done by November of this year. It would have to be put on the ballot by July of this year would be, I think, the last date that we could get it on the ballot. And there wouldn't be another opportunity until 2028. That's why call me cautious, call me focused on these things. But if you're going to keep options open, you can't be stupid about it. You've got to explore those options in a timely manner. So this notion that there's some secret cabal going on is just a bunch of crap. And the people of the city need to know that. I know this is an election year, a lot of performative politics, but the people of this city need to know their finances are handled carefully. And yes, we do try to anticipate problems and solutions, and we've done so for many, many years very, very successfully. I have no doubt we'll continue to do so. I would encourage each and every one of you to call upon Dale and Jonathan and our city manager at any time to ask them what they know, what they think. When it comes to matters of projections, by the way, it's educated guesses with what's going on right now in the Mideast and with what's going on in terms of these idiotic tariffs and all that business and a possible, how many times have I asked you, Have you calculated the possibility of a moderate recession? Because I think we're headed into one. These are things we talk about every day. And yes, we should talk about them with the public, but in an orderly way, not in a performative political way. Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Well, I think after hearing some of the comments, I think I agree with Ms. Johnson about having a measured approach. And it's really a matter of allocation of funds after hearing what people are saying, that we are looking at some of the things that we spend. And, you know, so my general feeling is whether this is something that will invest in the future of this city rather than just a one-time expense. One thing that I want to, and I appreciate Chair Gowler's comment about Finance Commission. I mean, I know you have an accounting background, so does Vice Chair, and my appointee, my commissioner, is also a financial expert. So I have full faith in you to come up with good recommendations. My one ask is that we are in the process of studying our competitiveness. So in general, just, you know, keep that in mind. That I appreciate Councilmember Martinez-Franco clarifying that TOT is on tourists, people who are staying in our Irvine hotels. But at the same time, whether we're thinking about raising sales tax or raising, you know, TOT, I would like to have it in mind that we don't also want to charge to the point that we are not being competitive. So that will be something that I would hope that we all remember that when we're considering how much. And one question is, what is our current TOT rate?
That's currently at 8%.
At 8%. And what is like our closest competitor? Say Anaheim.
Anaheim's 14%.
14%. Okay, so it sounds like we do have some room to grow, but you know, just so we're not going to like work ourselves out of being in the competition. So that will be something that I would like you to consider when you make recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Liu. Councilmember Mai, and then Councilmember Treseder.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all the comments, public comments, and thank you for the clarification, Dale and Sean, again. You know, when we voted on the budget at the beginning of last year, we were told that it was a balanced budget and we had a surplus. If we knew what position we were in as a city, certainly I don't think any of us would have been pushing for more spending, studies. Certainly we would have been spending $700,000 or whatever the exorbitant amount for the gondola was. And I would have pulled out back a lot of the things that I proposed myself if we knew the situation we were in. We would have tightened the ship. That's what businesses do. And to water this down is not something we should do up here. We should talk about it transparently, and we should address it with solutions that make sense. If we weren't in a dire situation, why was polling done? Why was polling done in the first place? Why were there 4 options to raise taxes, and why wasn't that discussed with the other council members? Those tax solutions, those solutions you had those in hand, but you did not talk to any other city council members. You executed on that, and you contacted 3 different polling firms. And I knew this because those polling firms contacted me, and I said, what is going on? You've been contacted almost a month already without us being aware of that? That should be council action. That should come to us, and we should make the decision together here. We have the same exact power. We all have a voice. We all have a vote here. There are some things that the mayor is privileged to, but we hold the same vote. I think that was inappropriate. And I'm going to ask you directly, City Manager, at any point in time, were you told to withhold information from other council members?
The conversation centered around being prepared in the conversations with the other council members.
That's not my question. My question is, were you asked to withhold information?
That's not the same thing as being asked to withhold information.
If you don't want to answer, that's fine.
And there was no contracts ever executed. There was proposals solicited.
I would like to see the context of those proposals.
Absolutely, happy to provide them.
Are you done?
Sorry, I'm done. Yeah.
Councilmember Treseder, then Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Thank you. Okay, I agree with the Vice Mayor. If I had known about these projections even back in January, I would have made different votes. I would have made different arguments up here. Definitely, if I had known about it last year at this time, I would have done a lot of things differently. It's unfortunate. I'm glad that I know about it now so that we can correct course right now. But I do wish that I had known about this earlier, to be sure. The polling option, I see in the slide deck that it's estimated to cost about $50,000. I think given that, it would have been at least courteous to give all of us a phone call to ask if this was okay, especially if the poll was going to go out and our residents were going to get polls about raising taxes maybe before we even knew about it. And I also just want to say I feel very uncomfortable with the thought that I'm being managed indirectly by the mayor, what I hear and how I hear it. I object to that greatly. Again, we are all equals up here. That is this form of government. It's in the charter. We have an equal vote. The mayor does have he gets to run the meetings. He has that authority. He gets to do some ceremonial things like ribbon cuttings and things like that. But in terms of getting information from the city manager, the staff, he does not get primacy there. And I don't want to really blame Mr. Crumby too much because I have a sense of what it must be like for him. But I just want to say I don't like it. And, okay, so I have some more things. Mr. Crumby, Mr. Dale, you're off the hook. I'm not going to ask you any more questions, so you can breathe easy. I just want to talk a little bit about Oliver Chi. So Oliver Chi was the city manager before this, and he left the city, I think, July of last year. And he was the city manager when I came onto the council. Now, it became very clear to me when I came on that Oliver was very happy to spend money. And no matter what I suggested, he said, no problem, we'll find the money for it, no problem. Anything anybody else suggested, no problem. Just to give you an example, 2 years ago, we had to do a renovation of our third floor offices. That's where the council member offices are. And the idea was that it was too crowded there, so we need to gut everything and then put in new cubicles and things like that. That took a little while. It was done, and we moved back in. And then before the new council came on board, that had to be gutted again and rearranged for the 7 members, so that's okay. But then shortly after the new members arrived, I think everybody came in around December. I think I was hearing about it January, February of that year. Mr. Chi was telling me, oh, we need to redo everything again. He brought out some plans where each of our offices would have our own access to the balcony, and it would all be private entrances so that we wouldn't be talking to each other. And he said that we had to do that because the other offices were not getting along, they were fighting. And I said, no, we just went through 2 renovations. I'm not gonna do this again. And then I found out, we talked to the other staff members to find out what was going on there. And it turns out they were not fighting. And in fact, they heard from Mr. Chi that my staff and I had asked for the change, the renovation in the offices. If you look at the parking lot has been repaved, I don't know how many times in the 4 years I've been here, maybe at least once a year or so. I don't understand that. He was recommending buying buildings, creating new departments, starting our own library system, which I recently learned we don't have the funds to cover. Thanks to Mr. Crumby, he informed me that we only have about 65% of the funds to cover our library system. I was asking him, where's this money coming from? He said, well, we have capital projects from long ago that have been, those funds have been encumbered. We're not gonna do them, we'll release that, and then we have more money. Later on, I asked him again, and he would always have other answers. So I was getting more and more concerned. A few years ago, I asked to have a financial briefing, included all my staff, included our relevant commissioners. And at that meeting, he said, that's fine, we're spending a lot of money, but we can take out bonds. I want to also say that I have been working very hard to try to understand what's going on with this budget. I have weekly meetings with the city manager. We go over, this was the budget from, not this last one, but the one before. We went through all of this. We sent it to our finance commission. We read it. At the end of the day, the person that I needed to ask this information from was Mr. Chi, and it was Mr. Chi who I was concerned about. I asked him for, just last year, just this current council before Mr. Chi left, I asked him for the capital projects listing. I asked him for the state of the Great Park financials. I would get partial answers. I asked him, for instance, how much did the State of the Great Park event cost last year? He said originally something around $30,000. I said, that doesn't make any sense just looking at the marketing. It must have been more than that. He said, oh, well, I didn't include the marketing. I ended up asking for a meeting with Supervisor Katrina Foley to ask about the library system funding, and found out that what Mr. Chi had told me about it was not true at all. And that parts of the deal that he reported were not true. For instance, he reported to me that the county was going to let us keep all of the books in the library. And then when I talked to Supervisor Foley, she said, no, that was not part of the deal. And indeed, they took all the good books with them. It's like playing three-card Monte with someone. They know where the queen is. I don't know where it is. They get to see where I'm looking. It's just about impossible to win. It was hard for me to find out what was going on. Finally, with Swift Cities, the gondola project, finally, that was something that we could actually do searches for. By the way, I don't have access to our financial system, and I think that's probably a good idea. You don't want the council members up here having access to the financial system. It's not like I could find it, but I could do searches of just the Irvine Transparency Portal, so we could look at the contracts that had been initiated. And because we knew about the gondola, we could do a search for Swift Cities and the gondola. And that's how we found out just how much we ended up spending on just the prototype and design plans for the gondola. It was $734,000 total. I would ask Mr. Chi, what did you spend on the prototype? And he'd give me a number. And I'd say, is this everything? Because I'd already learned to ask him that. And he'd say, yeah, it's everything. And then we go looking into the contracts, we'd find more and more and more. We'd be like, well, what about this? Oh, that's everything. This $734,000, we never were asked about that at the Great Park Board. We never voted on that. That's a fairly substantial sum. So I just want to say I'm very concerned about this, especially coupled with now these projections. The next couple of years, the projections are not awful, partly because we've been using those one-time funds, as I understand it. But then we go off that cliff, basically a couple of years from now, and I'm very, very concerned, and I really want to know what is going on and how we got here. And I'm not sure, I don't know exactly what the best way is to get that information, but I ended up deciding that I think it would be good to have a forensic audit of our books, given where we're now. And I don't relish that idea, but I want to make sure as we're going forward that we don't have any more surprises. I don't want to be here 3 years from now and then all of a sudden have another surprise. So I'd like to make a friendly amendment, actually, to the motion. And the friendly amendment is to include a third-party forensic audit with a firm to be selected by the City Council, covering January 1st, 2020 to the present. Is that okay with you?
I will accept that amendment.
Okay, and I am done for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
I would like to say, in defense of city manager here, I actually have conversations where some alarms were wrong, like if I wanted to bring something, there's no money. So I knew about this no money for a while because they will always present us the budget. It's like, well, we want to brief you with the budget. So mostly when the library, the University Park Library came about, and the Great Park Library came about, I was asking, where is the money going to come from? Well, we don't have money. It's either that, and as a matter of fact, I think it's public here. It's not even a one-on-one. I think they mentioned we don't have money to build the library. So then we started talking about taxes. Like, okay, so how will taxes will look like? And I had these conversations with Mr. Crombie, but I think every city council member had the right to ask these questions because those are fair questions. How are we going to fund the libraries? We have to provide ideas. And I went to my town hall and I just asked, like, what are going to be the ideas on how we can fund if there is a possibility of buying University Park Library. So, I mean, those are conversations that we have. Now, staff also rang the bell on us. They brought us a proposal to do an advertisement in alcohol at the Great Park, and the majority of the council members rejected them. And I knew that we needed that money, so I don't know why we rejected them. And just like that, there has been a couple other projects that we rejected just because. So that's my only comment. Sorry, it's late at night. I cannot coordinate my brain anymore.
I have no more requests from folks to be heard. Let me just offer a few comments of my own, and then we can proceed to a vote or whatever. This city in 1974, when it was a very small city, undertook a park bond issue. It was a terrible time. It was a recession, a very deep one, and adopted that park bond issue, allowing us to build our first 5 community parks. And ever since, we have been on a pay-as-we-grow system, that as we grow, we exacted from developers funds for parks, and we've gotten into a very useful pattern with the Irvine Company and other developers where they actually build the park as part of the overall project. That's how we've managed to develop really the best park system in the United States of America. Number 1 is considered Washington, D.C. I don't regard that as a city. It's a district. So that puts us as number 1. And of course, we excel in so many other areas. But as I tell people who say they want this, they want that, I tell them, we can do anything you want us to do if you're willing to pay for it. That's important for people to understand. And the idea that members of this council or previous council could have this project and that project and so forth and a mobility hub and spend money before it comes to us. I don't know where people get that idea. And so I think the responsible thing in governance is to obviously make sure that your revenues are going to meet your expenditures. And that's what budgeting is all about. We're not in dire straits. This motion, I would implore the maker of the motion to hold off until we have our hearing on May 5th. The motion includes all kinds of prescriptions without a diagnosis. I think let's get the diagnosis down first and then offer the various prescriptions. There were several people who testified, you just say something that just sounds great, like, let's have a hiring freeze. Are you kidding? To get in the way of bringing people on who may be essential to the success of projects that we've authorized and directed our staff to do. Taking over the libraries, by the way, there's a tendency here, throw Mr. Chi under the bus. I'll stick with the statement that we made, which is that Oliver Chi, as city manager, got more done in 3 years than in the preceding 10 years in this city. He brought us Mr. Crumby. He brought us Dale. He brought us Chris Slama. He brought us some of the best people moving forward on a whole host of fronts. And the idea that somebody would throw him under the bus here is frankly kind of nauseating. Let me suggest to the maker of the motion that he hold his motion in abeyance, that we have the meeting on May 5th, that the Finance Commission, as part of its regular functions, we'll be looking at all this on May 4th, and we'll have a very deep dive on May 5th that can be followed by subsequent meetings as we feel they're necessary, and we can then be doing our jobs. If the motion were to pass, obviously it could be superseded by anything we do May 5th by way of superseding motions. I don't want us to look stupid, though, by adopting something that's a bludgeoning, blunt instrument tonight to try to look like we're doing something when, in fact, let's get the diagnosis right before we issue prescriptions and begin to lock ourselves into some very foolish moves. Those are my comments. Councilmember Go. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you wish to be heard? No. All right. Councilmember Liu.
So just to clarify, are you asking to continue this until May 5th, or are you?
I'm asking, I could make a motion to that effect, but I would just prefer that the maker of the motion consider the wisdom of just holding off until our May 5th meeting. And that is, of course, after the Finance Commission has made its contributions on May 4th.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with expediting the report and having, but and I agree that we should probably explore all the options before we decide on how to proceed.
Well, there was more. Let me just make a point. When you talk about a hiring freeze, that's tomorrow morning. If this passed, you would tell everybody in the city, no more hiring, right? For anything.
That's correct.
I agree. I mean, let's get a diagnosis before we start the treatment.
All
yes.
right.
So.
Thank you. All right. I take it my inquiry as to whether you would wish to hold off is met with silence or a no. Is that correct?
Mayor, thank you for your suggestion and your guidance on this matter, but we have a first and a second, and I'm going to maintain that with the exception of the friendly amendment.
All right, I'll offer a motion to continue this matter to our meeting of May 5th, which I'll be calling tomorrow by way of a special meeting. Is there
I'll
a
second that.
All right, there's a motion to continue. Absent any discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Can we clarify, we're voting on the continuance, right? Not
It's a motion to continue the budget discussion
to May 5th.
to May 5th.
He's changing my motion.
And that's currently not scheduled, I believe, correct? The May 5th meeting.
I'll be calling that meeting tomorrow.
No, I'd like to vote.
I'm sorry, you said no. Okay, keep going.
Okay, I'm sorry, to clarify, that was a no vote? Thank you. Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
No.
Vice Mayor Mai.
No.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3. Councilmember Go, Councilmember Treceder, Vice Mayor Mai voted no.
All right. As to the principal motion, could you read it? It's been a while.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, through you, defer to the maker of the motion. There was a lot in there that admittedly I didn't get.
All right. If you would recite the motion, Councilmember Mai, and include in it, I guess, the friendly amendment that you accepted.
Sure, absolutely. It's a long one. All right, let's go to the motion. In light of the March 30th, 2026 General Fund briefing, and in order to begin addressing the city's structural general fund imbalance through a public and orderly process, I move that the City Council direct city staff as follows. 1, implement an immediate hiring freeze with exception only to necessary core public safety and essential city operations through the council's scheduled public budget discussion on this matter. Continue the current pause on non-essential spending with exceptions only to necessary to protect core city services and required operations through the council's scheduled public budget discussion on this matter. Return to the City Council at that public meeting with a report that A, identifies near-term expenditure control options, B, recommends structural budget solutions for fiscal years 25, 26, 27, 28, and beyond. Clearly present the fiscal impact, advantages, disadvantages, and service implications of each major option, including expenditure reduction, fee maximization, vacancy management, use of one-time funds, use of reserves, and potential revenue measures. D, provides recommendation for immediate actions the council can take to preserve flexibility and protect core city services while longer-term discussions are considered. And E, outlines a proposed plan for a public-facing budget workshop, including participation opportunities for residents, taxpayers, employee associations, and other interested stakeholders. 4, present the proposed public workshop plan to the council at the same meeting so that the council may consider next steps for a transparent public process before any major long-term fiscal decisions are made. 5, no public survey tax increases. And also, with the friendly amendment, a forensic audit by a third party chosen by the City Council. That's it.
All right. I want to speak to that. So you're directing the city manager to pursue a forensic audit at God knows how much that would cost, probably $100,000 for sure to start. And with the passage of this motion, I want to understand this, Mr. Crumby, would you be then going out and hiring a forensic auditor tomorrow? Would you start that process?
The way I understood it is I believe the motion said that the council would select the firm. Am I wrong?
Well, what are we going to do? Look them up in the phone book, or are you going to provide some direction?
I'm happy to assist, take charge in any way that the council sees fit.
All right. This motion is, I think, highly inappropriate and premature, to say the least. So that's my comment. I'm definitely opposed to this motion. Anything further? Councilmember Martinez Franco.
I am going to oppose to this motion too, just because I want to have still the option of taxes. And I want to have the public opinion of the people, because I really want to save University Park. And I don't see how else can we, well, maybe there is more options. But I want to make sure that we have money for our libraries. And voting in this motion will give us no option to raise any taxes in the future. So I vote no.
Anything further, Councilmember Treseder, Councilmember Liu?
Can I please clarify, because we voted to, the council majority voted to continue. What was it that we voted to continue?
It was a 3-3 vote, so the motion failed.
That's right. Okay, all right. Never mind, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
I don't believe in knee-jerk reactions. I think what we do here affect the city. And again, I want to reiterate that what we do is what we're allocating, how we're allocating money to invest in the future, and not just to place blame on anybody right now. And again, I don't believe in finding a treatment before we have the proper diagnosis, and also to eliminate options that we didn't even bother to explore. Quite frankly, I have to be very blunt about it. I find that very irresponsible. $6 million is a lot of money. Maybe not to the city of Irvine's budget, but it is a lot of money. And what we're supposed to be doing is to maybe find the way, find the reason, and see where our options are in raising revenues and cutting expenses. It's not one way or the other. We're always facing this false dichotomy that there's always one way or the other. That's not true. Both can be true. And so for that reason, yes, and yes, forensic accounting is extremely expensive. And so here we go again. I think we are forgetting what we had just discussed on how we approach spending, and to make that on the fly, on the dais, without really considering all the other options. I just can't support this motion. So for me, that's a no.
Thank you, Councilmember Mai. We'll give you the last word, and then we'll call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will keep it very short. I implore my fellow colleagues to demand transparency. This is a call for transparency and action. I implore you to take that stance with me. Thank you.
All right. Would the clerk please call the roll on the motion by Councilmember Mai that was seconded by Councilmember Treseder and included a friendly amendment along the way with respect to forensic analysis or whatever.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just one point of clarification on that friendly amendment. I do believe I heard going back to a certain date, which was, I believe, January of 2020. Thank you. That was the only thing I needed clarification on.
Which obviously included the entirety of the of the pandemic.
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
No.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
No.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
No.
Motion fails 3-3 with Councilmember Liu, Councilmember Martinez Franco, and Mayor Agron voting no.
All right. Thank you to all for a spirited discussion. I will be calling a special meeting for May 5th. I think, well, I'll do it today. Fair enough? Okay. With that, there are 2 remaining items. I see that Chris Lama and Julie Zioli are here from the Library Advisory Committee. Maybe we can dispose of this quickly. You've patiently waited. I'm going to ask the clerk, just for the record, to introduce this item by title and subject.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 5.3 is Library Advisory Committee Proposed Plan.
All right. Mr. Crumby, did you wish to introduce our staff,
Sorry.
or should they introduce themselves?
Point of order, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think this is going to be a long discussion.
Well, let's open it nonetheless and see if we can close it up real fast, or at least give you a little guidance. All right? How long is your presentation?
Just 5 slides, Mayor. We can go through it pretty quickly.
5 slides or 5 minutes?
It's 5 slides, but we can go through it quickly.
All right. Because I have a quick suggestion to make that I think could short circuit all this, but why don't you go ahead and see if you can make a very abbreviated presentation, then I'll trot out an idea and see if we can at least move this along a little bit. All right?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. With me today is Director of Community and Library Services, Chris Lama, and I'm Julie Zioli, City Librarian. So this is the Library Advisory Committee proposed plan. Just a little background, on February 10th, 2026, the City Council directed staff to develop a plan to establish a Library Advisory Committee composed of 1 appointee per City Council member and 2 at-large members that would be subject to the requirements of the Brown Act. The proposed committee would serve in an advisory capacity to the Community and Library Services Commission, which would retain its existing advisory role to the City Council. This reporting structure is consistent with other city advisory committees, including the Public Arts Committee, that report to the Commission. Establishing the committee within the reporting framework maintains clear governance, alignment, and avoids the creation of duplicate advisory bodies. The committee would advise the Commission by serving as a forum for input from individuals, schools, and organizations with an interest in library programs and services, providing recommendations on strategic initiatives and supporting efforts to promote high-quality, equitable library services. The committee would not have authority to make operational or staffing decisions, override adopted policies, or act in a manner inconsistent with federal, state, or local laws. The committee's bylaws would include provisions requiring compliance with all applicable laws. As directed by Council, the proposed Library Advisory Committee would consist of 9 voting members, including 7 City Council appointed members and 2 at-large members. Each City Council member would appoint 1 representative to serve on the committee. Appointees would serve at the pleasure of the appointing council member and for the duration of the council member's term, consistent with the city's existing advisory committee structure. Staff recommends designating the 2 at-large positions to represent key community organizations. This approach is intended to ensure consistent representation from core library groups and strengthen collaboration with educational and youth-serving partners. Specifically, staff recommends 1 representative recommended by the Irvine Unified School District and 1 representative recommended by the Irvine Public Library Teen Advisory Group. Individuals appointed to the at-large positions would serve 2-year terms. Alternatively, the City Council may direct staff to establish the 2 positions as general at-large members. Under this approach, members would be selected through the city's standard public recruitment and appointment process, including application, interview, and appointment by the Community and Library Services Commission. At-large members would serve 2-year terms. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the committee may discuss or act on items listed on publicly posted agendas. Staff recommends that the committee meet on a quarterly basis, consistent with other city advisory committees, with the ability to convene special meetings as needed. This meeting frequency provides regular opportunities for engagement while aligning with established committee practices and available staff resources. Additional meetings may be scheduled during periods of significant activity, such as the upcoming library master planning project or the opening of new facilities. If City Council approves the proposed framework, staff recommends the following implementation timeline as noted on the screen. Approval of the proposed plan would establish a transparent and well-defined structure for community input that broadens participation while maintaining clear governance roles and accountability in the delivery of library services. So again, before you are the recommended actions for tonight, which is to approve the proposed Library Advisory Committee plan, including its composition, reporting structure, and scope, and then direct staff to return with an ordinance and bylaws consistent with this plan for formal City Council consideration. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Let me, if I might, just see if I can move things along here a little bit. We're going to have an election in November. So if appointments are made or if the first meeting is in October, and there's a change in personnel at the council level or the mayoral level, is that person still an appointee or not?
Yeah, I think it would just depend on if they remain an appointee, if that new council member decides to retain them in that position.
So it's attached to the person.
Correct. It would be just as most of the other committees are, it would be attached to the council member appointing their committee member.
Correct. All right. I think that probably suggests some wisdom in waiting for the first meeting to be after an appointment that's after the election. But that's just a thought. The second thing is, I know the question of Friends of the Library representation has come up. They're not precluded from being appointed, anybody who's a leader in the Friends of the Library, are they? So any of us could appoint.
Correct. That's correct.
And at the same time, there isn't a reserved seat for them, is there?
There's not a reserved seat. It's, as directed by council, it's 7 appointees and then 2 at-large.
All right. So one suggestion I have, and then I'll be happy to call on others and see where we go from there. One suggestion I have is there are 7 council-appointed persons, 2 selected at large, and that's by the 7, or is that by basically our staff?
So it could go one of 2 ways. One, normally the way the 2 at-large have been selected on other. Oh, now it's working.
Test. I'm working. Yeah, it's not.
Rough night.
Okay, you want to try yours?
Oh, no. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So sorry. The two at large, if could be appointed, would go through a recruitment. There's two ways to do it. It could go through a recruitment process, and that would go through the Community and Library Services Commission for an application and selection process. So that's one way of doing it. The other way of doing those two appointees is, focusing on what we would recommend, maybe the school district or our teen advisory group. That's also been suggested by some of our teen members as well.
That's right. I remember that. All right. Just a thought that I had, because I know there's a lot of concern about whether Friends of the Library are properly represented or if they're unrepresented and so forth. I think this is all going to work out fine. The 7, the 2 that are institutionally connected, I like that idea. And it would seem to me if we just wrote into the bylaws that beyond that, 2 additional members could be recommended by our staff to be added at some date. If for some reason this thing isn't properly balanced, or Friends of the Library folks are shut out entirely, which would not be right, that there could be an expansion. If you write into some flexibility into the bylaws so that you could add yet another 1 or 2. And maybe after a period of 3 months or something like that, whatever. That was just my thought. Let's get the thoughts of others on the record, and it occurs to me that important as this is, we probably could continue the matter to another meeting, am I right? Or do you feel a sense of urgency?
Completely up to you, Mayor. If you think it warrants further discussion, we're happy to come back at a future meeting.
All right. Oh, there we are. Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
My microphone doesn't work, but,
there it is.
It's working now. Okay, perfect.
It's.
I want to continue this matter, and this is the reason. I had a group of people that wanted to speak tonight, and it's almost 1 in the morning, so they left. So I want to continue this matter to another meeting if the council members are okay with this.
All right. My screen here says seat number 8. Who is seat number 8?
That is me, sir.
All right, Councilmember Treseder.
I've also heard that the folks who wanted to speak on this item have long since gone home. And so I could move we continue, or perhaps you could continue it.
I'm happy to accept a motion to continue.
Okay. I move that we continue.
All right, Councilmember Treseder moves that the matter be continued. Let's not specify a date certain, presumably as early as we can get this on the agenda.
Continue to the next meeting.
All right. Motion to continue. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Martinez-Franco. Absent any discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treseder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Excellent. That matter's continued. Let me just ask a question or two relative to 5.5. Does this, were we to move toward ranked choice voting, that would require a charter amendment, would it not?
Yes.
If council members Treseder, Martinez, Franco, and Liu agree, I would just suggest we give guidance to staff to come back to us and tell us what that process would be, how long it might take, and so forth, and then just continue this matter, and hopefully we would have that information back to us for the next meeting.
Thank you. I agree, as long as we can talk about it at the next meeting. I didn't expect to get to it today.
All right. Let's continue this. I'll take that as a motion from Councilmember Treceder to continue this matter to the next meeting. And along the way, if Mr. Melching could provide us with some guidance about what it takes to put together a charter amendment, okay?
Will do.
Was there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Liu seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go. Yes. Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. And I'll move that we adjourn in memory of those 3 outstanding individuals who regretfully have passed. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Treceder. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Go.
Yes.
Councilmember Liu.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Franco.
Yes.
Councilmember Treceder.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mai.
Yes.
Mayor Agron.
Yes.
Carries 6-0 of the members present.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.